Well, good morning and a warm welcome from South and Birkdale Cricket Club here on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and the app as well. Opening day of this latest round of County Championship cricket against Hampshire. It's a beautiful warm day. The forecast is clear for the next 4 days as well, so fingers crossed for excellent days of cricket. Myself, Scott Reid, and James with you today. We might have a few extra voices over the course of the next 2 or 3 days, but me and Kevin with you through the course of this opening day. The players are heading out to the mid. Lancashire have won the toss and they are bowling first, and interesting team news as well from both sides coming into this fixture. Players spinners named in the Lancashire squad for this match, but they only with one. In contrast, Hampshire pack their team with spinners. Kevin.
Yes, good morning. Yes, it's a very interesting reading of the pitch, isn't it, really? One side has got this right and one side has got this wrong, and we're going to find out. Yeah,
it is, isn't it? Just to go through that team in full, which is 11 as they start this fixture. Balderson and Salt. So Phil Salt was his first game of the championship match of the summer. He missed the first round of fixtures because of the IPL. So Balderson and Salt, Bohannon, Jones, Mitchell, Villa, Bell, Hartley, Bailey, Williams and Blatherwick starts his first championship game of the summer as well. That's for Hampshire. Kev?
Hampshire are Joe Weatherly, Fletcher Manson, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Keith Barker, Felix Organ, Mason Crane, Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott. So Hampshire are playing 3 spinners here. There are 2 changes since their last championship game. Abbott, who was injured, is back in. Felix Organ is back on the side, having been dropped earlier in the season. And there's no Ian Holland, the all-rounder, and John Turner, the quick bowler. It's interesting what you said, that Lancashire packed the spinners making Hampshire think that they're going to play loads. Is that a double bluff as well?
Well, it could be. I mean, it's a really interesting team selection, isn't it? I quite like it when 2 teams come into it with completely different thoughts, completely different kind of tactics, beliefs as to how the week will pan out.
Agreed.
Just adds a little extra intrigue to it. So Lancashire bowling first. Tom Bailey to get us up and running, and bowling to Jolly with a 4 short leg in place as well, actually. Weatherly tries to work the ball away to the leg side, and there is no run. So yeah, we'll see how it all unfolds over the next 4 days. Everyone just getting back into the groove of 4-day county championship cricket, having had 3 weeks of the blast. We've got a championship match scheduled in the middle of this. In fact, there's 2 in the middle of this T20 little block. There's Bailey balls again. Weatherly's off the front foot and defends, and again there is no run. So yeah, they've seen players who have not played too much over the course of the last 3 weeks coming back into the team, and some kind of players that are very much championship players and not 20 players, and then you get back into the rhythms of 4-day after the hullabaloo of the T20 blast, and indeed the Sharpwoods Cup as well. Been a busy few weeks for both the men's and women's teams from both of these 2 regions, from Hampshire with the Vipers and of course Lancashire with the Thunder. Bailey bowls again. That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. Weatherly timing it beautifully. Drive through off for the first runs of the match. Nicely timed by Weatherly, and Hampshire are up and running 4 without loss in this first over.
Yeah, Joe Weatherly's been in good form in the last couple of T20 games, couple of half centuries. He had a fractured hand as well. So batting with a fractured hand, in good form, and that was a lovely shot to get at the morning under.
Yeah, beautiful straight drive for 4 runs. That's forward again by Weatherly, defending delivery from Tom Bailey, and there's no run. This game being played at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Clubs. That's on the west coast of Lancashire. We're not far away from the coast, barely half a mile or so from the sea. Is becoming a in the fixture list for Lancashire. It's a 4-day game in Southport, and Hampshire here again for the second time in a decade. Bailey to Weatherly, inside line of that, taken by Phil Salt, who keeps wicket for Lancashire, and there is no run.
Yeah, can you believe 10 years ago we sat in this exact same spot, Division 2 fixture?
Yeah. the time gone.
Oh.
Where's it gone? You've not aged a bit, Jomo.
Well, that's very kind of you. Nor have you, actually. This could be a mutual appreciation of society over 4 days.
Let's just get that out of the way now. That's a pleasantry done. Over the wicket, balls. Weatherly off the front defending, comes off the inner half of the bat. Flecks away towards mid-wicket. It's the first over done. He keeps the strikers. Joe Weatherly first all 6 deliveries, and he nicks a single from the final ball of Bailey's first over. Hampshire 5 without loss.
Well, Fletcher Middleton might be a new name for a lot of our Lancashire listeners and watchers. Son of Tony Middleton, who will remember as a batter for Hampshire in years gone by. Fletcher Middleton coming in this year, really. There's been lots of talk about the opening partnership at Hampshire for the last year or two. It's been okay, but you know, was it an opening partnership that was going to potentially keep them in the running for winning the championship? It's one thing, a partnership that keeps you in the division. It's another one when you're thinking about winning it. So Fletcher Middleton, he's only young, and he's done a very good job. 9 innings to date, just under, or just over 300 runs, averaging 34. Pretty steady. 2 half centuries included in that, and he's got a decent technique. So he's sort of halfway there in terms of answering the call, and somebody that could perhaps be around for a decade or so, because that's what you're looking for. Here we go then, as bowler comes in, and that's Weatherly facing the majority of bowling at the moment. 5 lost. Will Williams, the bowler for Lancashire, with his right arm medium pace. The ground is just as lovely as I remember it 10 years ago as well. And even though there was some rain overnight, the outfield is very poor in colour. Apparently it's very sandy, this outfield, and it just sort of goes right the way through it. So even though there was a lot of rain yesterday, you wouldn't even know. It's looked like there hasn't been any rain for at least a month or two. But around Southport's a beautiful spot as well, as Weatherly pushes forward to Williams, plays it back to the bowler. Hospitality just right. Looks like that's going to get busy at some stage. Bit of hospitality to our left, maybe not, maybe more members than hospitality, but certainly right in the 10. They've got all the tables out ready. They're very close. It worries, of course, if they've had a few drinks for later on in the day. They're a little bit too close to us. Might be shouting out 1 or 2 things to me and Scott later on. Here's Will Williams then, comes in and bowls. Whether he gets one down the leg side, taken by Salt. Now, as we say, a very, very interesting team selection here. The ball looks as though it's carrying quite nicely, but quite clearly Lancashire think that spinner isn't going to play a big part in this game. That's why they have 1. Hampshire have Crane, Felix Organ back into the side, and Liam Dawson. So Hampshire believe that this wicket is going to be influenced by the spinners at some point, not early on. I think both sides can agree that there isn't going to be a lot for the spinners early on, but as the game progresses there will be. Weatherly gets a thick inside edge as that goes down towards fine leg as he was prodding forward, and he's got all 6 of Hampshire's runs so far. Lancashire winning the toss. Hampshire would have batted as well, I'm told. Okay. So that's okay, but I think there's a bit of nervousness. I don't know if you've spoken to the Lancashire camp. I think there's a little bit of nervousness in the Hampshire camp. Have they read the wicket right? Now, I'll be honest with you, I think most of the time, I think they're pretty good at reading wickets. But I don't know, I suppose somewhere along the line, you know, you're not always going to get it right.
No, I mean, I suppose if you pack your team full of spinners, and or 3 of them, then you want to bat first in the game, don't you? Which is what Hampshire, you say, would have done. They would have done.
Williams bowls as Middleton's forward.
So he just adds to that little extra element of
doesn't it?
Kind of a contrast of views and of thoughts and how pitchers will play. I mentioned this venue now has become a regular, really, for Lancashire. It was a high-scoring game last year. Lancashire played Somerset here, the match that Keaton Jennings got his triple century. But the pitch did turn at the back end of the game. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really intriguing 4 days in store.
Well, we've heard lots of theories, haven't we, already? Lots of people have come up and offered their advice. Williams bowls, Fletcher Middleton pushes forward, he's beaten the outside edge. Good end to Williams' over. 6 without loss. Hampshire, 2 overs bowled here in Southport. Yeah, we've had everything ranging from, the pitch it doesn't play anymore like it used to. Hampshire were here 10 years ago, and Brad Taylor played in that. I don't think it was quite his debut, but it was one of, I think, his first championship game. He was about 16 at the time or something. He picked up some wickets. And I remember Simon Kerrigan picking up wickets here as well. Yeah. So that was 10 years ago. Spinners clearly had a bit of an influence on the game towards the end. Hampshire losing that by 122, by the way. Is it still the same type of wicket? We're going to find out.
We are, yeah, we are. It definitely used to be that way, didn't it? You could come to Southport and you pick, you know, Lancashire used to pick Keady and Kerrigan, get Aaron Lilly in the team, get all your spinners you can possibly get into your team. The pitch is going to turn. In fact, there was a game here a couple of years ago when they signed Maharaj just for this fixture. get an overseas international spinner into your team because you were playing at Southport. But, we'll see how it all unfolds. Bailey bowls, that's a nice shot, flicked away by Joe Weatherly, just in front of square out towards the leg side. And Weatherly comes back for two more. I
love this conspiracy theory about Lancashire packing their squad full of spinners, so it makes Hampshire think that it's definitely a turning wicket.
Yeah, that's the favourite one so far.
I love that.
Yeah, it's definitely. We heard that one before we came on air. It was a wonderful conspiracy theory. That's the proper bluff, that, isn't it? Like a poker game bluff. Yeah. Forward goes Weatherly and defends, and the ball slowly trickles past the stumps at the non-striker's end, and there's no run. For those watching on the live stream, you'll be able to see the outfield. It is a barren outfield. It is really brown, dry and brown and hard and quick. The outfield. This part of West Lancashire is no different to most of the other country over the course of the last month or so. It's not seen too much rain. Forward goes Weatherly. That's come off the inside edge of the bat. It deflects off the pad. Bounces down towards Tom Hartley at third slip, and there's no run. So yeah, it's a pretty dry, brown outfield. The square and the pitch, and the bowlers' run-ups are nice and green. They've had all the sprinklers on there, the ground staff, and keeping that nice and as lush as they possibly can. But being right on the coast, it's kind of a sandy soil here. Again, Weatherly off the back foot, just trying to work the ball away down to backward point. And there's no run, 8 without loss.
I seem to remember being here before. We're not that far from Royal Birkdale Golf, are we?
Absolutely not. No. It's just across the road, really. Basically, it's half a mile, maybe. Perhaps not even that. In fact, the cricket club used the golf course as additional parking. So I think quite a lot of spectators will park at the golf course and walk across to the cricket ground. Yes, if you bring your clubs. There's some very nice golf courses on the west coast of Lancashire, of which Birkdale is right up there. There's Bailey bowls again, left by Weatherly. Through to Salt, no run.
I suppose if you're happy to pay 150 quid a round.
Well, that's it, yeah. Well, I mean, a man of your calibre, Kevin, won't be a problem on that.
Well, that's £1 a shot for me. Get my money's worth.
Absolute bargain then, isn't it? Yeah. 8 without loss. We're in the third over of the game. There's Bailey bowls again, driven away through the offside this time. Velas is chasing after it and catches up with the ball. I think he's nicked the strike again. He has. So that's the end of the over. Weatherly takes the strike again. I think Fletcher Middleton's only faced 2 deliveries so far. 9 without loss. We've had 3 overs of the Hampshire first innings.
Yeah, nice to see Joe Weatherly back in the championship squad as well. Didn't start off, but played the last couple of games. 58 against Kent at Canterbury in his only innings. They only had 1 innings against Northants as well. Got 20, but as I say, the last 2 innings in the T20, he's got a couple of half centuries. And Weatherly Middleton is the Hampshire's preferred opening partnership. It was Felix Organ Middleton at the start of the year, but Organ struggled a little bit and then was left out of the side. But he's back in for this one because Hampshire have read this wicket, thinking it'll turn. They've got Keith Barker in the side, so he's going to be aiming into those footmarks as well. Here's Will Williams with his right arm medium pace outside the off stump. Couple of cries of oh, obviously just nipped back a fraction as Weatherly leaves that one alone.
Yeah, we're in our usual commentary position in front of the tennis pavilion, so we're not kind of behind the bowler's arm. We're kind of deep mid-wicket with Weatherly on strike. But a nice little spot here under our brollies.
We have, haven't we? You excelled this morning. 2 big brollies. Because it's, well, actually, it's got a bit hazy now, but when we came here early this morning, it was boiling. Weatherly works that down to fine leg. A little too straight there from Williams. Actually, I just watched the ball back, where a couple of people went, oh, it was just outside off stump, harmless delivery, but I suppose trying to put a little bit of pressure on the batter by just making out that it was a little closer than it was. 10 without loss then, all 10 of those to Joe Weatherly. Decent crowd already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
All the way around the ground, all sitting in their various types of chairs. Sun hats out, as you'd expect, because it is a warm one. But we're nicely. We've got a couple of benches,
absolutely ideal.
A couple of tables. Forward is Middleton, pushes that up to mid-on. A couple of big umbrellas. We're in for the 4 days here. We're set, aren't we?
We are, yeah. Quite happy just to stay in.
Oh, yeah. Not even bother going back to the hotel or just lie on the bench.
Why not?
Find a cushion.
Yeah, be fine.
Yeah, gonna have to move for 4 days. Is that Mr. President there at the club with the hat on?
That is chairman.
He's chairman.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, isn't he? He was here 10 years ago as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Superb. Came over and made sure we were okay.
Yeah, Tony Elwood.
Yeah.
Andrew Carney, the club president, chairman as well.
Williams in, Middleton forward. It's gone out square on the offside. Yeah, they all sort of can't do enough for you, really. It's lovely.
It's a good setup. Yeah, it is. Got a little hospitality tent, haven't we, to our right-hand side. That'd be nice and busy. I suspect certainly tomorrow, we're kind of working day. You often get kind of companies that treat their staff, don't they, to a day at the cricket, corporate day at the cricket. So it'll be busy tomorrow.
Actually, it's got a list of who's actually in today.
Right, okay.
Oh, hang on. What have we got? Lancashire Committee.
Oh, blimey.
Table number 1.
Yeah.
Lancashire Committee, table number 2. Obviously, a big committee. Here comes Williams, bowls. Middleton's pushing forward. Thinks about a single. So that goes up to mid-on. Is that Dane Velacid is there? So who's table number 3? Ken Standring.
Oh, right.
Does that ring a bell?
It doesn't, no. Maybe it might do. Maybe it should do. But,
Jim Byrne is table number 4.
Okay.
Andrew Carney, table number 4.
Yeah, well, he's the chairman of the cricket club.
Andrew Carney. Oh, yeah, you mentioned that, yeah. Table 6 is S&B. That's Southport and Birkdale, because it's Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Southport and Birkdale Invitation.
Oh.
Pauline Coventry.
Oh, really?
It looks like it's very full. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Good ball to finish off. Will Williams is over. It's 10 without loss, Hampshire, having been asked to bat first, and all 10 of those to Joe Weatherly. I'll just have to look over this picket fence. Paul Mellor has table number 8.
Okay.
David Salt. Any relation to Phil Salt?
Oh, it could be.
Could be. Might be his dad or brother or something
maybe.
like that. David Salt is table number 9. Claire Crew, table 10. Not sure these headphones go that far. Lee Saunders, table 12. Peter Salt. All the Salts are there.
All the Salts are here.
And a few others and friends, table 13. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
Salt Entourage here in Southport.
I wonder if it is. It's relation. Bailey starts a fresh over. As he edged that, Lancashire reckon that they have. Nothing from the umpire, nothing from the batter. Weatherly playing off the front foot. Went through to the keeper's gloves. It wasn't a massively kind of convincing appeal, wasn't it? It wasn't utterly, we're certain that there's a little thin edge through to the keeper.
It's interesting, everybody went up though, in some shape or form.
They did. I don't think with an enormous amount of conviction for me, but maybe
no. Tom Bailey looks as though he wasn't 100% sure the more he thought about it into his appeal.
Yes, he seemed to change his mind longer the appeal went on. Moved back in about that, didn't he?
Yeah, good delivery.
Yeah. Weatherly on 10. Here's Bailey back in, balls. Just run off the face of the bat. Through gully. And there's no run. We're watching back, but we have a little delay on our replay screen of that. Sharp delivery from Bailey. He's played a little bit of T20 cricket. He's played 2 T20 cricket games in this batch of fixtures, but back to more familiar ground with a red ball in his hand for Bailey. Over the wicket to Weatherly. Ooh, just takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends that away towards mid-wicket. Played that shot as if that just got a little bit big on him. It popped a fraction perhaps more than he was expecting. In fact, he He just wrapped him on the glove by the looks of it.
Oh, that's his,
Yes,
I think that's his fractured hand. This is, let me guess, hang on, it's his right hand. So that'll be his bottom hand.
Right.
I must admit, when I did an interview with him, the second to last T20 game that they played last week, and he'd got a half century, and when he walked in to do the interviews, he just came in with this massive ice pack on his hand.
Right.
Now, I had no idea that he'd batted, because he got half century. He said, why would you think that he'd bat with a fractured hand? And I said, what have you done? He said, I fractured it. And I said, what, and you got half century? Well played. You know, I mean, you would.
Yeah, yeah.
And he, of course, you know, you joke. And then he played the next T20 with it and got half century. And there he is playing again. Now, you know, I would have thought, you know, a lot of players, they wouldn't be playing with fractured hands, would they?
No.
But of course, what you don't want is to get wrapped on the hand, and then that's probably going to be worse than it probably should be.
Yeah, a few painkillers there for it. Yeah, it's a brave effort, isn't it? I mean, I suppose a fracture, it can be a different scale, can't it? A fracture, but even any type of fracture, even just a thin hairline fracture, I mean, there's some effort to bat, isn't it, with that?
That's a great effort. You know, I can think of a lot of players that would just say, that's it, I'll have a few weeks off or whatever. I guess because Joe sort of got back in the side, and he's just got back into form, especially with the T20s, that he doesn't want to miss out. You know, you wouldn't do, I suppose.
No, exactly. This part of the season, especially when you've got games coming so quickly, you want to be involved, don't you? He defends that one safely enough. There's no kind of imminent or visible reaction to him having to take the hand off the bat as he pushed that up towards mid-on. There's only a brief little moment of kind of treatment from the Hampshire physio. Maybe popped a painkiller, perhaps. 10 without loss. Weatherly has all 10 runs. Bailey bowling for Lancashire from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. And the other end is the Grosvenor Road end.
Oh, which end? Oh, sorry, I missed.
So Bailey's from the Harrod Drive.
Harrod Drive.
And the other end is the Grosvenor Road.
Thank you.
The media tent is and the tennis courts behind that. Bailey again, left alone by Weatherly. Through to Salt. And there's no run. Salt takes the gloves, so George Bell has kept wicket for Lancashire so far this season in the county championship. But he's been relegated down the pecking order. In fact, he kept wicket in the Blast as well, but he's now some way down the pecking order in the T20 team because Butler's in the side at the minute, so he keeps wicket, and then Salt will be above him, so he's third on the list now, is George Bell. He's currently at fourth slip. 4 slips in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg and deep square. Again, Weatherly pushing forward, may just be playing inside the line of it. Sure he is. And taken by the keeper, end of the over. 5 gone, of which Bailey has bowled 3 of them. The latest being a maiden over, and Hampshire are 10 without loss.
I've got an email here. Which emails are we going to use?
Yeah,
What's yours?
Stick to yours.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember Liverpool 2 years ago. I gave the address out too quickly for our northern listeners, didn't I?
Remember, you got complaints.
I did, yes, I did. Yeah. Again.
You always get complaints.
I do.
Every time you come here,
I
people
know.
are complaining about you.
I know, but I still love coming here. It's Will Williams. We'll come back to that in a moment. From the Grosvenor Road end. And bowls. Middleton leaves that one alone. It's good carry on here. I like that. Yeah, I gave it out too quickly because obviously people couldn't understand my southern accent or my London accent. So I'll read it out slowly this time. Solent. Shall I spell it out as well?
Yeah, you better.
Solent,
yeah.
S-O-L-E-N-T.
Yep.
Solent Cricket. I don't think I need to spell that out. solentcricket@gmail.com. Okay,
excellent.
That's what we use.
Thanks.
Phil Fennerty has emailed. Come to that in a moment as Williams turns and comes in again. Bowls to Middleton. And Middleton's forward, and as he edged that through to the keeper, a good diving take from Phil Salt in front of first slip. And there's the first wicket of the morning. And even though we've been playing for 20 minutes, Fletcher Middleton wasn't able to get off the mark. And I've having talked him up a little earlier, saying that he's done a good job for Hampshire so far. He's failed to trouble the scorers. Hampshire 10 for 1.
Yeah, well, Lancashire winning the toss and wanting to have a ball first. This is first hour, certainly the morning session, in which they would be expecting to take 2, 3, maybe even 4 Hampshire wickets when you put the team into bat. So they want an early breakthrough, and Will Williams provides that. Frustrating, I think, for Fletcher Middleton. He's just barely had any of the strike. Watching at the other end, just pushing into it, not massively pushing into it, and the ball just shaped away from him. found the edge of the bat. Nice low catch from Phil Salt. Nice early break through that for Lancashire.
Yeah, it feels like one of those wickets where edges are going to carry. Seems to be a nice sort of level trajectory of the ball through to the keeper. Right, Phil Fanity says, great to have you on local soil. I presume he means you as well, Scotty. Okay. Well, but both of us. I'm enjoying the coverage on YouTube, despite only being a 20-minute walk from Southport and Birkdale. I thought heading for a day to the boundary whilst my teenage son was revising for a sociology A-level might not offer the best support. Just a note for Scott. Whilst Trafalgar Road might only be a half a mile from the beach, you're still a mile and a half from the sea.
Yes, it's a long way out.
Isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, enjoy your time on the sunny northwest coast. Well, it's certainly sunny, that's good. Yeah, I noticed that. I got in last night, and even though I got in quite late from Worcester, where I was at the finals day for the women yesterday, yeah, it's quite noticeable, isn't it? I'm virtually on the sea where I'm staying in Southport, as Williams comes in and bowls to Nick Gubbins, the left-hander. Oh, Will Williams makes a theatrical dive as the ball gets pushed up to mid-off. He's nowhere near it. No run. And I did notice as I was driving in this morning as well that I could just see over the sea wall. And yeah, the sea was a long way out. A long way out. And literally the start of what you would call, I guess, the beach or the grasslands that go out towards that way. You could see a lot of that, and you could hardly see the sea. It was way in the distance. It's quite unique to around here, isn't it, in a way?
I think so. Yeah, certainly this part of the world. Yeah, it's.
Nick Williams bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins forward. That's back to the bowler.
Can be a bit treacherous, I think, as well at times. When you know, if you kind of go out at the wrong time or in the wrong parts of it, it can be a little bit dangerous. On this coast of Lancashire, saying when you get a little bit further north up towards kind of Morecambe way again, the sea's a long way out, and it can be. You got to know where you're walking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On beaches like that.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet you can get caught.
Yeah.
Williams comes in again and bowls. Gubbins again gets a good length ball, which he pushes back forward along the pitch.
I had a message from old mate David Slight to tell me that he's here tomorrow, actually.
Oh, good. Oh, nice to say hello.
That Ken Standring, who's on that list of hospitality tables, he's on table number 4. He's Lancashire's oldest living former player. So thank you for that. Now 87.
We might have to get him over before he's had a couple of drinks.
You've got to get in there early before they have a few. I mean, they're on it already.
There you are. Williams bowls. Gubbins gets one that's slightly shorter this time, but he's still pushing that out on the offside. And Dane Villas fields end of the over. That's 6 overs gone this morning. Hampshire 10 without loss, and still all those runs off the bat of Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, if you want to get some guests from the corporate marquee, and sometimes there's some decent kind of famous footballers, former footballers that live in this part of the world. We had Mark Lawrenson on the commentary a few years back.
I think he was as well 10 years back.
Was that the Hampshire match?
It was. I remember him being there, yes.
Yeah, I think he had a scoop as well. I think he enjoyed his day.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
You've got to get in early, haven't you, before they get on it too much. Here's Bailey bowls left by Weatherly, through to Salt, and there's no run. 10 for 1. So yeah, Ken Standring is Lancashire's oldest former player, 87 years old. She's having a good day on table 3. There's some enormous bacon butties that are coming out. I mean, there's like half a pig on these sandwiches. I mean, goodness. 8 lashes of bacon on these sandwiches. They're enormous, like dustbin lids as well, the bread. Bailey bowls, Weatherly leaves. Again, good carry through to Salt, who takes it at kind of chest height. And there's no run.
So he played, 13 first-class matches, according to this, between 55 and 59. Right. Kenneth Standring. Born in Clitheroe.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're all very fancy part of the world.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Like Southport?
Yeah, you've got to have a bit of money to live in Clitheroe.
Oh,
yeah. Bailey sets off again. 4 slips in place. And let's just run off the face of the bat to the right of Bell at 4 slip down towards the 3rd man boundary. Weatherly gets a single. And the score moves on to 11, as indeed does Weatherly, because he scored all the runs so far for Hampshire.
What about Tom Bailey this year? Because I've always admired him as a seam bowler. He gives you a good season every year, doesn't he? 16 wickets so far in this campaign. But he's a regular biggish wicket taker for you guys, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's a real stalwart of the team. I mean, he's a kind of leader of the attack, really, Bailey now. You know, even when you factor in kind of Anderson into the side, Bailey's such a consistent bowler now. It's not kind of a fluke, is it, when Bailey has a season?
No.
He's consistently in and around kind of 50 wickets every year. That's worked away by Gubbins out in front of square on the leg side for no run. I don't think he's played every game this season in the Championship. Lancashire have got reasonable bowling resources. They've had Anderson for 4 of the first 5 matches. Mahmood's played in a couple. Luke Wood's played in a couple as well. And you factor in Will Williams, and Jack Blatherwick gets his start today. A lot of bowling options of Lancashire. Yeah, Bailey, really consistent Championship bowler now. Over 300 first-class wickets, coming at just a fraction over 20. Forward again goes Gubbins. It's pushed away into the offside, picked up at point by Blatherwick, and there's no run. 11 for 1.
Yeah, he's missed 1 game actually, Tom
Okay.
Bailey. Yeah, because you guys have played 5, haven't
That's
you?
right,
All
yeah.
drawn 5.
Yeah, drawn 5.
This is your 6th, and this is his 5th. So he's only missed 1, averaging 24 for his 16 wickets.
Okay.
Pretty steady.
Yeah, I think that's probably not far off his career average for his, somewhere in the region of 22 or 23, I reckon. I think he's pushing up to 350 first-class wickets now, Tom Bailey.
325, yeah.
Okay.
Good stat. Good, well done you.
Bailey in and balls to Gubbins. That's run away down to backward point, and there is no run. It's 11 for 1. That's the end of the over as well. Bailey's bowled 4 overs now, with 1 maiden for 10 runs. Sorry, 9 runs. 11 for 1.
Another email here from Richard Scovell. Morning to you, Richard. Solent Cricket. I'm saying this slowly for our northern listeners and watchers. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi. He says, my mum, Jenny Scovell, has been an Hampshire member, without the H, for 50+ years. She's recently had major heart surgery and is fed up at home, but your commentary sort of keeps her sane. Sort of.
It's a backhanded compliment, isn't it? Yeah.
That's nice. No, well, we wish you well, Jenny. Of course we do, as Williams comes in again with a train in the background going past. Right to left, that's through to the keeper. Come on, Hampshire, says Richard. Happy to mention that one. Keep those emails coming in, because we love that. Jeffrey Roberts says, where's Jimmy?
As in Anderson?
I presume so. I'm trying to think of a Jimmy on the Hampshire side, but not.
I think, well, there's a small matter of the Ashes starting. So I don't think this is a priority for him at the minute.
No, I don't think he needs to be bowling 50 overs or so in this game. A week or 2. Is it a couple of weeks? I don't know. Outside the off stump again, left by weather. Or was it Friday?
Yeah, week tomorrow.
It's definitely too early. Tom Keener has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Welcome, Scott and Kevin, says Tom. So much for Lancashire being favourites for the county championship again. Played 5, drawn 5. Given the size and quality of their squad, the team has underperformed. Hampshire have the best seam attack in the championship and won't be affected by test call-ups. Hoping for a good contest though this week, says Tom. He says he's next to the press tent, I think, today. Outside the off stump, that's come back a fraction. It's gone through to the keeper. I've just got to disappear for a couple of minutes.
It did come back a little bit, that, didn't it? Yeah. Straight away, when you see that kind of relatively late movement, you get a few noises from the keeper and from the slips. Good start by Williams. So accurate, Williams. Let's pushing back on the replay. It's pretty comfortable lead by Weatherly. This shape back in as it went past Joe Weatherly. 11 for 1. Williams sets off again. Balls left alone. Taken by Salt, and there is no run. There's a whole stack of championship matches in Division 1 and Division 2. In Division 1, Elsewhere, Essex are playing Somerset this week. Kent are playing Surrey, and Nottinghamshire face Warwickshire in the 3 other Division 1 games. As Weatherly waits for Williams. And he leaves it, taken by Salt. And, there is no run. So Essex are 22 without loss against Somerset. Kent are 21 without loss against Surrey. And Warwickshire are batting first, 22 for no wicket against Nottinghamshire. In Division 2 this week, there are 4 games, including one taking place at Chesterfield between Derbyshire and Yorkshire. And Derbyshire are 19 for 4 inside the first half an hour of that game. It's cut by Weatherly, but just deflects away behind square on the offside for no run in the end. Didn't quite time it. End of the over, 11 for 1. So Derbyshire 19 for 4 against Yorkshire in Chesterfield. Durham are taking on Glamorgan. Glamorgan are 34 without loss at Chester Street. Gloucestershire 27 for no wicket against Leicestershire. And Sussex are 20 for 1 against Worcestershire. And the Southern Vipers are 50 without loss in their final game against the Blaze in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So Vipers need 64 more runs for victory in that game, which is going to a reserve day. Thunder losing to the Vipers in the semi-final yesterday afternoon before the rain came. Bailey bowls left by Gubbins, taken by Salt, and there's no run. And just finally, the test match, the Test Championship final, Australia against India. India are 190 for 5, so they need 254 more runs to win, and Australia need 5 wickets for victory in that game at the Oval.
Look at that double gin and tonic there, just to our right, Scott, just to our right.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh. I think he's got a couple of blueberries in there as well.
That's a bit of a tease, that.
Yeah, that's lovely. Very nice. Gubbins off the front foot, defends away into the offside, no run. I like the glass as well. It's like a bowl-shaped glass, isn't it? It's quite a big, sizable glass, that. You comfortably get a double shot of gin in that.
On a day like today, hot weather, muggy,
yep.
That is the perfect.
That'll do for you, will it? Little gin and tonic?
That would do for me.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, apparently, did you say that somebody is going to buy us a drink a bit later?
Paul Edwards.
Yeah.
Well, Paul Edwards, cricket writer extraordinaire. This is his club. He kind of rules the roost around here. He's a big deal. So he just goes and does what he wants, including going to the bar.
Wow.
I know.
Do you think he would mind a double gin and tonic if I ordered one?
Bailey bowls, Gubbins defends, and there's no run. I'm absolutely certain that won't be a problem.
Really?
Yeah, that won't be an issue. He'll sort that for you, no problem. Make sure you definitely emphasise double.
Say, I like you, Paul, but not that much. I'll have a double.
Of the finest gin that they've got behind the bar. 11 for 1. Bailey from the Harrod drive in with Gubbins on strike. 4 slips in place. And Bailey glides his way back in again. Balls to Gubbins. He's pushing forward. And the ball goes past the edge of the bat into the gloves of the keeper. They go up again, the keeper and the slips.
Second time.
Gubbins comes down the pitch as well, has a little bit of a prod and a poke. Okay, I'm just looking back on the replay, we're seeing how much that ball moved away. Certainly played inside the line, Gubbins. Watchful start by Nick Gubbins. Faced 11 deliveries so far, looking for his first run. Here it is, turned away towards the leg side, pick up and throw. Oh no, actually Williams doesn't throw in the end, decides not against it. There's Weatherly and Gubbins cross for a single, and that gets Nick Gubbins up and running. He gets his first run, he's on to 1, and Hampshire 12 for 1.
Well, it's been an accurate start from both the Lancashire seamers, hasn't it? Runs have been a premium. Hampshire look like they're sort of very watchful and playing everything on merit, but it does look a little bit of pace in the wicket at the moment. It does look as though, I don't know, maybe if the bowlers start tiring a little later, there's runs there, but at the moment the bowling's very accurate indeed.
It's probably the start that you'd expect from Bailey and Williams. They have been their usual accurate self. That's Bailey to Weatherly. It goes to Mitchell, I think, at first slip. It's the end of the over. It's just a 1-run conceded off it. Bailey's 5th over. We've had 9 of the Hampshire first innings. Oh, he's edged it, sorry. Weatherly just got the little edge on that bounce in front of Mitchell at first slip. It's 12 for 1, 9 overs gone.
Another email here from Stephen Swain, solentcricket@gmail.com. Again, saying that slowly with our northern listeners in mind, with my accent. And I won't keep saying that. That'll be the last time I say that. 12 for 1 as Gubbins pushes forward, well forward, to Will Williams. Now, about Phil Fennerty, those of you that have been listening from the start, Phil emailed a little earlier and was talking about staying at home because his teenage son was doing A-levels and what have you. So Stephen Swain, with that in mind, is saying, it was great to hear from Phil. Hope he is keeping well. His nickname was Man with Playfair, as we would all ask him about that player's highest score, best bowling, etc. But that was some 30 years ago. As Williams comes in, Gubbins again just playing quietly out on the offside. Sadly, we have lost touch. Can you pass on my email to him or say that I'm still on the same email? Thanks for your help, says Stephen Swain. Stephen, I'll make a mental note of this, and maybe later on tonight or something like that, when we're away from the cricket, I will actually just pass your email on to make sure. So thank you for that. 12 for 1. As the temperature remains high, muggy.
It is.
Beautiful. Beautiful to be sitting outside as Gubbins pushes forward. He's going roughly down the hill towards the pavilion, although it's not quite timed. And that'll be just a single. That's fielded by George Balderson. And Hampshire move on quietly to 13 for 1.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned yesterday because the forecast did have kind of thunderstorms at the back kind of later on this afternoon, but that seems to have eased that suggestion of thunderstorms. It did absolutely wallop it down yesterday. I came here last night. I got here about 7:30 just to check a few things out at the ground, and it was bouncing it down quite a
wow.
Lots of thunder and quite a few cracks of lightning as well.
You just never know, though, were you looking at the outfield?
No.
Outside the off stump again, good carry to Salt.
I came here on Tuesday actually, and it was, I think Tony Elwood, the chairman, mentioned this to us both, didn't they? Actually, a couple of days ago, it was even browner than what it is now. Yeah, it's pretty parched, isn't it?
It's the brownest outfield I've seen this season.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know about you, but certainly me. So 11 to Weatherly, who's had a very painful blow already on his fractured hand, but he's soldiering on, although he wouldn't know it actually. He's just carried on the normal outside the off stump again and left alone. Matthew Ellis has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning. Is it bittersweet having a player like Jimmy Anderson in the squad, considering how often he is unavailable for Lancashire due to England call-ups? Thought Dawson deserved a call-up when Leach was ruled out, but not complaining that he's available for Hampshire. Great commentary, says Matt. Well, Anderson's probably played more for you guys this season, isn't he?
He's played 4 of the first round of 5 games, and he actually played something similar last year as well. They've had quite a bit of him at the start of each season for the last couple of years.
Williams in again, and wickets wrapped on the inside leg. And appeal for an LBW. That looked quite high. We are sort of deep mid-wicket as we look. I think we can certainly tell the height from here. It looks high, 13 for 1 end of the over.
But I understand the point that's being made. He's obviously not going to play 14 championship matches. In fact, I don't think he'll play again in the championship for Lancashire. It's pretty unlikely. So I get that point that of 14 championship matches, you might get him if you for 4 of them. So I suppose it's a little bit. You know, you want to produce players. I mean, Anderson's an exception clearly, but you want to. The idea is you want to produce players to be in your first team and go on and have really good careers, don't you? That's just a spin-off of producing successful players, I think, isn't it?
It's also like having an overseas player come in for about a month or something for the championship, isn't it?
True. Yeah,
most people would have that.
Yeah. Bailey into Gubbins. left and taken by Salt, and there's no run.
Quite a few counties, I think, would take that, wouldn't they?
I reckon so, yeah. If you offered pretty much every county in the country, do you want Jimmy for 4 games of the season? I think you'll probably find they'd say, yeah.
I think I, for one, as a Hampshire supporter, obviously, I'm glad not to see Jimmy Anderson today.
Well, isn't that very selfish?
Yes.
Bailey to Gubbins. Yeah, again off the front foot, pushing Gubbins. Ball snakes away past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Phil Salt, and there's no run. 13 for 1. It is a really testing bit with this, isn't it? Bailey and Williams, kind of the accuracy that these two bowl out, consistently hitting. Really good line and length, and just challenging the top of off stump. Yeah. Ball just moving away a little bit, just doing enough, and if you put it there enough times, and you do it consistently, you're probably going to get a result for it and find your rewards for it. Straighter ball to Gubbins, who just nudges it away off the hip, out towards mid-on where Will Williams fields, and there's no run.
I think we've only had one out-and-out half volley, haven't we? A straight drive from Joe Weatherly, literally in about the first or second over, and that's about it.
Yep. Yeah, 40 minutes of play this morning, just 13 runs on the board, and a wicket of Fletcher Middleton. There'll be much there for the opening batters to work with. Gubbins waits for Bailey. Bouncing his way back in again, bowling to Gubbins. Shuffles onto the back foot, allows that one to go through to the keeper, and again there's no run. Mitchell at first slip, Rob Jones at second slip, and Tom Hartley at third slip. George Bell at gully. George Balderson at point. Captain Dane Velas is at mid-off, Will Williams at mid-on. Josh Bohannon is at deep backward square leg, and Jack Blatherwick is at fine leg.
Is that Matt Parkinson just walking around in front of us?
It is. Bailey bowls to Gubbins, tries to work the ball away towards the leg side, just deflects off the thigh pad, end of the over, 13 for 1.
I suppose in any ordinary year he would have expected to play here, wouldn't he?
He would, yeah. He played the first game of the season against Surrey at Emirates Old Trafford, and I think he took 5 wickets in the match. Maybe 6, but certainly got a 5 for, and then there's not played since. Played a little bit of T20 cricket, but again he's not played in the last couple of T20 games for Lancashire. Oh, it comes back into Gubbins. And has him bent over double for a moment or two. The ball deflects away into the offside. No run, end of the over, 13 for 1. With Gubbins on 2 and Weatherly on 11.
Yeah, runs certainly at a premium here at the moment. Another email from Alex Hode, who calls himself a random cricket fan. Alex, you're not a random cricket fan. You are a man of Kent. And I spoke to you on Friday night down at the T20 there, and he has done a bit of commentary for the BBC Kent, and he's done a bit of ground announcing at the ground there. So you're not a random cricket fan, Alex, so you haven't pulled the wool over anybody's eyes with that one. Here comes Will Williams. Bowls to Weatherly. Forward, prodding out square on the offside. He says, do you have enough oil in your BBC Radio Sonant car as you went from Canterbury on Friday to Worcester for yesterday morning and here to Southport in 24 hours? Well, somebody else has been putting the oil in, so I hope they've put enough in. All in the midst of a heat wave, he says. Different class, worth the licence fee alone. That's very kind of you. I love reading out emails where somebody says that whatever they're paying for the licence fee is enough. We love those sort of emails.
Well, you've certainly clocked the miles up, haven't you?
Yeah, the last few days, you know. Williams bowls another good length ball, yet another one, which Weatherly has to quietly push away on the offside. Loving those trains that are literally at the far end of the ground, just behind a green railing and a sort of a low sort of line of hedging. Right to left, that one's going through. So that's right to left. That's going to where? Where would that be? This is going to test you, isn't it?
I think that don't know. I think the other I think left to right is Liverpool direction. I think.
Right, so that's going, yeah.
I think that's
same way that Will Williams is bowling, basically.
Yeah.
To Weatherly, there's a wide half volley, and Weatherly dispatches that through extra cover. A very, very rare half volley indeed. Probably only the second one that I've noted this morning. And Hampshire move on to 17 and Weatherly on to 15.
Yeah, he played it well, didn't he? I mean, there's been so few scoring shots there, really. He's just got that one a little bit wrong and made the absolute most of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going kind of as we look. So as Williams is running in the direction of Will Williams, I think that's heading towards Liverpool.
Okay. Comes in and bowls to Weatherly. Playing, was he wrapped on the pad coming forward there? I thought he edged it initially, but he was forward. That's a big shout.
So the other direction was trains must be kind of going to kind of Preston, I would think. Preston way.
Okay. Are they running along the line of the coast though? Because we're just in from the coast, aren't we?
Again, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm testing you. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm certain that we'll get information from people that know these things better than we do.
Yeah.
People
So
listening.
yeah, email suncricket@gmail.com or Scott Reed's Twitter.
Oh, at BBC Lancs Cricket.
Oh right, there you are. At Solent Sport, if you want to do it that way as well from a Hampshire point of view. But then again, Hampshire fans may not know the answer to that. That's pushed out back to the bowler by Weatherly. Just that one wicket then. Fletcher Middleton caught behind off Williams for no score. That was after 20 minutes of play, so almost half an hour ago. Weatherly's batted 41 balls for his 15. Gubbins 21 balls for his 2. It's been that hard work out there for the batters. There's another Lancashire player walks around with his high-vis jacket on in front of us. That's just played back to Williams and there's no run. Who's that?
That's Jack Morley.
Jack Morley.
He got wickets here last year in the game against Somerset. He got a fifer on the final day.
Okay.
Almost won Lancashire the match. Just couldn't quite pull Somerset out of the game away. Turned a little bit for more beautifully. Got 5 wickets, but so going back to the conversation we're having at the start, weren't we, about the team selections and how the two teams have seen it differently. When you picked Morley and Parkinson in their squad, Lancashire, I thought one of them would play. But one of those two would play as well as Hartley. See it differently as Bailey bowls again. It's driven square of the wicket. Actually, it's a little bit more straight than what I thought. It's out towards cover in the end. It's along the ground. It's Villas, the captain, that catches up with the ball. The score moves on to 19 for 1.
It's just nice, gentle breeze there a moment ago. That was beautiful.
Yeah,
we're sat back on 2 benches like we've got not a care in the world.
No. Well, I don't think I have at the minute. I don't think I've got a single care at the moment.
No?
No.
It's all very easy, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Might not sound that way, but it feels all easy.
Bailey to Gubbins. And his runs here, just off the front foot, just turns the ball away to backward, square leg. Darts through for a quick single. Score ticks along to 20 for 1. Gubbins now moves up to 5. Brings Weatherly back on strike. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment for Hampshire, so the field all changes. With Weatherly back on strike. Still got 3 slips in the gully and point. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg. And fine leg. Bailey to Williams, just eases onto the front foot and defends. Drops the ball away to the leg side. And there's no run. 20 for 1. So we've had about 50 minutes of play on the opening day. Wicket of Fletcher Middleton. Weatherly's on 15. And he waits for Bailey. Sets off again and bowls. That's edged and taken by Bell. It's a terrific catch by George Bell at gully. It was dropping on Bell. It was low down, barely kind of ankle height. And Bell got down beautifully to take the catch. Hands underneath the ball. Weatherly departs. And Hampshire lose their second wicket. 20 for 2, and Bell takes a really good catch for Lancashire.
Yeah, certainly was. Just wondering there's maybe a little bit of frustration. Weatherly just pushed at that one a little, didn't he? Which meant the ball was just in the air a little bit more than it should have been. And that's probably the result of the pressure that the Lancashire bowlers have put on the batters for the first 50 minutes. Not very many scoring opportunities, and then sometimes when you think that ball is just sort of in an area where you might be able to pick up some runs, you just push at it perhaps a little bit more than you should. And a very good catch. Weatherly might be thinking he's a little unlucky, but even so, I think you've got to give credit there to Tom Bailey. He's worked hard for that wicket.
He has. I think that's reward for a really good opening spell by both Williams and Bailey. But Williams having picked up the wicket of Fletcher Middleton, now Bailey gets his reward. So just that nagging line and length, isn't it? There's so little option there for the two batters, and when you perhaps see something that might bring you a scoring shot, maybe just forced it a little bit to drive the ball away. Good catch by Bell, away to his right-hand side. Because it was falling, it was barely ankle height by the time it got to Bell. Yeah, sharp catch.
Was.
Good reward for Bailey.
It's a proper gully fielder's catch, that, isn't he? I guess he fields there quite a bit, I don't know, but that is, you know, gully's a fairly specialist position. You know, most positions are, but certainly behind the wicket are. And that is a proper gully catch, that.
I suppose with him being a wicket keeper, that position at gully, you're saying that type of catch, low down to his right. 5 slips in place. This is left alone. As Bailey bowls to Vince and through to the keeper, no run. Very
much the man of the moment, James Vince. He's top run scorer in the country at T20 at the moment. Absolutely batting brilliant, although he was at first ball against Kent in the last game, and in fact he could have been run out without facing, but he's still the highest run scorer, ahead of Wayne Madsen, I know has done well in the North Group, and he's top run scorer for Hampshire in the Championship, 477 at 79. He's having a very good season with the bat.
Class act, isn't he? Bailey to Vince, shuffles onto the back foot, almost toying with the ball a little bit there. He looked like he might play, and then whips the bat away. And taken by Phil Salt. That's the end of the 13th over. It's Bailey's 7th over. 1 for 13 from 7 overs for Tom Bailey. And Hampshire are 20 for 2.
Yeah, terrific spell. That's how I remember Tom Bailey whenever Hampshire played against Lancashire. Good pace, hits the deck, a little bit of seam movement, but always nagging accuracy, and a reward there in the shape of Joe Weatherly in that over. Probably feels he, on another day, would have picked up 2 or 3 by now, but that's the way the game goes at times. It's very apt, actually, because we had an email from Richard O'Brien, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says, could you tell me why James Vince is not in the England team? Could he play the Zach Crawley roles? And do you know if the England selectors have spoken to him or have asked him to open for Hampshire? Says Richard. That was, I think, in the past. I think I remember 2 or 3 seasons ago, where James Vince did open for Hampshire, and it was sort of as a result that England sort of thought that they might be able to use him there, so he went up to open. But then they went on to another theory and other players, and sort of things have changed back again. Who have we got here? Balderson?
Yep.
That's a bit more right-arm pace, as that's played just to the right, or the left of mid-on, who's Will Williams, and they'll come through for a quick single to Nick Gubbins, takes him on to 5, and it's 21 for 2. He's on to 6. Scoreboard has just flicked over at the far end of the ground. So yeah, I think unfortunately now, you know, James Vince is a sort of an age 32 or so, where they're not sort of starting to look at other sort of players coming through. I think, although he was still involved in the winter in white ball cricket, so he's not out of the frame totally. He's far too good a player at white ball cricket, I can assure you. As he's off the back foot, pushes that into the covers, as obviously the fact that he's top T20 run scorer at the moment would suggest. But red ball, of course, is a very, very different, and it's quite interesting actually. When he walked out to bat, they reinforced the slip cordon for Vince, obviously feeling that this is a sort of wicket which might just accentuate the fact that he has got a reputation for edging a lot of the drives that he plays. You just hope that he hasn't played a few cover drives before he's done that. And then suddenly finds himself on 60 or 70. That's played into the ground, fielded in the gully.
Is he still captain of the T20 team as well?
Yes,
yeah.
Captain of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's virtually Mr. Hampshire at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Feels like he's been that way for a while, though.
He has, yeah. Captain, I think, since 2017,
okay.
16, somewhere around there.
That's quite a long spell, isn't it? That?
It is, yeah.
Would be one of the longest spells, I would think,
yeah.
in the
I think
County
you're right.
Championship.
Captain of the Southern Brave in the 100 is Alderson. Vince works that up to mid-on. Villas.
Someone like maybe... I mean, Villas did it for 4 years. I know he's captain again today, but it's because Keaton Jennings is injured. Villas stood down in the winter with his captaincy, but he had 4 years of it with Lancashire. I wonder whether Vince might be one of, if not the longest serving captain. Maybe Rory Burns at Surrey, perhaps, has done it longer than Vince.
Rory Burns.
Sorry, yeah.
Not the poet. That's pushed up towards.
What did I say?
Robbie Burns.
Did I? Rory Burns.
Was he poet, Robbie Burns? He's something to do with Scotland, isn't he?
Robbie, yeah,
Burns Night.
Yeah, it is. That is. Yeah. Maybe Rory Burns.
Yeah. I know he's played like Robbie Burns at times.
Mulaney at Notts. He's done it for a while.
He has.
Vince might be one of the longest serving skippers.
Oh, we got an answer to the train conundrum.
Oh, I knew we'd get one.
Oh yeah. Balderson comes in the game. And Vince is forward, and that's played late, and it's gone through gully area, or just to the right of gully. It's running up towards the scoreboard at the far end. And Vince will pick up 2. I was looking for 3. I'm not sure there really was 3. 23 for 2 then, Hampshire at the end of that over. Sandra Finnegan. Thank you very much, Sandra. solandcricket@gmail.com. She says, hi guys, trains going from your left to right, so left to right, that was the way Balderson was bowling, and Will Williams, is Southport 1 stop to the end of the line. No trains to Preston from Southport.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh God, sounds like somebody that uses trains quite a lot. I'll buy you a drink at lunch. Oh, Sandy Beach at ground at Southport.
Right. Okay.
Sandra's going to buy us a drink at lunch. Sandra, you come say hello. We'd definitely love to meet you if you're going to do that. Sandy Beach at ground at Southport.
Sandy. Oh, maybe referring to the outfit looking like a bit of a.
Oh yes, yes.
As Bailey continues his opening spell from the Harrow drive end, left by Gubbins through to Salt, no run.
It's a guy with a couple of beers walking this way. No, he's going past. He was walking right to us.
It's not even midday.
Believe me, I wasn't really going to have one, but I just thought he looks like he's going to drop one on the couple on the table.
At least wait until after lunch.
I will. But you guys said you had a beer here last time, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, Anthony Gibson was here for covering Somerset. He had a pint of cider or something like that. I think it was another baking hot day. It really was. Left by Gubbins, taken again by Salt, no run. 23 for 2. We've had pretty much an hour's play, haven't we? We're almost at midday on this Sunday afternoon. First day of this county championship fixture. Back at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We're actually in Birkdale, Southport. Half a mile or so down the road. 23 for 2. There's Bailey. Over the wicket, balls left by Gubbins. Salt takes it, just moving a pace to his right. Maybe just coming back in that delivery from Tom Bailey. Again, there is no run. Williams' opening spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7 for Will Williams from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. He's been replaced by Balderson. Jack Blatherwick. Expect to replace Bailey at some point. This is Tom Bailey's 8th over. And again, left by Gubbins through to Salt, no run.
You're a very popular man here. Somebody else is waving to you. That's been the regular theme, isn't it, since you arrived on the ground? People coming up to talk to you, wave to you.
I think it's more you.
No, it's not that, because they said to me, they got my attention, and then they pointed to you. So they obviously wanted me to nudge you.
Bailey sets off again. 23 for 2. Hidden balls. Gubbins off the front foot this time. It's pushed away along the ground through the covers. And there is a slight incline up towards the scoreboard. The outfield just curves up a little bit. It's a little bit of a hill. Ball running up there. Score moves on to 25 for 2. Gubbins comes back for a second. He's on to 8.
It's a nice place to play club cricket, isn't it, really? Just surrounds, nice houses. Lots of green hedging as well. A couple of trees.
They're 2 big trees, those, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know what type of trees they are. Bailey to Gubbins. It's come around the wicket to Gubbins this time. Just trying to force the ball off the back foot. Straight to Bohannon at point. It's the end of the over. 25 for 2. And that's the 15th over bowled inside the first hour of play this morning. 25 for 2.
Well, I mentioned James Vince's stats as the train goes. Or which way is that, left or right? I'll look at the email to see where that's going. Sandra, hang on. I think she said which direction that was going. I've forgotten already.
Yeah, I've forgotten as well, actually.
Left to right, heading for Liverpool.
Liverpool. Oh, I was right then. Oh, okay.
Right to left is Southport, one stop. Yeah, there we go. What have we got? They're taking the players off the field.
I think we're having a drink.
Oh, we're having drinks. I was thinking half the players are walking towards the pavilion. I thought, what's going on here? And they're just walking towards some drinks. So 25 for 2 at the end of the first hour's play here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And, well, that's, in a way, tells its own story. Runs have been hard to come by. It's been some very, very accurate bowling. And the 2 players out after 20 minutes. Fletcher Middleton caught behind off Will Williams for no score. That was 10 for 1. And then after 50 minutes of play, Joe Weatherly, well caught by George Bell in the gully, off Tom Bailey for 15. That was 20 for 2. Yeah, Nick Gubbins has come into this game 9 innings, 342 runs, averaging 42. Just to balance out the stats that I mentioned to James Vince.
Yeah, it's plenty of runs out in the middle there for Hampshire at the moment, then.
It's hard going, isn't it, really? And it's been mainly the bowling, which has been top class, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I think Lancashire should be really pleased with how they bowled this in this first hour. Been very little on offer for the batters. Bailey and Williams have bowled that beautiful opening spell. There's a little bit of pressure on the change bowlers. We'll be seeing Blatherwick at some stage. Not bowled too much this summer. First championship match of the season for Jack Blatherwick. Played the last couple of T20 games. Drinks have been taken. 25 for 2. Jack Morley's out there as a 12th man for a little while. Not quite sure who went off. It may have been Bohannon. But Morley's at mid-on as 12th man. It's turned away through the onside by Vince.
Got another email here from Peter Chapman, solentcricket@gmail.com, says it's inexplicable, it seems, that Vince is not in the England T20 squad. Peter's in Penzance in Cornwall. That's a bit of a trip from here. Just looking up, actually, his last T20 international was against the West Indies in Barbados back in January 2022. It's Balderson again bowls. Gubbins leaves that one alone outside off stump. Just came back a fraction as well as it went through to keeper Phil Salt. So just going back to our original conversation, really, at the start of the day about reading of this wicket. Hampshire have 3 spinners in their side for this game. Mason Crane has kept his place, so has Liam Dawson, but Felix Organ, the off-spinner, has come into the side. Out goes John Turner, the pace bowler, and Ian Holland, the all-rounder. Alderson comes in again, and Gubbins flicks it away, but straight to mid-on. It's fielded by Will Williams. A few Hampshire supporters in the enclosure just to our left. A regular band of travelling supporters that go to just about every game.
Nice one to mark down in your diary as a fixture to go to, isn't it? A little trip to Southport for a few days.
Because it is a nice spot, isn't it? So I remember here 10 years ago, it was very nice. And I also remember Balderson comes in. Gubbins gets an inside edge onto the pad. He was trying to flick that through, or push that through extra cover. Stephen Gerrard used to own a restaurant near here, and I got taken to it.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Right.
Yeah.
And was it nice?
It was very lovely. Now, I don't know if he still has, and I can't remember the name of it. But Hampshire's then president, the late Wilfred Weld, whose family still has, or used to own land here. That's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, he sadly passed away, Wilfred, between 10 years ago and now. But he was up here with his wife Sally, and they were in the hospitality, and they just came up to me at the end of one of the days and said, "We're going out to eat tonight. Would you like to join us? We're going to try Stephen Gerrard's restaurant," which apparently is in the locality somewhere, or was. And yeah, and it turns out that obviously he has, and his family still have a lot of land around Lulworth Cove down in Dorset. A lot of people might remember that, outside the off stump and left alone. 26 for 2. And apparently they used to own, or do own, land up this way as well. And funny enough, my sat-nav from the hotel to here this morning took me down Weld Road and Lulworth Drive on the way to the ground. So, you know, they're named after their family and sort of things like that, with the connection. Yeah, quite interesting. Well, I thought it was interesting anyway.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's 10 years ago you went out to Stephen Gerrard's restaurant.
Yeah.
Was it Italian food? Or
yeah, well, I think it might have been. I can't remember a lot. SonanCricket@gmail.com or at Scott or at BBC Lancs
Cricket, yeah.
Or at Sonan Sport. If somebody remembers what the hotel, the restaurant is, and whether he still has it or he has an interest in it or something, I don't know. Yeah. But usually these things, 10 years, that is a long time, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a period in Lancashire didn't come here actually. There was a gap between Hampshire playing here in a fixture, and then there was 2 or 3 years I think they didn't come back to Southport and Birkdale. A little period where they had a slight issue with the pitch. I think the second team game here was called off at some point, but you know, have a full-time groundsman, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and they've got a really good pitch here now, and obviously a good setup. So yeah, more of a regular fixture on the list for Lancashire. Here's this bowling change from the Harrod drive end. Bailey's opening spell comes to an end. 8 overs, 1 for 15, and Jack Blatherwick replaces him. That's nudged away by James Vince towards the leg side, picked up by Will Williams, and there's no run. 26 for 2. So a chance back in the whites for Jack Blatherwick. Be his first county championship match for a little while. I don't think he played a championship game last season. Played in the Royal London One Day Cup. Performed well in the last couple of weeks in the Blast. Balls to Vince. It's driven, but doesn't quite time it. Ball just bounces out to backward point where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. He's got 3 slips in place. Salt the keeper, and then to his right at first slip is Darryl Mitchell. And then it's Rob Jones, and then it's Tom Hartley to complete the 3 slips, with Bell at gully and Bohannon at backward point. Balderson's at fine leg, Williams at mid-wicket, Bailey at mid-on, and Villas at mid-off. Right back into the crease this time, does Vince. Defends it off the upper part of the bat, maybe just a little extra bounce there. It's probably a fraction quicker as well, Blatherwick to Bailey. Defended away into the offside, no run. 26 for 2. Vince has a little look down the pitch actually. Just have popped a little bit more than he was expecting that delivery. It hit the bat a bit firmer than the previous ones from Bailey. Turned up to mid-on this time by Vince. And there's no run.
That's quite a strong boy, isn't he, Blatherwick?
Yeah, yeah.
Coming in there, trying to hit the deck.
Yeah, chances are been a little few and far between, really, for Jack Blatherwick. But I mentioned an hour ago the choices that Lancashire have got in their bowling department. Pretty tough to get into the team. And again to Vince. Play with a straight bat, pushed away back down the pitch and fields off his own bowling. No run. Solid start by Jack Blatherwick. Vince has a little walk away towards square leg and then settles back into his crease. Breeze just fluttering in towards the leaves of the trees on the far side. It's a gentle breeze across the ground. Gets that turned away to the leg side by Vince, but straight to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over, and Blatherwick starts with a maiden. 26 for 2. We've had 17 overs.
And I've just been sent a message actually to say that the Southern Vipers, the women's regional team down south, have retained the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the final from yesterday in Worcester, which was held over because of a heavy storm last night, and they have beaten the previously unbeaten the Blaze. In fact, the Blaze have been unbeaten this season in both the Rachel Hayhoe and in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but it's the Vipers that have retained their trophy from last year. In fact, they've won that by 7 wickets. My computer's just clicked over. It was ahead. It was behind the message. New over from Balderson. That's flicked away by Gubbins up a slight hill, but it's 4 runs down towards square leg. I said up a hill and then down, but anyway, you know what I mean. And 30 for 2, the score remains. The Blaze made 114 for 8. There was only 9 and a bit overs overnight, so the Blaze kind of limped on to 114 for 8. The Southern Vipers finished on 118 for 3, and the opening pair of Maya Boucher and Danny Wyatt once more giving the Vipers a perfect start, as they did yesterday in the semi-final against Thunder. As that's just short, an edge just short of third slip. They put on over 100 against Thunder yesterday, and this time they put on 61 in the first 6 and a bit overs. Gave the Vipers once more a good start, and in the end they romped home in the 15th over. So well done to the Southern Vipers, and they've retained a trophy. That's the first trophy down south of the season. One of many, I'm sure there'll be. As Balderson aside the orders, I'll stop there. The end of season dinner at the Aegeus Bowl was fun, because it was nice, because one trophy the Vipers had, one trophy Hampshire had, and that was kind of nice. And it was it was a Southern Vipers and Hampshire end of season dinner, and it was a really lovely occasion. And for them both to be able to parade one trophy was perfect. Now, of course, the Vipers have done it again. It just leaves Hampshire to find a trophy, and it'll be equally as good a night, I'm sure. Come the end of September, beginning of October again, as Gubbins pushes forward to the medium pace of Balderson, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, we were talking a little bit, weren't we, before we came on air about that semi-final yesterday. Thunder, I think in really hot conditions. Was it a good idea? Everything's great in hindsight, but was it a good idea to hand Vipers first use of the pitch with the bat? I think when you've got Boucher and Wyatt as an opening pair, if they get away, then it's very hard indeed, and so it proved. That's pushed away through mid-wicket by Nick Gubbins. More runs for him. Has it gone all the way to the rope? It has. At the far end of the ground as we look. We're through extra cover for Gubbins at the moment. That was pushed through mid-wicket, and he moves on to 16, and it's 34 for 2. Nicely timed, that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Quick outfield, should get value for your runs. But as Kevin described, there's kind of a few undulations on the outfield. It's not flat outfield. There's little rises and falls and slight slope on one side. The end of the over as it's left alone by Gubbins. 34 for 2. At the end of the 18th over.
And just one more line on that, winning the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Of course, it's named after their head coach, Charlotte Edwards, the former England captain. So you've kind of got to win it.
Yeah, you haven't.
You have to.
Yeah, you've got to win it every year.
Yes.
The trophy's named after your head coach.
But well done to the Thunder. I mean, I have to say, they surprised everybody, didn't they, by getting through as one of the 3 teams to qualify for yesterday's final. And I think that in itself, without sounding condescending, and it doesn't mean to be, that I think that was a fantastic effort from them to get through to, because beating the Northern Diamonds in the last group game, where everybody had the Northern Diamonds down as one of the favourites.
He's back the wicket to Vince. He's defended to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Beat them in the last group game was a fantastic effort. I think you were commentating on it, wasn't it? They
That's
had
right.
to.
Yep.
They had to also get the bonus point as well, which they did.
Yeah, that game was at Blackpool. It was a double header last week at Blackpool. Yeah, they had to beat the Diamonds inside 16 overs, or chase the target to win inside 16 overs. an end to the group campaign for Thunder.
Yeah.
It was a good day at Blackpool last week, actually. As Vince defends again from Blatherwick, and there's no run. With the Charlotte Edwards Cup fixture first, and then the T20 Blast game between Lancashire and Worcestershire. Butler did Blackpool. Butler got runs in Blackpool.
Butler did Blackpool.
I've been waiting for that all summer. The idea of Butler doing Blackpool. The Blackpool Tourism Board should have been more of that. Prospect of Joss Butler coming to Stanley Park, but that was good. It's a good day in Blackpool. It's Blatherwick to the Hampshire skipper, James Vince. He just goes back and then pulls his bat inside the line. Taken by Salt, and there's no run. 34 for 2.
Oh, it's that cool breeze again.
It's just nice, that.
Somebody walked into that hospitality tent just next to us with a portable fan.
Ooh. Well, you are in Birkdale. You get it's quite fancy in Birkdale. Everyone has portable fans in Birkdale. There's Blatherwick in and balls to Vince. Vince will push it away towards the onside. He'll roll the wrist, snapping it out towards mid-wicket and shuffling through for a single. The score moves on to 35 for 2. And James Vince moves on to 4.
Very watchful from James Vince so far.
It is, yeah.
Email from Nicholas Rogers here, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, it sounds like Bazball hasn't come here to Championship cricket. Well, he isn't. I think the general consensus here, whoever's read the wicket right or not with the spinners, the first thing is very important, isn't it?
Gubbins waits for Blatherwick. Goes back and doesn't offer a shot. Just hopping up onto his toes and allowing it to go through to the keeper. No run. Yeah. I think that's the reflection of how Hampshire, I think, have started with the bat here. It's been, I mean, Lancashire have bowled well, but there's been no risks taken by any of the batters. First innings score, first innings runs. Crucial. Hampshire would have, as Kevin mentioned before, would have batted first had they won the toss anyway. Blatherwick to Gubbins down the leg side. Taken by Phil Salt. And it's the end of the over. 35 for 2. So Weatherly on 15 and Middleton on 0, the 2 wickets to fall. Weatherly caught by Bell at Gully off the bowling of Bailey. And Fletcher Middleton edge behind to the keeper, Phil Salt, off Will Williams for 0. So Gubbins on 16 and Vince on 4. And Hampshire 35 for 2.
Andy Girling has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. You can join in. Enjoying the cricket from Thailand. That says Andy. It's tea time there at the moment. My question is, was Tom Hartley worth a go at test level with the injury to Jack Leach? Balderson comes in. He's got really time to think about that one as Vince drives back past the diving bowler, and a straight drive there from James Vince brings him a boundary and takes the total on to 39. I'm just hesitating. Yep, it's just moved over now, and Vince has doubled his score on to 8.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Yep.
Beautiful straight drive by Vince. Making the most of a rare scoring shot in this first hour and 20 minutes.
Comes in again. Balderson and bowls. Again, it's full. It's whipped through mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4. That'll hit the picket fence just to our right, just in front of the hospitality area here, which is right next door to us. 2 boundaries in 2 balls, 12 to Vince and 43 for 2. So Tom Hartley.
Well, he's a very fine player, Tom Hartley, but I think that would be a bit of a step up, wouldn't it, for Hartley? He's only a fledgling career. He's not, in terms of offering something with the ball, he's perhaps in the team as much for his batting at the minute for Lancashire. That's a shirt who would have been on the short list of options for England at the minute.
Comes in again. It gets a length ball, just works that in into the gap on the leg side, and he moves on to 13. Flurry of runs. compared to what we've seen so far in this over. 44 for 2.
He's certainly a very, very good player, and I think will have a fantastic career. He's a fine, fine batter, very good fielder, and is developing and improving his left-arm spin through the course of the last couple of years as well. But I think you're probably more likely to have made a case for Liam Dawson to have been in that Test squad, not Tom Hartley, in truth.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. One or two Hampshire supporters have mentioned that to me as Balderson comes in, gets wrapped on the pad as that's gone down the behind square on the leg side. Did he get any side edge onto that? No, it looks like, I think that's Rob Bailey at this end, the umpire.
Is, yeah.
Signalling lead bias to the scorers. He almost looked like he looked around, couldn't remember who the scorers were. 44 for 2. Yeah, I have to say that out of the names were mentioned, it seemed like Dawson didn't really get a case from anybody, or not much support. It was sort of Moeen. I mean, I think I saw a tweet the other day saying that one of the reasons that Moeen retired was that his record bowling-wise was pretty average. I don't know if that's true or not. Vince drives, takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes up to mid-off.
He's got an outstanding record at Test level.
Oh, was he bowling? Oh, right, that's fair enough.
I think there's only Swan taken more. Swan and Underwood, I think, have taken more wickets for England. And I think I might have got that wrong.
No, you're right. I think I've probably just gone down a route that I probably shouldn't have done. But
he's got like 200 Test wickets or something.
I think maybe the more of the argument was, well, if the guy's retired and didn't want to play, then
right,
you know why do that? But yeah, that's probably what I really meant, if I'm honest. Vince works that away down towards fine leg, and that'll be another single to him. 14 and 46 for 2 is the total.
Well, it's an interesting conversation, isn't it? Because as soon as he's no balled it. It's a no ball. As soon as Leach got injured, you're kind of thinking, well, who are England's spinning options to replace him? There wasn't like an obvious kind of candidate that jumps out at you. Will Jacks made his debut for England, didn't he, during the course of the winter?
Yeah.
Young spinner at Leicestershire playing as well.
Rian Ahmed, is it? Gubbins forward to Balderson. Ball trickles up to mid-on.
But there's no obvious candidate, I don't think, is there? Unless I'm overlooking something.
No, I think you're right. No, I mean, for me, and I'm trying not to be too biased, but Dawson, the way he's bowled recently, is certainly, for me, certainly worth more than the mentions that he got. I thought there should have been a bigger case built for him, but his name was mentioned. That was about it.
Yeah. Well, he'd have been right up there with my list of options.
Yeah. Interesting email from Stuart Gaskill, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, watching on the YouTube and really enjoying the commentary. I noticed earlier that Scott pronounced Stephen Mullaney as Mullaney. Oh, that's right. I think that's what everybody does, don't they? I've not heard anybody else say it any different.
Here's Blatherwick to Vince. It's left and taken by Salt, who skips away to his right, and there's no run.
Stuart says, I played cricket with Stephen's dad, Andy, who sadly passed away at the end of last year. We always pronounced his name as Mullaney. I would be curious if, with Stephen being from Lee, what he prefers. Oh, right. Because he's from these parts. He was originally here, wasn't he?
That's right, yeah.
I think I've heard everybody say Mullaney.
Yeah, I've commentated with Stephen quite a few times, because called him Mullaney. But
Dave Bracegirdle, the BBC Notts commentator, said Mullaney for, well, he says it so many times it gets boring.
Blatherwick to Vince, that's turned him round. That's a good ball. Slips like that too. Mitchell is applauding at first slip. Full Salt, the keeper, as well.
Maybe we've all got it wrong.
Maybe we have.
For so long.
Maybe Stephen's got it wrong himself.
Well, or he doesn't bother correcting anybody.
Probably, yeah. It's more like it. He's pretty chilled out, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, he's a bit like that. 48 for 2. Vince on 14 and Gubbins on 16. There's Jack Blatherwick, little shuffle at the top of his mark. Strong lad. He's bouncing his way in and bowls again to Vince, who leaves it. Again taken by Salt. There's no run. Mitchell at first slip. He's had a really encouraging start to his time here with Lancashire. He'll be with the club until the end of the blast. Daryl Mitchell has looked a class above at times, certainly in the Championship with the bat.
Was he at Sussex last year for a little while?
Ooh, I don't know.
I think he got some runs against us, actually.
Vince defends. Just drops into the offside, bounces away towards Josh Barden at point, and there's no run.
Seems to ring a bell.
Okay.
Let me have a look. I'll look that up.
48 for 2. So with 3 slips in place.
I could be wrong.
Well, it's difficult to keep across sometimes, isn't it? Because the players kind of dip in and dip out of so many teams, and little short spells here and there. It's quite hard to keep across it all. Left again by Vince. And through to Salt.
And also, if I remember rightly last season, I think especially in the T20, Sussex had all sorts of players coming in and out, all over the place, and even some players they signed not coming, and one or two were signed for about 1-2 games, and it was ridiculous. So I'm going to double check that.
Yeah, they had a pretty young team, didn't they? Certainly in the one-day competitions.
Yeah.
Sussex last year. Quite a young, inexperienced side. Well, Vince off the back foot, flirting away with that delivery from Blatherwick, who peels away with his right hand on his head. Bowling a nice probing line here, Blatherwick. Good start for Jack Blatherwick. 48 for 2. It's the end of the over. 21 overs gone. Vince on 14 and Gubbins on 16. We've got about half an hour left of the morning session.
This might take me a few minutes just to find it because the internet's a little slow, but I will find it. I probably got this wrong, but somebody scored some runs against us for Sussex, and if it wasn't Darryl Mitchell, it was some other New Zealander. I can't remember. We got Will Williams back.
We have, yeah. There's a short little spell, that wasn't it, from Balderson. 3 overs from Balderson, but yeah, Williams having bowled 6 overs, 1 for 7 from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. He returns.
Do you remember where the trains go there, going that way?
Liverpool, I think.
Yes, we've forgotten already. It's played by Gubbins out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Right, let me try and find the game. That looks like it's going to be a bit easier. I've got to find Sussex against Hampshire in the T20 last season.
At your place? Or at
yes,
place?
it was. Yeah, it was one of those Saturday night games, and it rained a bit, and it went on quite late in the evening.
Right.
I've probably looked at this wrong way. Anyway, I'm going off in a couple of minutes, and I'll come back in a minute. I'll do it while I'm doing that. So Will Williams, whose first spell was 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Apologies if you already mentioned that earlier, Scott. And he just pulls out of his run-up as he was about to gather himself to bowl. Obviously not happy with something there. I'm scrolling through these games. I should have done it another way, I know. But if I go on another page, it might just take a little while. Oh, we'll have to, because I'm not going to find it. So 48 for 2 was a lovely blast of cooler air just wafts through our commentary position. We're outside of the Lawn Tennis Club here, or pavilion. Always playing forward at that one that's gone past the outside edge. And there's no run. Right, let's do another search.
Here, I've got it here.
Have you? Sussex, Hampshire.
Sussex, Hampshire.
Sorry, Hampshire, Sussex in the T20.
Oh, there's no. Hampshire won by 22 runs. Is that the game?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I only remember the ones we win. I've got a good memory. I can hold a lot of games in my head. Gubbins is on a fighting 16 as Williams comes in again and bowls, and outside of the off stump, and this time he's leaving that one alone.
No, it wasn't. No, Darryl Mitchell didn't play in that game.
No, he didn't. Who was the guy who got runs for Sussex?
He's a Seafert.
Oh, Seafert.
Seafert.
Yeah.
Got 100.
Oh, that's the New Zealander.
Yeah,
that's the one. Sorry, apologies for not. Right, I'll disappear for a couple of minutes, clear my head, and I'll be back.
It's a pretty dismal-looking Sussex card in that game at the Aegeus Bowl. It's 100 for Tim Seafert, and nobody else in double figures by the looks of it. Forward goes Gubbins, and pushing up towards mid-off where Villas fields, and there's no run. 48 for 2. So exactly half an hour left of the morning session. A little look around some of the other games as well. Oh, blimey, it's all unravelled pretty quickly in the test match between Australia and India. Last time I looked, India were 5 down, they're now 9 down, so Australia within a 1 wicket of victory at the Oval. There's Williams over the wicket bowls, Gubbins defence, and there's no runs. So India are 224 for 9. So Australia within 1 wicket of victory. India still the 222. 3 wickets for Scott Boland, and 3 for Nathan Lyon. 2 for Mitchell Stark, 1 for Pat Cummins. For Australia, Williams bowls again down the leg side to Gubbins, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. I reckon a maiden it is. So Williams returns and bowls a maiden over. 48 for 2 at the end of the over. Hampshire batting first. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex are 88 for 1. They're taking on Somerset. Sir Alistair Cook is 31 not out. Nick Brown the wicket to fall. Essex 89 for 1 against Somerset. Kent are 57 for 5 in their match against Surrey, with Sean Abbott picking up 3 wickets and Jordan Clark taking 2. So Kent 57 for 5 as Blatherwick continues, bowls a short ball to Vince, bends his knees and gets underneath it and through to the keeper, no run. And Warwickshire have lost their first wicket. They're taking on Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire 53 for 1 against Notts. And in Division 2, it's a bit lively at Chesterfield, where Derbyshire are 76 for 8 against Yorkshire. Glamorgan 80 for 1 at Durham. Sussex 56 for 3 against Worcestershire, and Gloucestershire 38 without loss against Leicestershire. Blatherwick to Vince, leaves it again. Taken by Salt, and there's no run.
Good carry, isn't it? Salt's taking that about stomach height, almost chest height there, off a length. That's great carry. Got an answer about Stephen Gerrard's restaurant.
Okay.
We were talking earlier from Glenn Walworth. Thank you, Glenn. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says he's enjoying the coverage. Come back to it.
Blatherwick's at the top of his mark. Vince just settling into the crease. 3 slips crouched down, hands on knees. Watching Blatherwick bowl to Vince, who leaves, taken by Salt, skipping a pace or 2 to his right, and again there's no run.
Glenn says the restaurant in Southport that Stephen Gerrard had an interest in with Paul Adams was the Warehouse. That's right, I remember now, Warehouse. And that was in West Street, which closed in 2015.
Oh, right.
Paul Adams still owns the luxurious Vincent Hotel in Southport. That's on Lord Street. And P.S. Why does the live stream say live from Emirates Old Trafford in the top left-hand corner? Where's your man?
Colin.
He's got, yeah, Colin. Where's Colin?
He's got a lot on us, Colin.
Oh, no, worry. Actually, to tell him might send him over the edge.
Blimey, he looks a bit stressed. Blatherwick balls to Vince. Pushes forward. The ball goes past the edge of the bat, through to Salt. No run.
Yeah, he was down in Worcester doing the live picture feed for the women's finals day yesterday, and travelled up, I guess, last night.
Oh, I think half the team are still down there. The Badger and Coombs, behind Lancs TV. I think there's half the gang are still down there.
Right. Colin's here. Drier than when I last saw him.
Was he a bit wet?
Well, he got wet with the storm.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, last night in Worcester.
That would have improved his mood, wouldn't it? His Blatherwick balls to Vince against left, through to the keeper, no run.
Are you going to tell him about that logo, or am I?
I'll leave that to you. you can do that. Maybe it should be Emirates Southport instead of Emirates Old Trafford. Yeah. 48 for 2. No, I'm not going to tell him about that logo. No, keep that between me and you.
And everybody else that's listening or watching.
Yes. Blatherwick to the Hampshire captain, Vince, who's off the back foot and dabs the ball away into the offside, bounces it up towards Bohannon at point, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's a good start, this, by Blatherwick.
Yeah.
So he's not bowled much county championship Not played much in the county championship for, actually since he's been with Lancashire in truth. But he's made a really nice solid start here. 4 overs, only considered 1 run.
Hang on, Colin's here. I'm just going to tell him.
For 2.
Hang on.
Watch. Oh, he's always coming. See, I told you I'd be in trouble.
That the logo on your live picture thing has Emirates Old Trafford.
Yes, so
He knows it. He does know. He knew it, did he? Right.
I've rebranded Southport's grounds.
I told you, it was Southport Emirates. I'm telling you, it's what it would be.
Unbeknownst to Southport, they're now sponsored by Emirates.
Will Williams bowls to Gubbins, who again is well forward, pushes out into the other. You've just sorted out some sponsorship for the club here, have you?
I don't know. I haven't signed anything, so I don't know. Yes, I'm aware. I just haven't got round to it yet.
He hasn't. Yeah.
It will change at some point today.
Anybody would have thought you were at Worcester yesterday and didn't have time.
Don't tell the boss.
Well, he's taken it better than we thought he would.
He has. He's come over with a smile. I was slightly worried at first. I don't like it when he comes and sits next to me. I feel very, very uncomfortable.
Here's Williams, and Gubbins is leaving that one alone. Late decision from him, and Will Williams on his follow-through just has his hands on his head. That ball just nipped back a fraction as well. Score remains on 48 for 2.
You can ask him about our monitors as well now, or not? They're in Worcester.
He promised us one about an hour ago.
They're in Worcester still.
Stranger's finished in West They'll be up in about 6 hours.
They'll be up before tea.
You know the game's over there, so they could have de-rigged by now.
Hopefully they have.
Oh dear.
Ooh, that was a relief.
It was.
That's again, Gubbins is leaving that one alone. His moves improved from before the game,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
And to be fair, he works hard and he's brilliant. He's a really good guy, and he's another one that I look forward to coming up and working with.
Do you?
Yeah, no, I have done in the past. At Liverpool was great, wasn't it? I enjoyed that 2 years ago when there was a lot on that game, wasn't it, for
Yeah,
both
it's a
sides,
great
last game of the
match, wasn't it?
season,
Yeah,
and he was fabulous as well. So
That was a really good game of cricket, wasn't it?
wasn't it
that game?
just? Lancashire winning that right at the very end. Close game, but it wasn't very about 1 wicket. I think he won it by.
Yeah.
As Gubbins pushes forward to Williams, because I know Hampshire had 2 balls at Matt Parkinson and needed 1 wicket to win the championship,
Yeah.
and actually
Yeah, it was.
didn't. So
Yeah.
Matt Parkinson. Oh no, so it would have been a draw, wouldn't it? Of course, would it? Oh no, he scored
No,
runs. Dane Velas
yeah,
swept.
Velas-
Oh, I remember your commentary.
Velas hit the running runs, yeah. But you're right, because had Hampshire won the match, they're champions.
Yes,
Lancashire had to win the match to stay in it,
yes,
and in the end, Warwickshire go and win it.
yeah. That's right. Because you were top, weren't you, at that
Yeah,
point,
that's
waiting
right.
for what was happening with Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Here comes Will Williams. Gubbins forward. Again, it's a good length ball, straight, and it's pushed out square on the offside. Yeah, terrific. Yeah, you guys for a while, for overnight, I think were champions for a while, and then
Yeah.
Warwickshire kind of did what they did.
Well, Somerset kind of collapsed a bit, didn't they, I think? Yeah.
And I think we ended up 3rd or 4th or something in the end, or something stupid.
Yeah, these two teams have, I mean, Hampshire and Lancs have been pushing, haven't they, for the last couple of years?
Yeah.
Been right up there challenging for all 3 competitions.
Which is why, and I know there are always mitigating factors where it's very surprising that you guys are where you are, because still looking for your first win as Williams comes in again, and again that's outside the off stump. I mean, it's just good probing stuff here. They're keeping the Hampshire batters under pressure the whole time. And what have we had? Nearly an hour and 40 minutes, and you can count the half volleys on less than one hand. I think there's been 1 short ball the rest of the time. It's all been in the right areas or there or thereabouts, and Hampshire batters have had to work very hard here.
But they'll be hoping that kind of the hard work is rewarded a little bit later on in the day, and perhaps even into tomorrow if this first innings is still going. Kind of not quite sticking in there. It's not that type of thing, is it? It's not survival at the minute, but I think it's with the idea of being more long term.
Yes.
It might get a little easier as the day goes on and the ball becomes older and the bowlers get a little bit tired. Here's Blatherwick to Vince. It's flicked away off the hip down towards fine leg for 1 run. 49-4-2.
Yeah, you do get the feeling that you know, Hampshire are up for this in terms of they realise that it's very important to get a decent score here. History here, not just with Hampshire, although it was 10 years ago, but generally suggests that the side with the best score in the first innings is in a good position. It's just whether what happens later on with Hampshire playing 3 spinners and Lancashire 1, who's actually, when the game starts to get really interesting, who's actually made the right call.
49 for 2. Gubbins back on strike. Jack Blatherwick just in conversation there with a couple of his senior bowlers, Williams and Bailey, at mid-off and mid-on. Blatherwick comes over the wicket and bowls, but down the leg side to Gubbins. Taken by Salt. Has the gloves on for Lancashire, his first championship match of the season. Really missed the first month or so with away at the IPL.
I don't think he'd be batting like this.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's very much batting for the team, isn't it? Very much batting for the situation and for the game. Blatherwick to Gubbins. Oh, he's appealing for LBW there. Oh, he's given it. Well, it took an age. It felt like it took an age before the umpire raised his finger. Gubbins has to go. Blatherwick was crouching down, pleading, arms outstretched towards umpire Malander. And Gubbins has to turn and go. He doesn't like it. Blatherwick celebrates his first wicket of the match. 3 down now, 49 for 3. Gubbins has gone LBW. The bowling of Jack Blatherwick. He was pleading for it and pleading for it, arms outstretched. And eventually the umpire gave him what he wanted. 49 for 3.
Well, I've had a watch of it on the live picture feed, and I'm not sure I've had a great view of that, but my first impressions is that's pitched outside leg stump. And I think Gubbins thinks the same.
Yeah, I'm going to try and just wind that back on the stream and see if we can have another look at it. I've only seen it once, but I can barely see the screen.
Well, that's
because of the sunlight.
Yeah, that's why I'm sort of not going overboard with that, because maybe a better picture, or if we saw it more clearly, would give a better view. But that was my first impression.
Yeah, it took a while, didn't it? It wasn't like an instant. That's absolutely out. It took a little bit of a while. Gubbins didn't like it. I think Vince was massively keen at the other end, neither.
No. I mean, you know, we are used to players not being particularly happy with decisions, not showing it too much, although Gubbins did stay there for quite a while, but generally the players are pretty good, even if they think that it's a bit of a harsh decision. But just looking at Gubbins, I'm not sure he thinks that's a great decision, but anyway.
49 for 3. And Blatherwick's in, and bowls to Ben Brown, the new batter. Taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
I haven't seen Ben Brown for a while, I suppose, with all these T20 games that have been going on.
Exactly, yeah. There's quite a few guys on both teams like that, aren't there, I suppose, that you think, oh, blimey, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I've had a few weeks playing second-team cricket, whatever it might be.
Right, you bump into him on the ground and say, oh, I haven't seen you for a while.
Brown, tap of the bat, waits for Blatherwick. That's left. It's a good stop by Salt, actually. Seemed to go low to the keeper. Went to his right to take it in front of first slip. It felt like it was kind of almost at about knee height away to his right-hand side.
Just had a message from a friend of mine, Chris, who says that is a shocking decision and it pitched well outside leg stump. But great to hear the great commentary. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't sound as though that's particularly good.
Yeah, those watching probably got a better view than what we have. Just seeing it back on the little laptop screen, but we've got the sunlight on it. It's difficult to tell, certainly. That's late cut by Ben Brown. It's a fullish ball out just outside off stump, and he sliced it down through the gully region for 4 runs. That's the end of the over. It's going to bring up the 50, that, for Hampshire. 53 for 3. Brown off the mark, just opened up the face of the bat, steered it along the ground through backward point for 4 runs. It's the end of Blatherwick's fifth over. First boundary he's conceded. Nice looking shot by Brown for 4 runs.
I think we'd love to hear some Lancashire fans on the view of that Gubbins dismissal. I'd love to hear your views. silentcricket@gmail.com on the emails, or at BBC Lancs Cricket on the tweets at Silent Sport. What did you think to that? I think we've already got an idea about one or two of the Hampshire fans. Here's Will Williams from the Grosvenor Road end. Vince gets a length ball, which he watchfully plays that out on the offside. It's been a very watchful innings from James Vince so far, 15 to him.
Yeah. Especially with that fall of the wicket for Nick Gubbins, I think that kind of watchful start from Vince is only going to continue, really, certainly up until lunch. 15 minutes left of the session.
Yeah, I'm going to watch this again actually, as Will Williams walks back to his mark. Oh, it's not the long ball. Oh well, hey ho. As Williams comes in again, right arm over and bowls, and Vince just plays that into the ground very late. The ball just bobbles to short gully. 53 for 3, and we are an hour and 45 minutes into the morning session. Peter Andrew Chadwick has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says he was sat next to Luke Wells at the Champions League final last night.
Oh,
did anybody else recognise him? Well, that's the sort of thing he would have been at?
No.
No.
So this is a running theme we've had all through the summer, this.
Oh, is it?
People saying they've spotted Luke Wells in weird and wonderful places.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Williams? Vince pushes that, so it's all tongue-in-cheek stuff.
Yes. We had him in the he was in the Grand Canyon at one stage, paragliding at one stage. He was, where else was he? Yeah, he was doing something else that was a bit random. So no, I don't think. But we've had some good fun with it.
Yeah.
In fact, we got Luke up on commentary in the last match
really?
to talk about it. He's got kind of a couple of fan clubs that are on Twitter.
Oh, I
Luke
see.
Wells Appreciation Fan Club.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of all spot from there.
Williams, Vince leaves alone. Where did it all start?
Well, someone got in contact with. He does have these fans. So he's got like a fans group that follow him that clearly love Luke, and why wouldn't you? And it kind of all started from there. Someone emailed into the commentary team at Essex saying, "I saw Luke Wells in a jacuzzi in Clitheroe or something like that," and it was just bizarre sightings of Luke Wells in random places that were all made up, but they were quite good fun. There were some funny ones along the way.
Okay. Williams, Vince again happy to leave that one alone outside off stump. Ian East at Silent Sport says that is a shocking decision from a professional umpire. Be fuming if I got that on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I've seen it back on the replay again. I slowed it down. It does look good.
Does it not look good?
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, John Ryan's just tweeted as well at Silent Sport. Neil Mallender just gave one of the worst umpires decisions I've seen. Yeah, well, as I say, I try not to sound biased sometimes, and it's easy to be, but it sounds like that. It doesn't look a great one. It's quietly played on the offside by James Vince, quite deliberately as well. 53 for 3, and we are 10 minutes away from lunch. I can smell lunch around.
Okay. What in the?
Well, just
in the
generally,
marquee?
Marquee. Yeah, that looks. Well, they'll have a nice lunch.
Oh, it'll be something fancy.
Yeah, got nice tables laid out with a tablecloth and the wines on the table.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, dear. Nicely chilled, I'm sure. Rosé, white, something like that. Depending what's on the menu, doesn't it, I suppose? Yeah.
Oh, well, you've got to get the wines matched.
Well, yeah, if you're going to go to a posh do like this, you've got to match your wines, haven't you?
So, if there was salmon on, then what wine would you prefer if the salmon was being served
something
up?
white, yeah, something crisp, something Italian and dry, something like that. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about?
You do.
Do I?
You had me convinced.
Did I? Yeah. All right.
If it was something like pheasant, what would you go for?
Oh, heck, I've never had pheasant.
Or have I?
It's a bit of a curveball. He's Blatherwick and balls to Brown. It's shoveled it off his hip out towards backward square leg, and gets through for a leg by. No bat on that. Just deflected off the hip.
Roast beef?
Well, that's got to be red on it with that, I think.
What sort of red?
French, Bordeaux.
Right, I was thinking grape.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Don't know. You can tell this is not our area of expertise,
No, it's
is it?
not. No. I was hoping you'd sort of come out with some fantastic selections, but
no, I was just trying to blag it. I was. making up as I went along. 54 for 3. Blatherwick to Vince. It's down the leg side and through to Salt. But the experts will be in the corporate tent. They'll have it all worked.
Oh,
they'll have it all perfectly matched. What wine goes with what main course?
I'm just trying to see. There's a couple of bottles of wine on that table that I can see. It's a little bit too far away for me to read the label or even see what sort of wine it is. Well, I guess because it's outside of a bucket, it's got to be red.
Yes.
Otherwise, it has to be in the bucket.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. 54 for 3. Vince on strike, waiting for Blatherwick. Just run it down to third man. Just beats Bell, who's at gully. Bohannon does catch up with the ball. And Vince gets through for a single. He moves on to 16. The score ticks along to 55 for 3.
Peter Moore Lane has tweeted at Solent Sport, and of course we're both BBC professionals, and in the interests of balance, it's only fair that I read this out. He says that was the plumbest LBW, outer than the outest thing ever in history. So there's your balance. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, going to get both sides on.
Yeah, we have.
Blatherwick to Brown. Oh, I mean that pops. Bounce and carry through to Salt as well. Just dropped his hands. Brown played it well. Sharp ball from Blatherwick. Nice little spell this from Blatherwick from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, running in hard. Bowling a feisty spell. Bowling well. Nice to see him in the team, actually. Good guy, Jack Blatherwick, and you good people to do well and to wait for his time. Behind Anderson and Mahmood and Wood at the start of the season, but trying to make the most of his opportunity here today. Brown settles back into his crease. 3 slips behind him. 57 for 3. Blatherwick is in again. To Brown, that's defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Duncan Holding has emailed. I just want to get through a couple of these before we get to lunch. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, greetings, chaps. Regarding first innings scores at Southport and Birkdale, I was here in 1982. Who could ever forget the 523 for 4 that Warwickshire made? And in 82, Calicheron and Humpage both got double hundreds. Lancashire won by 10 wickets, Fowler century in both innings. Nice. That's Duncan, who's a Warwickshire and Dennis Amis fan, he says. And he's in Southport.
Blatherwick to Brown. Find a gap through the offside, just runs off the face of the bat. Picked up by Bohannon at point, and there's no run.
Kenny Gibson has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of Gubbins. That was an absolute shocking decision, similar to the one that he was sawn off with at Chelmsford last season. I remember that one as well. That wasn't great. Poor old left-handers, they always get a raw deal. I would have averaged 40 in first-class cricket.
Final ball of the over for Blatherwick. He's into to Brown, that's left, and taken by Phil Salt, and that completes Blatherwick's 6th over. 1 for 8 his figures. 57 for 3 at Hampshire. We've got 6 minutes to go before lunch, so certainly time for one more and probably 2 more overs.
Yeah, not a bad session for Lancashire, really. They've worked hard for those 3 wickets, probably been given 1, but even so, if Hampshire don't start or don't end the session particularly well, or don't start the afternoon session well, then they really are struggling. So this game very much in the balance at the moment. Chris Tregoning has tweeted at Solent Sport. Afternoon to you, Chris. He says, slow but steady start from Hampshire on a pitch that looked good for the seamers. Fingers crossed that Vincey has called it right for the spin, and Gubbins has been unlucky with some decisions this season. He has, yeah, he's been 1 or 2. Vince last year had 1 or 2 iffy ones as well. But that LBW one has to be the worst so far. I think the general consensus is that is not been a particularly good decision. Will Williams, to continue from the Grosvenor Road end. Some emails have just dropped, in fact a few. So the internet's a bit in and out here, isn't it? So apologies if I haven't got around to 1 or 2, although these look like they've just dropped in the last few minutes. Tom Keener, who emailed earlier, solentcricket@gmail.com, he says, a tough one for Gubbins. I'm behind the keeper and it looked like it pitched outside leg. Glenn Walworth has emailed about the train issue. There's no issue with the trains. We're just trying to work it outside the off stump and that's left alone.
We're on strike again.
Yeah. He says left to right, So that's the way that Will Williams is bowling.
Right,
yeah.
Liverpool, isn't it? That?
Left to right is the Southport to Liverpool line.
Oh,
yeah.
Good,
and
good.
right to left is the Liverpool to Southport. Yeah. There are numerous stops along the way, and the ground is situated between Birkdale and Hillside stations. I'm glad the live from Emirates Old Trafford logo is to be removed later. Clearly an issue for him. Yes. Outside the off stump, and Vince leaves alone. Just watch the cricket. Don't look at the top left-hand corner or right-hand corner, wherever it is. Did you know that Keith Barker has played for Bootle Cricket Club in the same Premier Division of the ECB Liverpool and District Cricket Competition that the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club play in? Carl Greenwich sub-proed for Southport and Birkdale a while back, scored no runs and took no wickets. Carl Greenwich, son of Gordon Greenwich. I think he had a little spell at Surrey, Carl Greenwich, if I remember rightly, a little while back. So thank you for that, Glenn. Clearly knows his trains. There's Williams bowls again. It's outside off stump and left alone. Philip Bennett on the LBW decision at solentcricket at gmail.com. He says, as a Lancastrian in exile in Penzance, even from this far away, that pitched outside leg, but I'll take it. And Roger Han is also on the subject of the dismissal, as Will Williams just doing his laces up. He says, watching the live stream from home in Botley, that's just outside Southampton, and have to say shocking decision. Not only pitched well outside leg stump, but also impact looked to be outside leg. I have to say on the screen, it looked both, you're right. Enjoying the coverage though, Vince and Brown need to dig in, says Roger. As I say, I try not to be too biased, but yeah, you're right. It pitched outside leg and missed leg stump. Has he given that out? Grief. He's a nice guy, like Neil Manager. I used to play against him. Shocker of a decision, says Callum Loader. Here's Will Williams. Bowls. I don't think anybody here really cares. Inside edge onto the pad as the ball goes. I mean, I do, but obviously a lot of the home fans don't.
Well, in the interest of balance, this message says, bang in front. No problem with that dismissal. Says Michael Blatherwick, uncle of.
Is that right? Love it. Love it.
Well, your nephew's bowled really well, whether that was pitching outside leg or not. He's bowled a fine opening spell.
Love it. Yeah, another one here. That was out all day long. This is Pete, Andrew, Chadwick. I know we're having a bit of fun here, I know. I can tell. Dave Taylor, solentcricket@gmail.com. You're not missing any action, actually. It's taken a while to go back. It's almost like Lancashire want this to be the last over, because now we're going to have some fielding positions change. Great commentary. I'm stuck at home recuperating, says Dave, after a spell in hospital. Umpire Mallender is not known for his generous LBW decisions, particularly against Lancashire. Therefore, if he says it's out, it is out. Thank you, Dave. Nice perspective on this. How about a nice bottle of brown ale with that pheasant? Works for me, says Dave Burke.
Oh, right. Okay. Not sure about that.
Here comes Will Williams. Says a man who knows his ales. That's pushed out square on the offside. Talking about Keith Barker, he's just walking past. Actually, he obviously knows somebody in the crowd around to our left, because he walked there a little while ago. Alex Hode, I think, might be on the BBC live text feed, which you can get on the BBC website. Yeah.
Alex and Gary on duty today.
Oh, that's right. I'm pitching Sunday lunch with James and Reed to the BBC bosses. Send you around Europe, Sample and Plonk. Actually, I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
And the game during the off-season, and chuck it on BBC Two.
Love that.
Podcast in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Alex, please.
Yeah, please.
Put that one. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I quite enjoy that. Yeah. I think we'd be all right, wouldn't we?
I think we'd
get on all right, wouldn't we?
I say it myself. I think we'd be good. Here's Williams. Oh, Williams is bold. He's bold. He's bold, Vince. Just got through the gate by the looks of it. I'd have to look there on the replay, but this last over has just taken a while. And Vince pushing forward, seeing the ball go past his defences, and he's gone for a hard-worked 16. And that is the 4th wicket down, and that might even be lunch.
I think it will be. That's a really big wicket for Lancashire. Blimey, that is a really big wicket. Right on the stroke of lunch. Final ball of the over, that. That's a really good ball from Will Williams. Vince has gone for 15, a patient knock, 49 deliveries for his 15 runs. That's a really important, potentially important breakthrough for Lancashire. To have got the 4th wicket in that morning session, having won the toss and electing to have a bowl first, but not just a 4th wicket, as that came back in a mile watching back on the replay.
Wow.
But the wicket of Vince, the fact that it's Vince in particular, represents, I think, a very, very good morning session in the end, that for Lancashire, to have Hampshire 4 down and to have got rid of Vince right on the stroke of lunch, and that came back in some considerable distance from Will Williams.
He's obviously bowled him out rather than Vince making a mistake. Well done to him. Can I just quickly mention this tweet before we go? Peter Moore Lane at Silent Sport says, re-LBW decisions. The ball doesn't have to be hit in the middle of middle stump to be out. No, Peter, but it has to be hitting a stump somewhere along the line for it to be out. Let's be honest.
Players are heading off for lunch. We'll do something similar here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, where Hampshire at lunch on the first day are 57 for 4. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes. Well, welcome back from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for the start of the afternoon session on the first day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Lancashire and Hampshire. Day 1. And Hampshire are 4 down at lunch, 57 for 4. Resuming after the lunch break. And a big wicket, Kevin, just before lunch, the final ball of the morning session. Vince out with an absolutely terrific piece of bowling from Will Williams that came back quite sharply into Vince's off stump.
Yeah, we saw some really terrific bowling all round actually from Lancashire. Really kept the pressure on for those 2 hours, and a lot of good balls bowled, and that was actually probably the best.
Yeah, it was a beauty, wasn't it? It was. There's been certainly plenty of talk about the LBW dismissal of Nick Gubbins, but nothing more that Nick Gubbins can do about it. Didn't look like a great decision, so he might have got a rough one there. And then in and around all that particular dismissal, there has been some very fine bowling by Lancashire, set up by this man, Tom Bailey, and backed up by Will Williams and Jack Blatherwick through the course of that morning session. Bailey will get us underway after lunch. He's got Brown on strike, and it's left alone and through to the keeper. And there is no run, so 57 for 4. Afternoon session. We've had 28 overs this morning, so a little bit behind, but not by much. In terms of the overs bowled through the course of this opening day, still warm. It's nice and pleasant. A bit kind of the beating sun has disappeared. There's Brown again pushes forward through to Salton. There's no run. We've got slightly hazy conditions, bit of cloud cover above us, but it's quite nice and warm, nice and pleasant. Little gentle breeze around the ground as well, and the ground looks good. Plenty of people inside watching this game. Plenty of people in the hospitality tent. It's quiet there now. It's because they're all enjoying an extended lunch break with their pheasant and red wine. Here's Bailey in and bowls. And Brown pushing forward. Ball goes past the edge of the bat and through to Salton. There's no run. Yeah, it's
a beautiful ground and a good crowd, isn't it? It's at least 2 or 3 deep all the way round, and more in some places. Now, there's not a big sort of area between either the wall or the railings at the far end and the actual rope, but as I say, 2 or 3 deep in most of the areas and a little bit more. So it's a good feel, isn't it? It's been a nice feel.
It has, yeah. Comfortably a couple of thousand inside the ground watching the game. Last season, the match between Lancashire and Somerset here, with Bailey bowling to Brown. That's run down to 5th slip. Bell that fields is no run. It was sold out. The first 2 days were sold out. People actually were turned away on the gate for the first day of the match. It was a sellout, and they couldn't get any more inside the ground. There's a few certainly room for more today. I'm sure that will build through the course of the day and into tomorrow and Tuesday as well. Bailey to Brown, just jabs the ball off the front foot, pushed up towards cover where Blatherwick fields, and there's no run. 57 for 4. So Bailey's got 5 slips. He's got Mitchell, Jones, Hartley, Bell and Bohannon, the 5 slip fielders, with Villas the captain just backward a point. Blatherwick's at mid-off. It's Balderson at fine leg, and Williams at mid-on. Bailey to Brown. That's turned out towards the leg side. Pick up and throw. Oh, and I think Brown's struggling with a direct hit from Will Williams. I think the ball in the end bounced over the top of the stumps as Williams tried to throw it towards the bowler's end, trying to run Ben Brown out. Well, he does get through for a single, and he keeps the strike as well. Moves on to 5. It's the end of the first over after lunch. 58 for 4.
Well, that didn't look the best run. Both the batters having a chat now. I'm not surprised. Several of you emailed during the luncheon interview, interval. So I'll get through them as quickly as possible. John Wilson, solentcricket@gmail.com is what we're using for this game. We're also on the Twitter as well. Hi everyone, and thanks for the great commentary, says John. An umpire has to concentrate every second of the game. A morning session that lasts 2 hours is 7,200 seconds. Wow. So if an umpire makes a possible mistake for 1 second, i.e. Gubbins, please don't be too harsh on him. He's got 7,199 seconds correct.
It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, well, that's no. I'm trying to sort of work that out. Here's Williams, and that's flicked away by Brown to backward a square leg. Can't take a single because that's actually quite well fielded there in front of the umpire. Lancashire TV was playing in statico mode first thing this morning, so I couldn't quite catch what you said about the inclusion of spin bowlers in the Lancashire squad compared to the number actually who played, and what is the difference? There you go, Scott, that's one for you.
Well, Hampshire reckon it might spin a bit and Lancashire don't.
3 to 1 basically, the number of spinners in each side, the ratio. Brown leaves that alone. That's cut back as well. That looks like a similar ball that Vince got, but that was a bit straighter to Vince.
Yeah, it's just Tom Hartley is kind of the front line. Well, the only spinner really. I mean, if Luke Wells would have been fit to play, he would bring you a leg spinning option. But yeah, basically just gone with Hartley and Hampshire with Dawson and Organ and Crane. So 3 to 1, as Kevin said. The reading of the pitch from both sides.
Comes in again, down the leg side this time, well taken by Salt. This email from Michael Bird, again came in during the lunch break, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon guys, from another exiled Lancastrian, in my case on the edge of Dartmoor, where there have been no reported sightings of Luke Wells. Continuing that theme, which is a familiar theme for Lancashire listeners and watchers. I would like to assure Kevin that the absence of the sea at Southport has been well known and mocked for many years. Williams comes in, left to right as we look, tries to cut that one, keeps a little low, goes through to Salt. As a child, back when the earth was flat, I was a fan of the Goon Show on Steam Radio. I'll never forget an episode in which Neddy Seagoon, lost in the Sahara Desert, meets Henry Crun and Minnie Bannister coming the other way. This bedraggled couple had been on a day trip to Southport and set out for the sea, determined not to return home until they had had a paddle. Come back to this in a moment. That's obviously suggesting that it is a long way out to the sea as Williams bowls. Inside edge by Brown as the ball works its way down to fine leg. 59 for 4. Also enjoying seeing so many faces in the Lancashire side that we haven't seen for a bit, and the fact that we're slightly ahead at lunch. Definitely got that bit right as well. Yeah, so yeah, just to go back to that point, And Scott obviously knows very well that the sea at Southport is a long way away from the actual sort of area that you consider the coast to start. And, yeah, when I was driving to the ground this morning, just over the sea wall, there was a, I don't know what you'd call it, just a long area of grassy sort of an area. And then the sea was out in the distance, but obviously it looks like the sea could come up very close. That's an inside edge from Dawson. He's off the mark. That's gone down to fine leg. That's 60 for 4. Batting looks particularly difficult at the moment, although it's not been easy at any stage in the game at the moment. Lancashire bowling well. Benjamin Thorne, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi team, enjoying the commentary as always. Why do we keep having to play against Lancashire on the cow fields? Wow, that's from a Hampshire fan. Surely Hampshire must be one of their biggest games of the season, says Ben. I suppose you can still be a big game, but not actually play at Old Trafford.
Yeah, that's quite nice to get out and about, isn't it? And Lancashire have got 2 championship matches at outgrounds this season. They're at Blackpool for 4 days against Essex next month. But yeah, the last, I mentioned the last fixture between these two sides, with it being a Lancashire home game, was at Liverpool. Hampshire have been here prior to that, 10 years ago. I don't know whether it's a conscious thing, a deliberate thing, or just the way it's fought. This is Dawson on strike as Bailey comes into ball. That's defended, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I mean, yeah, we're not behind the arm, which doesn't help, but I think everything else about this ground is lovely. We're enjoying it. I mean, yeah, I don't think I'd want to be here when it starts getting cold.
No.
It's fine because we're actually outside, so I suppose there is a provision for us to go inside if we have to. But
it wouldn't be much fun in the rain, would it? I don't think.
No, I don't think we want to be out here then. But it's lovely.
Bailey to Dawson. Plays forward and defends, no run.
But it's Southport on the whole is a beautiful spot, and the ground reflects that. And it's a good crowd. It's a lovely atmosphere. It's very friendly. I'm not sure there's much more you could want. I mean, yeah, I suppose you want Hampshire to do a bit better if you're a Hampshire fan, but other than that, everything is lovely.
Dawson waits with 5 slips behind him as Bailey comes in and bowls, plays forward and defends again, and there's no run. Blatherwick fields it at extra cover. No trip to Liverpool this year for Lancashire, which is the venue when these two sides face each other a couple of years ago. Just Southport, Blackpool and Sebber are the outgrounds that Lancashire are using through the course of the season.
Why no Liverpool?
Don't know. No, I don't know. Bailey to Dawson, shuffles down the pitch and defends into the offside, no run. Actually, thinking about it, they kind of opened it to tender type thing. They opened up the process for other clubs to come to Lancashire and put their case forward for staging games. Obviously, competition's pretty tough, isn't it? Sebber wants some cricket, Blackpool likewise, this place, Liverpool. I don't think Liverpool went. I don't think they actually put someone forward to go and represent them. So and if I'm mistaken, then I'll apologise, but I think that was the way it worked out. Dawson defending again, there's no run. So basically Liverpool didn't kind of come forward. So Lancashire went with Southport and Blackpool and Sebber. I think that's how it all unfolded. But yeah, one-day game up at Sebber School in August in the one-day cup. In T20 match at Blackpool, and 4 days coming up at Blackpool as well. I quite like it. I think it's important. You know, it's a big region, and you try to get out and about and play the west coast of Lancashire, kind of Merseyside area here, and then Blackpool, and then to the north up at Sebber. It's good. Cricket is not just kind of centred around one ground, in my view anyway. It's Dawson, and easing the ball away towards backward point, where Villas fields, no run, end of the over, 60 for 4, and a maiden by Tom Bailey.
Well, they clearly embrace it here as well, isn't it? I mean, you've been to some outgrounds where you think, why are we really playing here? But when you look around, and they clearly make an effort, the club, there's no doubt about that. The hospitality I remember from 10 years ago was well stocked, and it's well stocked today as well. And good crowd, and just speaking to one or two of the officials that we did before the game, and they clearly love having Lancashire here. They clearly see this as a showpiece for their club, and they want to make a good impression, and they do make a good impression, and that's the way it should be. And so why wouldn't you play here? And yeah, the wicket's of a different nature to Old Trafford, but it's. I think if you speak to any of the players, I don't think they mind that too much, as long as they know what they're getting and it's not, you know, rubbish wicket.
Yeah.
Here's Will Williams, bowls and playing a miss in there. Brown. He's probably doing a bit more than Old Trafford, that's for sure. And maybe the Lancashire bowlers don't mind that either. As you were saying that, you know, they struggled to bowl sides out this year.
Yeah. I think it's applicable to Blackpool as well. I think Blackpool are really eager for Lancashire to go and play there. I think they were really pleased that they've taken T20 cricket this season and 4-day cricket to Blackpool. I know Sebba likewise.
That's supposed to be lovely, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's really nice.
Will Williams again to Brown. Brown again's playing a miss outside the off stump. I think he's played a miss more since lunch than he has actually connecting.
Yeah. It's been tricky all day, hasn't it, for batters? The bowlers have been terrific. Very rarely bowled a bad ball between all of them, actually. 4 bowlers used. Balderson to a lesser extent. The bulk of the work's been done by 3 of them. Williams, Bailey and Blatherwick. All have bowled really well.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, it's interesting figures at lunch, weren't they, really? Balderson 4 overs for none for 24 was the only one that really didn't make an impression, as that's a length ball which is played back to the bowler by Dawson. All the others tidy figures, which reflected the way they bowled and the way they caused the batters some problems. Carl Murray, silentcricket@gmail.com, has emailed. Several of you still sort of talking about the Nick Gubbins dismissal. You've taken the trouble to email in, so I shall definitely read it out. Good afternoon, says Carl. As a Lancashire member, I have to say that we got away with that one as far as the Nick Gubbins wicket is concerned. It's nice that at least it's an acknowledgement on both sides. As Williams comes in, I think he's playing inside the line there, Ben Brown. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. I've been listening throughout the morning, and although it may be a slow session, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. With regards to Hampshire being better placed after the first half a dozen championship games than Lancashire, I have to say that Hampshire do benefit from having very few international call-ups. Vince and Dawson's international days do appear to be near their end, and they have very few players in the IPL. Whereas Lancashire, over the course of the season, have Mahmood, Liam Livingston, occasionally Matt Parkinson and Richard Gleeson, Josh Butler, Luke Wood, Anderson and Phil Salt. So although Lancashire have the bigger squad, it's constantly being disrupted. I missed a ball there, apologies, I was reading a long email. It's gone back through to the keeper anyway. Andy Girling says that he's 6,000 miles away and he could see the ball was pitched outside leg stump to Nick Gubbins.
Oh dear.
On the subject of trains, says Ed Vokes, most of them carry on through Liverpool and are the same ones that go past the ground at Egbeth.
Oh, okay.
Here's Williams again, right arm over and bowls. Oh, he's played a miss in there, that's nipped back. That's cut him in half there. Is it me, or does the ball appear to be doing a little bit more than it did in the first hour or so? Well, certainly Williams has found a spot.
Yes, he has. Williams definitely did. I mean, that final ball before lunch that got Vince, if you've not watched it back, and the guys might actually replay it perhaps for you. It was a beauty that got Vince, that came back sharply. You know, that's come back in, that's gone past Brown's inside edge. Yeah, Williams has got the ball to do a little bit of something extra from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. 60 for 4. Dawson 1, Brown on 6. As Bailey's in, and that's pulled by Dawson through square leg as Bailey actually tumbles and hits the ground on his follow through. Dawson just pivots back and pulls it away, kind of hip height out towards deep square leg. Boundary for Dawson. He moves on to 5, and the score moves on to 64 for 4.
And if you're watching on the live picture feed, it's still showing in the top left-hand corner, live from Old Trafford. Clearly, Colin prioritised the hot pot at lunchtime over pulling the logo down.
There's Bailey into Dawson. He'll step down the pitch and pushes into the offside. No run.
Yeah, nice hot pot at lunch.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was lovely. Yeah.
It's a stereotypical dish when I suppose when you come up here. A couple of the Hampshire fans saying, "What did you have for lunch then?" When you walked over, I said, "Yes." They said, "Hot pot." I said, "Yeah." Yeah.
He can't come to Lancashire and not have a hot pot,
No.
can you? I suppose it's just kind of in the rules, I guess. Bailey to Dawson. He's trying to work it to the leg side. Just comes off at slight leading edge. Safely enough, it's bounced along the ground out towards back point where Jack Morley fields, and again there's no run. Dawson on 5. Score 64 for 4. But he's still got 5 slips in place. Mitchell, Jones, Hartley, Bell and Bohannon waiting to pounce on a Dawson edge. Not on this occasion because he's leaving it. Ball nips into the gloves of Full Salt, and again there's no run. Sun tries to burn through. Slightly hazy conditions. Baking hot when we first arrived at the ground. Kevin and I were here nice and early to rearrange the furniture outside our commentary position, and took a bit of a sweat. It was a hot morning in the sunshine.
It was.
Bit of cloud cover now, just taking away that hot weather. It's a nice shot by Dawson, just leans into it and rolls it away through mid-wicket. Williams is chasing after it. No, he's done well to get to the ball, flicks it back, and they've run 3 by the time that's all happened. Nice shot by Dawson, just a flick of the wrist, snapping it away to mid-wicket. Takes his total on to 8. Score moves on to 69 for 4.
Starting to come back into a bit of form, Liam Dawson. Struggled for runs a little bit early season. Currently averaging just 26 though.
Fifth slip's been relocated, so Bohannon was at a 5th slip. He's now going to mid-wicket, and 4th slip goes to gully, so there's 3 slips in the gully.
Yep.
Bailey to Dawson. Oh, that's off a top edge, and Bohannon takes the catch. Having gone just from 5th slip into that position at mid-wicket. That's whipped away by Brown, sorry, not Dawson, by Brown off the back foot. Takes a top edge, it loops up into the sky. Bohannon barely had to move. Takes a relatively routine catch. Ben Brown goes for 6. Hampshire lose their 5th wicket, 69 for 5. And he knew straight away, Brown, as soon as he hit it.
That short arm pulled shot that he plays, Hampshire fans will recognise that shot of Ben Brown. He sort of whips it away with a cross bat. I'm not sure he's sort of played that shot that well this season. It's a shot that gets him a lot of runs, and he does tend to pick the ball up very quickly when it's just short of a length, and that little short arm pull shot of his does bring him a lot of runs. But there's been occasions this year where it's got him into a little bit of trouble, and there's another one. And this wicket has got a little bit of an up and down nature about it, a little bit too paced. It's ever so subtle, but it is there at the moment, and he's just got that wrong, got that horribly wrong.
Yeah. It felt like a slightly unusual shot to play, but if you're saying, Kev, that's kind of a popular shot for him, that kind of little flick away off the hip, but it was almost like he almost didn't massively commit to it. He seemed a little bit kind of stuck between rock and a hard place, whether to go at it and commit to the shot, or either back and forward. It didn't seem right, the shot, for me, but it's in the end of Brown. His shoulders slumped straight away. You knew that that was his downfall. 69 for 5. New batter is Felix Organ. He's off the mark straight away, turning the ball behind square on the leg side for a single, and keeps the strike. It's the end of Bailey's over. 70 for 5. Dawson on 8 and Organ on 1.
Yeah, Felix Organ's returning to the side after missing the last couple of games. Basically was opening the batting with Fletcher Middleton, just really wasn't scoring any runs really. Top scorer 38 in his only innings against Northamptonshire at Northampton, and he was actually dropped 4 times in the slips, 3 of them by Gareth Berg, the former Hampshire player, would you believe. who felt like he was still on the payroll at Hampshire. That's it got to that really, but he was just struggling, and so he lost his place. But back in mainly because Hampshire have decided or think that this wicket is going to turn. So he's back in mainly because of that. I think he scored a few runs in the second team actually in the meantime, but was struggling horribly in the first team. He's facing Will Williams now. He just walks into that forward defensive as he goes out square on the leg side. He's a very busy player. He does work hard. He's very committed to what he does, and I think some people feel that actually he's probably better in the middle order, lower middle order. It probably suits his game a little better, and he has done that. He's been up and down the order for Hampshire numerous times, and was asked to open the batting. Has been doing it for a little while, but not really totally convincing. But he's got another chance here. Maybe not ideally conditions that he would like to say, well, I've got a good chance of getting runs, but he battles hard no matter what, pushes forward there. Williams threatens the throw as the ball comes back to him.
You feel like it's going to be a bit of a battle here, don't you, really? It's been a bit of a battle for the batters so far today.
It has, isn't it?
So if he's not shy of a bit of a scrap and likes to try and tough it out, then
yeah,
those qualities perhaps will be pretty useful.
Yeah, you've got to be very committed here, haven't you, really? If you're going to push forward, come forward and really sort of be determined about it. Don't just sort of come forward and play. Really, and he is like that. That's his game. 70 for 5 as Williams comes in and bowls length ball, which Morgan pushes into the ground. Bowled well, isn't he, Williams?
Yes, yeah. Two for 9.
Yeah, gosh, into his 13th. Terrific stuff from him.
He's been an excellent addition now for Lancashire since kind of the middle part of last season. Signed us a short-term deal to begin with, signed a two-match contract, and that was quickly turned into I think it was a 3-year contract they gave him in the end.
I'm surprised.
Just looked every part of kind of a good county bowler.
Probably just about being the pick, actually. It's forward there, doesn't really time it as it goes out to extra cover. Balderson Fields. Yeah, it's probably just marginally probably the best bowler for me. But Bailey would have something to say about that. Maybe Blatherwick as well. All got terrific figures so far.
Yeah, they've all three have contributed, haven't they? 3 of the 4 bowlers used, but those 3 done the bulk of the work so far.
They have knocked the top off the Hampshire innings as he comes in again and bowls to Organ. Organ gets wrapped to the pad, coming forward. That looks close. Not out, says the umpire. Well, even though we're at deep mid-wicket, that looked closer than Gubbins.
Yes, it did.
And, there's a couple, as I say, there's a few of the regular Hampshire travelling supporters just to our left and that. And as I walk past them to get some food and walk back, you can imagine what the topic was. The Gubbins dismissal. You have to be careful, of course. There's a few Lancashire fans in amongst them, so have to be a little bit careful. Morgan pushes forward, goes out square on the offside as he walked into that one as well. 70 for 5. 8 to Liam Dawson and 1 to Felix Organ. That 1 wicket that's fallen since lunch. Ben Brown for 6.
The Division 1 table, I've not looked at it for a few weeks because we've been playing T20 cricket, haven't we? But Surrey are top. We've already breached the 100-point barrier. 4 wins from 6 games. This is prior to this round of fixtures taking place. It doesn't include any current bonus points and such like. So Surrey are top, 4 wins from 6, 104 points. Warwickshire are second, 3 wins from 5, 79 points. Alongside Hampshire, 3 wins from 6, 79 points. So the back foot by Dawson, just drops it into the offside, takes his bottom hand off the bat and shuffles through for a single. Score moves on to 71 for 5. Then Nottinghamshire 68 points, 2 wins from 6. Somerset 67 points, 1 win from 6. Essex 60 points, 1 win from 6. Middlesex 2 wins from 6, 50 points. Lancashire without a win from 5, they've drawn all 5 games, 46 points in 8th. And then Kent 1 from 6, 43 points, and Northamptonshire 1 from 6, 38 points. Bailey to Felix Organ. Run off the face of the bat, angled away behind square on the offside for no run. So league table in Division 1. Surrey in a very healthy looking position with 4 wins from 6 matches. And the rest all bunched up really. Warwickshire, Hampshire, Notts, Somerset, Essex. Not a great deal between those sides. Barely 20 points the difference between those 5 teams. In Organ just trying to run it down to Gully, just stopped by Bohannon, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's still fairly early days. I mean, you guys have only played 5 out of... How many games are we playing these days? I've forgotten. 14. 14, of course. So it's still early days, isn't it?
Yeah, not quite at the heart. Some teams are just kind of reaching the halfway point in terms of games played in this round of fixtures. Lancashire have got this match against Hampshire, and then their next game against Surrey comes off the inner half of the bat from Organ. Deflects out front of square on the leg side for a single. 72 for 5. These county championship fixtures are scheduled in and around the T20 Blast. So back to the Blast after this round, and then back to the championship again.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Just to keep people happy that there's no championship cricket in June, and
then back to the Blast again after that, isn't it, for the potential quarter-finals?
Ridiculous. Just keep going. Just keep going with the T20.
Yeah.
Everybody's in that mode.
Yeah, it does feel a bit unusual, doesn't it? It was a bit awkward to kind of go back to 4-day cricket in the middle of that. And Dawson getting forward, defending, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects out towards mid-wicket. Bohannon fields, no run.
Trouble is, it's your members, really, isn't it? I mean, not your members, you know, in Lancashire, generally around the country, is that, you know, a lot of them don't like T20, let alone the 100. So they say, well, we're not watching any championship cricket for however long. OK, well, we'll just bung in a couple of championship games, keep you happy.
72 for 5. Bailey in and bowls. And Dawson off the back foot drops it into the offside, no run. If you want to give an opposite view to that, you can contact Kevin on Solent, what is it, cricket?
solentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah. That's where you'll find Kevin. He's open to all sorts of different ideas and theories and suggestions. 72 for 5 at the end of the over.
Quickly getting off that subject. Robert Acton has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of Jack Blatherwick. Hi, he says. Sat in the garden enjoying the sunshine and watching your excellent coverage. He's obviously watching via the live picture feed. Is it Jack Blatherwick with a K or Jack Blatherwick without one? Your bowler caption on screen shows Blatherwick without a K. It's not actually ours, so it's not mine anyway. But anyway, apparently it's got no K on that. That's, of course, apart from the logo that's still showing Old Trafford. There's a nice drive by Organ up to mid-off. Connie's having an average day, really, isn't he? Really? We'll mention it. He was all right when we talked to him earlier.
Yeah, he was.
About not having a screen yet and the logo.
Yeah.
But we'll add that on the list. That there's no K in Blatherwick on the screen. On a different note, with England persevering with Zach Crawley, who hasn't exactly set the world on fire for his country, it made me think back many years as Williams comes in and bowls to Organ, and Organ's pulling, missing. He's gone, caught behind. Phil Salt moving down the leg side. He's going for a pull shot there, Felix Organ. It's obviously just clipped the bat on its way through, and Organ goes for 2, and Hampshire have lost their 6th wicket. The score 72.
Yeah, Williams now 3 for 9 from 14 overs. Perhaps to further re-emphasise, it's been Williams the pick of the Lancashire bowlers today. Yeah, going for that shot. Didn't perhaps get up as much as he thought. Taken by Salt down the leg side. Organ has to depart for 2. Excellent day this is turning into be for the Lancashire bowler, the New Zealander William Williams. 3 for 9. And Salt with a catch down the leg side. I just wonder if that didn't quite get up as much as he was expecting. It may have come off the glove. He may have gloved it through to the keeper, perhaps. And Hampshire have lost a 6, 72 for 6.
Spinners might not even get a look in at this rate. Won't matter who's picked how many spinners and who hasn't. It's not going to happen. So need to find something from somewhere. Just going back to that email from Robert Acton. He says, going back many years, it brings me to the prodigious talent that was Frank Hayes, who hit 106 unbeaten on his Test debut, but only played in 9 tests. I also remember when Frank hit 34 off Malcolm Nash in 1 over against Glamorgan in '79. Well, obviously only 2 fewer than Gary Sobers. I wonder how Frank would have fared if he had been given more chances to flourish for England, says Rob, who's a retired Manchester exile living in Cromer. That's Norfolk, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that the one where the cliff's falling in?
Is it?
Yeah, hope your house isn't too close to the cliff.
Oh dear.
Otherwise you won't be living in Cromer for much longer. It's supposed to be in a very nice spot, to be fair, to be serious. It's supposed to be very nice, but yeah.
Bit treacherous.
I think it does suffer. I think a few of them down around there, don't they, suffer? Barker gets a short delivery. Now that's interesting. Now it's a no ball as well. I'll tell you why that's interesting. Because I think I've seen more this year short balls bowled at Keith Barker than ever.
Okay.
And Surrey did it in a game earlier in the season, and he still got 50 odd. And the theory was apparently, and I looked it up because it was mentioned during the game by somebody at Surrey, that Barker had scored a lot of runs against Surrey. And actually I looked it up, and he'd scored literally a half century in every game that he played against them for either Warwickshire or us, playing forward and missing outside the off stump. So Surrey decided to just bounce him, and they did a lot in this game at the Oval.
Okay.
And unfortunately during the game where he got actually 50, funny enough, or around there, another man who fractured a hand, he fractured both hands. And I saw him in the evening, and one of his hands, the back of his hand was up like a balloon, and the other hand, the knuckle was out twice the size or whatever. And he said to me, he said they had this theory that the only way that they could stop him scoring a half century was just bouncing. Obviously the word's around, and these analysts that they have now. And it's flicked away. I think it's come off the pad as it rolls down towards fine leg. 75 for 6. Let's see what umpire Rob Bailey signals. Oh, it's off the bat. A little bit of a bat onto the pad there.
So what's he doing? What, mistimes hooks and pulls, or is he?
Well, he ducks out the way. He has a little go here and there. But I think the theory is that if you just bowl at him normally, he picks you off. You know, just like that. You know, he turns you around. He does a lot of little flicks and that sort of thing. Every now and then he'll hit through the line. But I mean, he's a very good player down the order. You know, he's not an out-and-out batter, but as an all-rounder, he's very, very effective. And they just had this theory, and I've looked since then, and every team now starts to bounce him. Okay. Forward is Dawson. It's gone out square on the offside.
Well, I suppose as you say, every team's got these analysts. I mean, word gets around, doesn't it? It's a pretty small. Everyone kind of works each other out relatively quickly, and there's that much data and that much replays, and analysts are all following the team and following every ball, and you can't really hide for too long, can you?
And they're all working off the same analysis, I suppose, because I mean you can't invent it, can you? So it's this year more than ever. But it's Dawson on 9, facing Will Williams. He's had a terrific day so far, 75 for 6. As the sun gets a little stronger. Boy, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Not out, says umpire Rob Bailey. Very full delivery. Dawson was trying to work that down towards us, actually, at deep mid-wicket. And that LBW was turned down, 75 for 6.
Yeah, give that out, not out straight away, didn't he? But, Rob Bailey, shake of the head straight away. Good over that by Williams. The wicket of Felix Organ, just the 1 run conceded. 3 for 12 from his 14 overs, 75 for 6. So we'll keep an eye on it and see whether Bailey from this end continues. Well, it was the first ball he faced, wasn't it, Barker, that was short from Williams. Let's see if there's something similar sent down by Tom Bailey. Keith Barker. Fabulous cricketer. I really do enjoy watching Keith Barker, especially bowl, obviously, but I quite like watching him bat. He's just like a proper fun cricketer to watch, isn't he?
He's a good lad as well.
Okay, that's always nice to hear as well. There's Bailey to Barker. And that's left. And through to the keeper, Phil Salt. He's got Daryl Mitchell at first slip, and Mitchell just limbering up, actually. He's doing a few stretches, Daryl Mitchell. Not seen him bowl yet. As we mentioned, it's predominantly been 3 bowlers used so far today. A little bit of Balderson, but mainly Williams, Bailey and Blatherwick. And Daryl Mitchell at first slip, just loosening up a little. See a bit of the New Zealander soon. Bailey over the wicket to Barker and shuffles back and lifts the bat just a fraction above waist height through to the keeper. Instantly comes down the pitch, Keith Barker.
Past 500 career first-class wickets earlier in the season.
Nice, brilliant. Part of this fabulous trio of bowlers that, or fast bowlers that Hampshire have got.
Yeah, Abbott back in the side after missing the last one.
Bailey sets off again. Balls to Barker. That's driven. Picked up at backward point and there's no run. Yeah, Barker, Abbott and Abbas. That's it's done a bit of damage, those three, haven't they, over the years?
160 first-class wickets between them last season.
Wowzers.
Championship wickets.
Goodness, yeah. Is it one last hurrah for all three in the same team, or is it not quite that kind of?
Well, I think you can count the number of years that the three of them are going to be bowling together on less than one hand. Yes.
75 for 6. Bailey to Barker. It's defended from the crease, just half a step back and then drops the ball away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I think last year was definitely one of our best chances. No doubt about that, even though we came so close the year before. It's just whether they stay fit. You know, they're all into their 30s, well into their 30s in one or two cases. And it's just trying to keep them fit. You know, Barker's missed a couple of games this year with those, you know, those hand injuries I mentioned. Abbott missed the last one with a knee injury. He had a minor knee operation during the winter. Abbas has stayed fit so far.
75 for 6. Barker waits for Bailey. And just drops it away to square leg and jogs through. Very gentle jog, a proper chilled out jog through for one run that was. Kind of barely got going. Almost a gentle stroll for a single, loved it. Happy days. 77 for 6.
It's like on Southport seafront.
It was.
A little wander along the seafront there.
A Sunday afternoon stroll for Barker for one run. I was reading an article by Mohammed Abbas, it might have been in the cricket paper the other week, about how much he absolutely loves it at Hampshire.
Does he really?
How much he just feels completely at home at the club. And as Bailey comes in and bowls to Dawson, edge gone. Tom Hartley at third slip takes the catch. Bailey picks up his third wicket. Hampshire is 7 down. Almost looked like it came off the shoulder of the bat almost there to Hartley. It went quickly to Tom Hartley at third slip. He takes a good looking catch. 76 for 7. And so far Lancashire's decision to win the toss and bowl first has worked pretty emphatically.
Yeah, that looked a serious delivery. I don't think Dawson did a lot wrong there. Just played the line, it just bounced on him, went quick, top of the bat. That's a really good catch. Held on to that brilliantly as well. But yeah, that's I'm afraid another one of those wickets where you just have to say that's got me out. I haven't done much wrong. No.
Let's see if we can scroll back and have a little look at the replay of it on the stream. Yeah, it's a good ball, isn't it? It's a good ball from Tom Bailey, who's bowled beautifully, as indeed have Lancashire so far. Well, I have to try and stumble together some kind of total here, Hampshire.
They have. Of course, they'll be relying on the big three again when they come to bowl. Tom Bailey with 2 wickets are the 3 that have fallen since lunch. Will Williams with the other. Brown for 6. 2 to Felix Organ, 9 for Liam Dawson, 57 for 4 at lunch, 76 for 7 now. Peter Chapman emailed a little earlier, silentcricket@gmail.com, who said he thought that the lunch break seemed incredibly long. I don't know, some 40 minutes sometimes feels a long time, and sometimes it doesn't feel much at all. I wasn't aware it was longer than normal. So Williams is going to continue from the Grosvenor Road end. And Barker, the left-hander, on 2 is going to face the next delivery. Comes in round the wicket to Williams, just gets turned around there a little bit. Barker goes behind square on the offside, and there's a dive put in by Josh Bohannon, who couldn't quite cut it off, so they'll come back for 2. 78 for 7. On for a 3-day finish here, the way things are.
Things can change quickly.
They can. Yeah. Nature of the pitch and everything, yeah.
Don't remember. I mean, actually, the games here, just kind of top of my memory, I always tend to go the distance. The match here last year against Somerset did. I think that match against Hampshire 10 years ago was a game that went the full distance. They played Derbyshire here in recent years as well. Again, I think that went 4 days.
Okay. That's driven but not timed by Barker up towards mid-on. Just got a nice message from Charlotte Edwards. Just texted her earlier just to say congratulations on winning her cup.
Yes. I presume she gets to keep it at home, you know, put it on the mantelpiece.
I think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Show everybody, this is my cup here.
Yeah, this is mine. Actually, it is mine. It's got my name on it.
So, yeah, she's just replied, which is nice. It's got a little warmer, actually, in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. There has been sort of hazy cloud around, and looks like the sun's just burning through that a little bit. Barker gets wrapped on the pad, just going down the leg side as he was trying to work it away through that area. Just apologies, 1 or 2 of you are emailing me, and I'm just struggling to download 1 or 2 of them because the Wi-Fi is a bit in and out here. So just apologies, it will download at some point, but if I'm not reading your emails out as quickly as I'd like, then apologies. It's simply because the Wi-Fi is very much in and out here. So Williams in again, staying around the wicket to Barker. Bowls and outside the off stump, quite wide this time, Barker. Happy to leave that one alone. Sorry, I'm still trying to download these things, and it's. I'll leave it a little while, and it'll come back.
Give it a boost. If in doubt, switch it off and restart it.
Do you know what? That would just. Yeah, funny enough, you would think. I was thinking about that. I think you probably are right, actually. Mind you, I've got to disappear in a few minutes' time, so I might just leave it until after that. But you're right. I think I'll do that. In comes Williams again. And Barker again gets a length ball. He's only had 1 short ball. It was me mentioning about all these short balls he was going to get, and he hasn't had any since the first one.
Yeah, well, yeah, the very first delivery. And that's it. It's an approach to put to bed.
Well, I suppose, to be honest, the way things have gone for Lancashire, they've bowled a very, very tight line of length, and it's worked for them, so why would they suddenly change?
True.
But maybe that's for later if Barker does actually stick around.
Yeah, you wouldn't really want your bowlers to do much different. They've just been absolutely spot on, haven't they, with the line and length that they've bowled? Yeah,
it's been, I won't say impeccable, but not far off. Barker drives. Oh, almost carried through to the bowler there, actually. Now, Will Williams is lying down as if to say, I should have taken that, but I think actually he would have done amazingly well had he done. But I suppose it was an 1/8 of a chance, let's put it that way. 78 for 7.
Yeah, final ball of the over, that. Maybe a little chance there for Williams, perhaps off his own bowling. So the way he reacted perhaps suggested it was. Oh, yeah, it was, you know. Yeah, it's kind of gone to him about knee height, I reckon, that. You've still got to react, haven't you, as we welcome Sports Extra listeners to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And Williams off his own bowling with a half a chance hit back down the ground by Keith Barker. With Hampshire 78 for 7 in the first innings. Lancashire winning the toss and electing to have a bat. Yeah, Tom Bailey about to bowl. He's enjoyed a good day with the ball, as indeed have Lancashire. 78 for 7 are Hampshire in their first innings. 3 wickets for Bailey, 3 for Williams, 1 for Blatherwick. The latest dismissal for Lancashire. Liam Dawson got a really good ball by Tom Hartley, which was caught by Tom Bailey, rather, which was caught by Tom Hartley at third slip. He fell for 9. So Lancashire have enjoyed a good day with the ball so far on this opening day. Hampshire are 78 for 7. Here comes Bailey again. Into to Crane, it's left and taken by Salt, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly a tricky wicket. For the bowlers, and they're good pace bowlers, to be fair. And I think they're the sort of bowlers that if there is anything around, then they'll find it, and they have. And they've made all the batters work today. All of them, every one of them that have even got half in, and we're talking Nick Gubbins with 16, the top score, but he's had to work hard for that. James Vince bowled on the stroke of the lunch interval.
Bailey to Crane, that's run down to backward point and there's no run.
50 balls for his 15, got a good one from Will Williams. They've all had to work really, really hard. And all the talk before the game was about spin. And Hampshire have chosen 3. One of them batting at the moment. And Lancashire only choosing 1. And you have to say, from what we've seen so far, it is the seamers that are dominating, but it is early days. Normally here, the spinners come into it as the game moves forward.
Bailey to Crane. Again, that's left through to the keeper, no run.
But there's talk that maybe the wicket has changed a little bit, and maybe that's not the case. That's why Lancashire have only picked up 1. But we love the conspiracy theory before the game. This is for new listeners that, or watchers that haven't been with us earlier, that before the game, all the talk was about how many spinners Lancashire put into their squad just to confuse Hampshire.
Yeah, they did. They named both Jack Morley, left-arm spinner, Matt Parkinson, leg spinner, as well as Tom Hartley, left-arm spinner, who they've named. And the best moment of the day was the conspiracy theory that went around the ground. It was a deliberate ploy to bamboozle the opposition. That's off the back foot by Crane, dropped away into the offside, no run. 78 for 7. But either way, it's clearly a very different reading of how both sides think the pitch might play. You couldn't have more of a contrast, really, could you?
No.
Three spinners, and Lancashire have gone with 1. Yet to see any spin. The seamers have dominated the day so far. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 for Will Williams. And as Kevin outlined, it's been really hard going. Just 3 batters into double figures, of which one of them top scored with 16, facing 59 deliveries for those 16 runs. It's been that type of opening day. Got a leg slip in place as well. 3 slips in the gully, leg slip as well. Crane kind of fending at this next delivery, just pushing away outside the off stump as Bailey completes his latest over. 14 overs he's sent down today, and it's 78 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so that was the talking point before the toss, and certainly during it. Well, just after it, really, because once the teams were announced. But the other talking point has been the dismissal of Nick Gubbins, LBW to Blatherwick, and I think it's fair to say the general consensus is it hasn't been a great decision, really, and judging by the messages that we've got from both Hampshire and Lancashire fans who are watching the picture feed and listening to us, certainly the live picture feed, that he's probably been a little unlucky with the ball pitching outside leg stump, and even then, not even maybe hitting the stumps. Now, you're probably saying, well, that's incredible, it can't be that obvious. But if I'm honest, it may actually be that obvious. That might be one to look. If you have a look at if you go on the ECB website, they've got the live videos, haven't they? Or the video clips. Have a look for yourself. I'm sure Lancashire TV will be replaying that again at some point.
It's Darren Mitchell.
It is. That's flicked away by Barker out towards deep square leg. Now, there is a fielder out at deep square leg, as if for the short delivery. But that's along the ground to him. Darren Mitchell, the New Zealander. Right on medium paces.
Yeah, he's had a good year, especially with the bat, but he's bowled nicely at times through the summer as well. Looks like a very, very good player. He's clearly an extremely high-class player, isn't he? And he's shown all that ability, both in the Championship and in the T20 Blast for Lancashire so far.
Yeah. Still a small of the barbecue away to our left. Fortunately, we've eaten quite well, so it doesn't matter.
We've done okay, haven't we, there?
Yeah. So it's Mason Crane to face Mitchell, left to right as we look, as we're at deep mid-wicket, and Crane just pushing that up towards extra cover, and there's no run. I've just got to disappear for a couple of minutes.
We're commentating from the just in front of the tennis pavilion. So with Mason Crane on strike, we're at kind of deep mid-wicket to right-hander Mason Crane. As Mitchell bowls, and Crane plays and misses. Ball scoots through into the gloves of Phil Salt, and there's no run. We've got the hospitality marquee to our right-hand side, and there's 13 tables being used in there, including 2 tables for the Lancashire committee, and then various different other tables, sponsors and dignitaries and such like. And then a little collection of supporters, maybe 6 or 7 rows deep away to our left-hand side. Again, Crane probing away, groping outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. There's 6 or 7 rows of seats. It's just curve around the edge of the boundary away to our left. Then there's a break where there's the media tent and the sight screen, and then that little band of curved seating, temporary seating. 4 or 5 rows deep, just curves right around the edge of the ground. It's a really good crowd, in the thousands certainly, for this first game, first day. As Mitchell bowls, left again by Crane, through to Salt, and there's no run. And then directly opposite where we're broadcasting from, with a train line that runs parallel to one side of the ground. As Mitchell runs in from one end of the ground, the trains in that direction from left to right go from up towards Liverpool. And there's a little embankment in front of the scoreboard on the far side of the ground, directly opposite where we are. And the clubhouse and the pavilion square on to our right. As Crane drives, nice looking shot, bouncing along this very dry brown outfield out towards the cover boundary. Crane comes back for 2. There's one of the trains hurtles its way in the direction of Liverpool. And the score ticks along to 81 for 7. That's the end of Daryl Mitchell's first over of the day. It's gone for 2 runs, so it's 81 for 7. Southport and Birkdale Cricket Clubs are on the west coast of Lancashire, half a mile away from the beach. It's a beautiful day, it really is. It's not quite as bright and sunny as it was first thing this morning. There's a slight kind of hazy element to it, but the temperatures are lovely. Very kind of gentle breeze fluttering around the ground. It's a really pleasant Sunday afternoon to be watching the cricket. And there's a good crowd inside for this opening day, with Hampshire 7 wickets down. Lancashire enjoyed a very good day with the ball. Jack Blatherwick replacing Tom Bailey. Bowling change for Lancashire. Bailey's post-lunch spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. So Blatherwick from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Some fancy-looking detached houses on that side of the ground. And Blatherwick bowls to Barker. There's a little go at that outside the off stump, off the back foot, trying to flash the ball away, but a play and a miss, and through to Salt, and there's no run. Salt, Phil Salt, making his first county championship appearance of the season for Lancashire. Missed the first 5 fixtures of the season in that opening kind of month or so because he was away with the IPL, but back in the team and back with the gloves. Barker waits as Blatherwick's in and bowls. It's driven, and it's on the bounce back to Blatherwick, who he stopped the ball from hurtling in towards the direction of the side of his face. He got both hands on that and palmed the ball away. And there's no run. Scott Reed and Kevin James here at Trafalgar Road watching this opening day. And Blatherwick at the top of his mark turns and sets off again with 4 slips in place. Comes over the wicket to Barker, shuffles back into the crease and nudges this delivery out towards mid-wicket where Tom Bailey fields. Barker gets 1 run, moves on to 6, and the score ticks along to 82 for 7 to bring Mason Crane back on strike for Hampshire.
Fortunately, the emails have now downloaded, so I've got a few to read out as and when, as we go on.
Blatherwick halfway through his first over back into the attack. He bowls 6 overs, 1 for 8 in the morning session. Bowls to Crane, off the front foot and jabs the ball away into the offside. George Balderson fields at point, and there's no run. Slowly, people just starting to re-emerge from the hospitality tent to our right-hand side. The extended lunch break for those watching from the marquee. All emerging with a glass of something in their hand.
It's a nice drop of red wine there.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Crane pushing at this delivery from Blatherwick. Through to Salt it goes, no run.
Well, we've seen a lot of playing and missing here, haven't we?
We have.
Clearly, when the ball's in the right areas and the calibre of the Lancashire attack, batting can be very tricky out there, has been tricky. And 81 for 7 is not great, of course it isn't, but I think when you've got a trio of bowlers that are bowled as well as Lancashire's have, then they're always going to put the pressure on the batters.
Crane, who's played and missed at a few, and does so again. Through to Salt, and there is no run. And Blatherwick turns, decides that perhaps the look wasn't quite going in his favour in that first over. Back into the attack, he had Crane playing and missing at most of the 6 deliveries he sent down. 82 for 7 at the end of Blatherwick's 7th over. It's the 41st over of the Hampshire first innings.
Barry Miltonberg has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi guys, first time at any cricket game, bucket list wish," says Barry. "Loving the commentary, but it's running 30 seconds behind the action on BBC radio feed. Any chance of talking quicker or predicting what's about to happen so I don't miss anything?" Yeah, Hampshire will go on and get 300. Lancashire will be bowled out for 75. Hampshire will declare about 100 for 2. Lancashire bowled out for 110. We're all home by Tuesday evening. There you go. How's that? Here's Darryl Mitchell. That's driven past him by Barker. It's going up towards the boundary, towards our left. It won't quite go. I'm sure that outfield there has got even more of a straw colour today than it was when we arrived this morning. Quite incredible to think that, I know Scott was here last night saying it absolutely threw it down with water. Yep. And it certainly did, from all the way up from Worcester. It rained the whole way for me, and yet the outfield looks as though it hasn't rained here for about 6 months.
I came early this week to test the lines and stuff, and yeah, I was chatting to the groundsman who said it's been a really dry few weeks.
Yeah, it's certainly the most straw-coloured outfield I've seen this season, as Barker works that up to mid-wicket, no run.
We've had the sprinklers on for the bowlers' run-ups, so they're actually quite. I don't know whether it looks like this on the live stream or not, but here at the ground, the bowlers' run-ups are quite green, both ends of the ground, and obviously the square itself is quite green. So they've had sprinklers on there to get that nice and soft and green, but the broader outfield, yeah, it's absolutely barren dry, isn't it?
It is reminiscent of last summer, the conditions that we enjoyed, I think, on the whole, outside the off stump. Let's come back a fraction at Barker, but it's a good leave. This is an email from Tim in Old Portsmouth. Yes, there is an Old Portsmouth as well as a New Portsmouth. solentcricket@gmail.com. Old Portsmouth is where the sort of the navy bit is, the hard and all that sort of around there it's called. Under the heading Felix Organ. Amazed to see Organ back in the side so soon after being dropped. He's had numerous opportunities over the last season and hasn't been able to cut it. As Mitchell turns with his right arm medium pace and comes in once more and bowls to Barker, who's pulling that away through mid-wicket. Nobody's moved. There is a short mid-wicket who almost flinched to make sure the ball didn't hit him. That's Josh Bohannon. And that's absolutely rammed into the advertising boards at the far end of the ground. To my mind, only about the second short ball that Barker has received. First one from Will Williams on his first delivery. 88 for 7. And Barker has moved on to 12. Come back to that email in a moment as Mitchell comes in again and bowls to Barker. Again, it's short. It's a little high this time. Barker does well. He pulls it away along the ground out to deep square leg this time. That was a good short delivery and well played as well by the Hampshire left-hander. 13 he moves on 289 for 7. He offers very little. This is about Organ with either the bat or ball, in my opinion. Well, the reason he's back in, Tim, is because, as we've mentioned 2 or 3 times, that Hampshire are reading this wicket as though the spinners at some point are going to have a huge influence. It's the seamers at the moment, but so that's why he's in, because, of course, as always when he's playing, he will bowl into Keith Barker's footmarks, which will just help. That's worked down to fine leg by Mason Crane for a single. Moves on to 3, and that's 90 for 7. Hampshire. So he's more in because of that. You also mentioned Tom Prest. Well, he's injured at the moment. He got, I think he's got a fractured foot or a broken foot after receiving a very painful blow in the T20 game against Surrey. Full delivery, which wrapped him on the full on the foot. And Irwin Donald has played a couple of championship games to my mind. I know he's played a couple of T20s. In fact, no, Donald hasn't played a championship game this year, so he's not really on the. Well, he's probably on the radar, but not really sort of in and made a performance which makes a difference. Fuller has been a bit out of sorts, if I'm honest. He's been ill. He had a horrible virus and got a little niggle as well, and he came back and played a T20 a couple of nights ago and just looked a bit out of sorts, really. So they probably decided not to risk him in this one.
Yeah, plenty of options, aren't there, for both?
Yeah, there are.
Both teams, both carry good squads. As Blatherwick's in to Crane. It's kind of pushing at that delivery. The ball finds its way to Rob Jones at second slip, who's taking it at slightly awkward height. I don't know, he seems to be struggling there, does Jones, a little bit. Caught him on the hand of. He's shaking his left hand, is Rob Jones. His captain's going up to go and see if he's okay. 90 for 7. And Jones is at second slip. 3 slips, gully, and a leg slip. That's flicked away by Crane, just loops out into the onside. And there's no run.
Mike Vokes is asking about Tom Prest. Well, hopefully I've just answered that one. So that's one email, another email taking care of it.
Jones is going to have to leave the field here.
Oh,
yeah. I think it's just a finger on his left hand, I reckon. Seems to be in a bit of pain. Hopefully he'll be okay. So they have to reshuffle in the slips. Need another 12th man, because Jack Morley's on there already, so it's Matt Parkinson that's coming on. So we've got 2 substitute fielders out there, Morley and Parkinson. Lancashire do actually now have 3 spinners on the pitch. Got 3 slips, gully and a leg slip. There's Blatherwick, 90 for 7. Crane's lived a charmed life. He's edging that one away down through gully. Maybe did him a slight disservice. It may just have kind of rode the bounce a little bit, opened up the face. There's certainly an element of risk involved in the shot, because Lancashire got 3 slips and a gully in place. He went to the right of Bohannon at gully, down to the boundary for 4 runs, 94 for 7.
Yeah, did he pick the gap? I'm not sure, but I think it was one of those where it was difficult, especially for a lower order batter, to keep down. But he certainly hit it at pace.
Yeah, he did. Gets him some runs, doesn't it? Gets him kind of up and running a little bit. Lancashire fancy their chances of getting Crane here. He's not looked too assured so far. Blatherwick to Crane off the front foot, wants a single this time. Barker sends him back. Just drops it into the offside. Kind of 2 or 3 paces down the pitch before Barker says, get back. So no run, 94 for 7. Mason Crane rests the bat on his right shoulder. Blatherwick at the top of his mark. He's running down a slight slope. It's a little bit of a slope coming from that Harrod Drive end of the ground. Down the leg side to Crane, taken by Phil Salt. And there is no run. 94 for 7 it remains.
Lots of people around us, isn't there? Lots of chattering going on.
Yeah.
Rumble.
Get through that lunch period, and then people in the marquee tend to emerge after a long lunch and a few glasses of something. The volume level does notch up a little bit.
Noticeable.
Yes. And only even more so after tea, I reckon. Blatherwick to Crane. Crane defends away into the covers. And there is no run. 94 for 7, Hampshire. At the end of the 43rd over.
Terry Givens has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Terry's in Chorley in Lancashire. It was mentioned earlier about a game here back in 1982 between Lancashire and Warwickshire, and Terry's picked up on the theme as well. He says the most famous thing I remember about that game at Southport and Birkdale wasn't so much the colossal 400-run plus partnership between Alvin Kallicharran and Jeff Humpage, but it was the fact that the Lancashire bowlers were regularly taking 10 or even 15 minutes to get through a lot of the overs, because the two Warwickshire batters were slugging, I think he says slugging, I think he was slugging, so many sixes, literally right out of the ground, with the balls landing on the Southport to Liverpool railway line. That's the one, of course, that's running along one side of the ground. At the far end, this is Mitchell driving his Barker back past the bowler, 4 runs. Straight into the covers behind the bowler's end, be over the boundary rope. And 98 for 7, and Barker moves on to 17, which I think it might actually be the top score of the Hampshire innings.
It is, yep.
Wow. They were slugging so many sixes into the railway line, thus rendering the ball unretrievable from the live electric railway line. So the poor umpires were constantly having to go through their box of spare used balls time and time again to try and find one in a similar condition, as Barker off the back foot pushes that into the covers. I doubt if records are kept of first-class cricket matches using the highest number of replacement balls, but if so, Birkdale 1982 must surely be right up there. Well, I suppose if you can't go on the railway line and retrieve them, they might still be there.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Might be in a bit of a poor condition, mind you, but a few trains over the years have rattled into them.
Yeah. Here comes Mitchell again. Nice drive back to the bowler by Barker. Now, this is one for you, Scott.
Oh dear. From
Glenn Walworth, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Can you or Scott please explain why the live stream pictures from the side on cameras are HD quality, but the ones behind the bowler's arms are hazy?"
Well, I'm not qualified to answer that question, I'm afraid.
Perhaps we should get Colin back and explain that one. He's been in a good mood. We're trying to put him into a bad mood again. Barker works that into the ground, fielded at gully.
I think maybe things might might back to kind of full HD quality soon.
Is that your HD knowledge?
I think some of it's in Worcester. I think it's on its way back from Worcester, I think.
Just had a message from one of our big bosses who says that's a better explanation. Barker plays that into the ground. For me, it's still not good enough. I still need to push you a bit more.
I think it's in a van on its way up from Worcester. That's what I reckon.
Yeah.
I think it's on its way soon.
If in doubt, just blame it. It's in transit.
It's in transit. Yeah, it's in transit.
Checks in the post gov and all that. Yeah.
But don't worry, folks. All is well.
Colin's got it under control.
He absolutely has.
Yeah. When the kit arrives.
Yeah.
Here's Mitchell again round the wicket, and Barker's trying to flick that away on the leg side. Gets wrapped on the pad. They will run through. Looks like umpire Rob Bailey is going to signal a leg by. Yes, he does. Hampshire inching towards 100. It's been very, very hard work against some very, very good Lancashire bowling on a pitch which has tended to give them a little help, but even so, they've got the ball in the right areas, made all of the batters work, and even those that have been out there for a little while, they've found scoring hard to come by. 99 for 7, and there's been 3 wickets to fall since lunch. Ben Brown for 6, Felix Organ for 2, Liam Dawson for 9.
And there's the barbecue's clearly in full flow, because they're occasionally going to smell it, but then there's quite a distinct sense of smoke drifting across little areas of the ground as the barbecue flames flare up behind us. Not shy of eating options when you come to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And they all tend to be located behind our tennis pavilion where we're broadcasting from, so
yes.
It's a constant stream of slightly charred burgers. I'm sure they're delicious. So Blatherwick to continue. It's a well-behaved corporate marquee to our right, but I think it might get lively as the day goes on. Here's Barker off the back foot. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. One's nicely dressed, aren't they? One's nicely turned out. Some fancy-looking footwear in there as well.
Yeah. All dressed for the summer? Or say all, some of them are, or most of them are.
Well, there was a do on here last night, so I don't know what it was, but there was the marquee was bouncing. There's a DJ and there's loads of people in. I got here about 7:30 last night and it was bouncing it down.
Wow.
But everybody was outside enjoying this little outside area. Barker's off the back foot and drives into the offside no run, and then there was a mass panic as the heavens opened and everyone had to pile into the marquee because it chucked it down. So people were dressed for summer conditions yesterday, and then quickly regretted the idea of wearing little soft canvas shoes as the rain tumbled down. There's thunder and lightning. Yeah, it was a bit of a loud night in the end in Southport. Here's Blatherwick to Barker. Oh, it's hit down from where it came from, and Blatherwick does ever so well to stop it. Really fine piece of work by Blatherwick off his own bowling. In fact, so impressed is Will Williams, he's jogged up from deep backward point to go and say well fielded to Jack Blatherwick.
Wow.
Barker did time that well,
Didn't he? He's looked as good as anybody out there.
He has.
44 overs we've had for 99 runs. It hasn't felt boring at all, and normally in that situation you think, gosh, the cricket's unwatchable, but actually it's been very watchable.
Here comes Blatherwick around the wicket to Barker. He goes off the back foot. Plays the ball back down the ground. Again, there's no run.
Very good bowling. Terrific bowling. I suppose you could say that the one slight weak link was Balderson, 4 overs, none for 24. If you took that out, I mean, Hampshire would be about 70 odd for 7.
Three slips and a gully, and point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Blatherwick certainly can generate a little extra pace than perhaps Bailey. He's in a ball into Barker, who's gone back and pulled it and top-edged it. It'll land safe. It's gone down towards the boundary, heading in towards the media tent. It's gone for 4 runs. That brings up the 3 figures for Hampshire. That pull shot from Barker, top-edged, high over the keeper. Down towards the sight screen for 4 runs. Moves on to 21 not out. And the score is 103 for 7.
That hard work, wasn't it, that 100? My word, that was hard work. That's probably about the hardest Hampshire have had to work this season. It's been very, very good bowling. And a wicket that's a little too paced, but it's given the bowlers just that little bit of help.
Blatherwick to Barker. Just flicked away off his pads away to the leg side. Just for 1 run. Barker keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. So it's 104 for 7. Hampshire. Barker's 22, Mason Crane on 7. And there's nothing like a kind of couple of partnerships at the end of your innings to frustrate the opposition, and that's what Hampshire will be hoping to try and conjure up here.
Yeah, working hard here. Barker 22, 7 to Crane. He's played his part here. Somebody's just shouted out a code next to us. Did you hear that? 1455. I wonder what that's for. What's behind us that's got a lock on it? Go and have a look at Teatime.
Maybe it's the where they keep the booze. It's probably got a big lock on it.
Better write that code down.
The chairman was a bit concerned that if it doesn't go the full 4 days, they might not sell out.
I know.
That's his top priority, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
That's all they cared about, wasn't it? It was whatever the result, as long as they sold all the barrels of beer.
As long as they get rid of the beer, yeah.
So we've got a change of bowling now at the Grosvenor end. George Balderson, who I mentioned earlier, was a little bit expensive with his right-arm seamers. Here we're looking to back the seamers up, the other seamers, because his first spell was a little expensive. He's got a second chance to put that right. He's round the wicket to Barker. Barker's trying to flick that away on the leg side, goes through to Salt. Got an email here from Sue and Rob in Suffolk, solentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking earlier about Southport. Well, it's a nice spot, isn't it, generally? And the fact that the beach here, or the sea, is an awful long way from the sort of coastal road and the sea wall, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a long, long way out. And I think that it basically is out there the whole time, isn't it? Whether the tide comes in and out, from what I gather. As Balderson comes in again, and Barker's flicking that away, but there is a fielder at mid-wicket. Sue and Rob, picking up on that theme, say, 2 exiled Lancashire fans here in East Suffolk enjoying the commentary. When I was much younger, living in North Manchester, we often went to Southport. One particular weekend, we went and were playing catch with a beach ball, but it became very windy. We all ran for ages, trying to retrieve the escapee beach ball, eventually giving up. However, we had run so far. Here comes Balders. There's a lovely drive there, Keith Barker. That's 4 through mid-off. He moves on to 26. Lovely shot there. He's forward. Sometimes you'll just play from the crease, but he's actually on the front foot there. Eventually giving up running for this escapee beach ball. We had run so far that we ended up getting a bus back to Southport. True story, I must assure you. One of the greatest ever Lancashire players was Neil Fairbrother. This is on a separate note. And we admired him so much that we named our son Neil. It's a nice tribute to Neil Fairbrother. But it does give you an example of just how far the sea is out. So that's pushed out square on the offside. Those that know the south coast is a place called the Witterings. I don't know if you've ever come across that. No. Sort of on the road between Portsmouth and Brighton. Okay. Very, very good beach at the Witterings. I hope I'm not giving too much away because it can become busy. Some people that know it very well like to keep it a secret because it's that good. Okay. But it's one of those where the sea goes out an awful long way. It's very sort of flat sand. And you can walk out an awful long way to get to the sea. That's pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. But yeah, it's a little different. The Southport coast is a little different, isn't it? Because there's that grassy area, very big grassy area. Then I guess there's a bit of sand and then the sea. But I must admit, this morning, looking out, you had to really look very hard out to see the actual water. And then there was the sea wall next to the road. So massive area. Here comes Balderson bowls, and Barker's driving missing. Trying to thrash that through extra cover. End of the over, 108 for 7.
Quite a long pier at Southport as well.
Yes.
I don't
I'm
think,
near there.
I think Southend has the longest pier.
It does.
I seem to recall this coming up in conversation last year when Somerset were here. Because Anthony Gibson, our colleague that covers Somerset, wanted to go for a walk down the pier at Southport and it was all closed off.
Oh, right.
So I don't know whether they've reopened it or not. I don't know if they have or not, but it's a pretty long pier. It actually seems to start quite a way inland as well, the pier.
Yes, I'm parked in the car park next to it, actually, so I noticed it, yeah, right. This morning, yeah. But you're right, Southend Pier is the longest, and I've actually walked it.
Have you?
Oh, yeah, there's some school friends. That shows you how long ago it was. When I was in my London days. Yeah, we had a day out at Southend and walked the pier. You start walking it, and you keep going, you think, gosh, I've got to walk all this way back. It is a long way out.
But once you're committed to it, there's no point turning around, is there?
Well, this is it. And then you think, well, I've started, so I'll just keep going.
Keep going. 108 for 7. Blatherwick to Crane are going to continue as well here. Played a miss at a few. He's hopping back, but getting in behind to defend this first delivery from Blatherwick. And deflects it off the full face of the bat. Come back down the pitch and gathered by Blatherwick off his own bowling. And there's no run, 108 for 7. As we're into the afternoon session on the opening day, live from Trafalgar Road, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for Lancashire against Hampshire. Blatherwick to Crane. Mason Crane off the back foot defends, and there's no run.
I just get the impression, and it's not massively noticeable, but as the ball's getting a little softer, just a little softer, batting on the whole is becoming a little more comfortable, but it's only a little at the moment.
The way that Barker's played, or perhaps back that up again.
Yeah.
He's looked pretty assured. Fuller ball by Blatherwick. Crane punches it away towards the onside. Stephen Croft is now on there as a substitute fielder Can't keep across who's on and off the field. Croft's on, Morley's on. Is Parkinson still out there? I don't think he is. I think he's retreated back into the dressing room. So Croft's at mid-on. Still got 3 slips. Mitchell, Hartley and Bell. Gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Blatherwick to Crane. Just rides the bounce and safely controls that shot, just steering it gently away into the offside for no run. Villas, Lancashire's captain again, with Keaton Jennings still missing through injury.
What's he done?
He's pulled a hamstring. He's tore his hamstring, actually. It was quite a bad tear. I think when it first happened, he was looking at somewhere like in the region of kind of 8 weeks. Ooh. So I suspect he's probably still a month or so away. Actually, I've seen him buzzing around a little bit. We'll see if we can try and get Keaton to come and join us for a little bit, and might be able to give us an update on that. Blatherwick to Crane, a short ball.
Good.
Bends the knees and drops his hands and through to the keeper, no run. Just that occasional short ball, and Blatherwick with that little bit of extra pace as well.
He has, hasn't he?
I like watching him bowl. I said before, I like Jack. He seems like a really nice lad, and you want players to do well. He's had to wait for his time. He's had a few chances in the One-Day Cup and the occasional T20 game and such like, but great opportunity this for him now. He's bowled nicely. He's into Crane again, who's playing and missing. And through to Salt, and there's no run.
He's got a good action as well, hasn't he? Quite strong. You can see that. You know, he's the sort of, I mean, I don't mean him specifically, but he's the sort of player that, you know, counties looking for bowlers. You know, if they're not playing regularly, you know, I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 sniffing around saying, well, we can offer you a bit more cricket and this and that. You can see why players will move around.
Totally agree.
Oh, Paul's come with the drinks order.
Oh, I like this, you see. Cricket writer Paul Edwards.
I'm always pleased to see you, Paul, but on this occasion particularly so.
Comes across to take our order for a drink. But Blatherwick into Crane. It's down the leg side and taken by Salt. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 110 for 7. With Crane on 7 and Barker on 26. Not out at the end of that latest over from Joe Blatherwick.
I've gone for a soft drink, being the professional that I am.
Well,
Scott Reed's going.
I'll have to 2 of those then, 2 of those, yeah. Yeah.
You were going to go for an alcoholic drink,
well, Anthony Gibson last season had a nice pint of cider. No, I'm under pressure. No, I can't. Coke, I'm a professional, can't be doing that. Coca-Cola, thank you very much. Oh, but that gin and tonic looked quite nice, didn't it?
Yeah. Are they taking gin and tonic orders? Actually, can I change it? Here's Balderson. Barker's forward, pushes it out square on the offside. The total is 110 for 7. We're in the 48th here in Southport. David Taylor has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of Lancashire wicket keepers. David says, hi, this is a different David Taylor. Right. I've been enjoying your commentary since 2011, and you two are the best there are on the county circuit. That's nice, isn't it? Thank you. Anyway, I'd be interested to know how you would rank all the Lancashire wicket keepers, as Barker's on the back foot and steers that to mid-wicket. Just regards to their glovemanship. Who's the best, who's next, etc., says Dave Taylor. Lancashire wicket keepers.
What, the current wicket keepers is? You mean like best of all time?
Well, I suppose going over the years,
okay,
I suppose.
right,
Yeah. The ones that you've seen would be particularly.
Get some, well, from my kind of era, probably Warren Heck.
Yeah, he's most talked about, isn't he? I think for a while. Round the wicket to Barker. Barker was trying to steer that away on the leg side. In the end, played it from virtually square on, back to the bowler. Yeah, Warren Hegg, I think, would be a lot of people's. Made it look very easy, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, that's when I started watching Lancashire. That was that type of era. You know?
Yeah, he did it for quite a while, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Who would have been after him?
Luke Sutton, maybe.
Oh, right. Went to Derby.
Yeah.
Balderson in. Barker turns that away, but again straight to mid-wicket.
I think Sutton followed Hegg. Well, maybe I've missed somebody. I'm sure somebody will let me know. not shy of wicket-keeping options in this game. The captain can keep wicket and has done for years. Salt's got the gloves. Bell had the gloves at the start of the season.
Yeah, Villas did it for a while, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't seem too shabby. As Barker gets turned around with a leading edge, goes out into the covers, but that'll be retrieved from just behind point. And that will be, that's one of the substitute fielders on at the moment, isn't it?
Jack Morley.
Yeah, 111 for 7, and Barker comfortably Hampshire's top scorer with 27. He's still out there, and while he's out there, Hampshire do have a chance of getting some sort of total. It doesn't feel very good at the moment. They've been blown away really by some very good Lancashire bowling. They were 57 for 4 at lunch, and Vince out the last ball before lunch, Brown out soon after for 6, then Organ followed not long after that for 2, and Liam Dawson for 9, just 3 wickets since lunch. It brings Mason Crane back on strike, who's doing a good job coming in at number 9, just hanging around. That's what you want at the moment, get the ball soft and just try and eke out some runs, left alone outside the off stump.
He had a bit of good fortune on him, but that's nothing wrong with that. You need a bit of good luck, don't you, along the way?
Yeah.
Played and missed it a few, but you say he's doing a decent job here, hanging around. Barker's looked good. Start to get to that little point from kind of Lancashire's point of view where you're a little bit frustrated, don't you? You get a little bit greedy, don't you? You've got Hampshire 111 for 7.
Yeah.
Which is a really, really good position to have the opposition in, and you start to get a bit greedy, I suppose, and think, well, the last thing you want is a little 9th wicket partnership here that puts on 40 or 50 or something like that. It'd be quite irritating, I suspect. He's doing, for Hampshire, doing a pretty decent job. What is it? It's still 35, haven't they, so far? Blatherwick to Barker, not seen that contest too much. He's been Blatherwick to Crane mainly. He's in a balls and Barker defends. Just bounces back down the pitch and gathered by Blatherwick off his own bowling. So 111 for 7.
Trying to find a list of Lancashire wicketkeepers is not easy, especially with the internet the way it is as well at the moment. But I mean, I should know. I suppose Warren Hegg was around a long time when I was doing it. I was just trying to think who might have been before him. But you only remember him.
Yeah,
because obviously you're longer than me.
Yeah, Hegg was my kind of first.
Who was after Hegg?
Keeper.
It's Luke Sutton. That's not a bad shout, actually.
Blatherwick to Barker. It's off the back foot again. That's defended into the offside. No run.
Oh, you had the little guy that went to Warwickshire.
Al Davis.
Yes.
Yeah. There's Gareth Cross as well in between, I think. Was it Sutton, then Cross, then Davis, I think? In terms of wicket-keeper batters this season, there's 2 stand out for me from the games I've watched so far. Bell, I think, has been terrific, and James Rue at Somerset.
Okay.
Rue looks like a fabulous player.
Was he? I've not seen him. Yeah.
Wicket-keeper batter, both young players. Flashed away into the onside by Barker. Yeah, it's in front of square on that leg side. It's a really nice shot, just eased away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. It pushes Hampshire's total to 115 for 7. Barker moves on to 31.
Rue got 100. Was that against you guys this season?
He did. Yeah,
in
fact, I think he's got 100 twice against Lancs now. Yeah, he has, both at Taunton and at EOT. Yeah, he's got 200s against Lancashire this season. Yeah. And he got runs here, actually, thinking about it, for Somerset in the game last year.
Yeah.
He got 70-odd, I think, in the match and batted really well with Lewis Goldsworthy, I think it was. Blatherwick to Barker. He's off the back foot, and that's defended into the offside, no run. But looks like a really fine, really good young player. I think he's only 19.
Email here from David Watson, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, the audio commentary sounds like you are both commentating from a bar.
Well,
we are, the Dog and Duck. Yeah, we are,
yeah. We effectively are. We're basically in the corporate hospitality, aren't we? But without the benefits of corporate hospitality. 115 for 7. Blatherwick to Barker. It's played on the bounce back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Because we're doing it off a screen in a pub. Yeah. But yeah, I have to say, people have got a lot closer to us as the days wore on, hasn't they? The hospitality area to our right seems to be getting ever closer. Oops, and I've just lost my scorecard.
It's growing in number.
People are sitting in front of us.
Yeah, that wasn't happening this morning.
No.
Auxiliary seating in front of us. We were moving the furniture around this morning, weren't we?
We were.
Moving those benches.
We'll move them further away tomorrow.
Yeah. Blathwick to Barker, it's left and taken by the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. 115 for 7 with Barker on 31 and Crane on 7.
David Janaway's trying to help us upset Colin, who's the main man as regards the picture feed. He's not going to love this. This is Dave Janaway in a cloudy Cornwall. Silentcricket@gmail.com says, loving the coverage, if not the content. But if you're trying to upset Colin, you could point out that leg byes and no balls are being represented by the letters LU and NU on the screen instead of the usual LB and NB. Thank you, Dave. That's another one for the list. I'm worrying a little bit.
Don't. Leave
the
him
list
alone.
is getting a little longer.
He's going to be stressed.
Yeah.
He is stressed.
Yes. So that's the logo.
That's the logo.
That's the letters, and apparently Blatherwick didn't have a K at the end of his name.
Is he not? Oh dear. All right.
Apart from that, he's doing quite a good job,
Doing
Colin.
a great job. Doing a great job as ever. Great
115 for 7 as Balderson, the medium pacer's right arm, comes over the wicket to Crane, leaves that alone outside of the off stump. Crane is 7 and working hard to give Keith Barker some good support and just try and eking out some more runs before this Hampshire first innings comes to a close. The ball definitely feels as though it's got a lot softer, and as I say, and as it looks a little bit harder for the bowlers, so they are asking the umpires if they can change the ball and have one that helps them a little bit more. So we've got a consultation going on out there between the two.
We've got these little silver hoops that they'll have to see if they can push the ball through. No, it's past the test. They'll have to crack on with it. Little metal bracelets that the umpires have used. See if the ball's in out of shape.
Are they throwing it back?
Yeah, they have. Yeah,
good,
they have.
Good.
You can chirp down.
Make them work a bit harder, the bowlers. They've had it too much their own way so far. Emma Purcell has emailed. silentcricket@gmail.com. Emma's from Liverpool. Says, watching the match on the YouTube feed and was at Blackpool on Wednesday for both the Thunder and Lightning matches as Balderson bowls. Crane on the front foot, punches out to mid-off. Fielded by Dane Velas, who just rolls over as he does the fielding. I think it's great having the outgrounds as an option, especially when you can be so close to the players. Loving the commentary and the banter between you both. Thank you, Emma, that's very kind. That's the one good thing about the outgrounds.
I agree,
and I think we enjoy that because, you know, sometimes the big grounds, we don't get near the players. Sometimes, you know, it's just nice. We know the players, a lot of them, and, you know, they're very courteous to us and what have you. Crane drives, misses through to Salt. And sometimes it's just nice to have that little bit of chat before a game. I mean, I spoke to Kyle Abbott before the game, and I hadn't seen him for a couple of weeks because he doesn't play the T20s. But, you know, if I'd have been in some ground where I was stuck behind a glass cage or whatever, for want of a better phrase, I wouldn't have been anywhere near them. So, but these grounds you can, and you only have to walk a few yards, and you're near the players, and it's quite nice.
Yeah, it does feel. It's a really nice connection, isn't it, when you've come to the outgrounds?
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone's a bit closer to it.
Yeah, Balderson bowls, length ball, Crane forward.
Feels a bit more kind of festival type cricket, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, nice atmosphere.
No, I like it.
A bit more connected to the crowd.
And I like that Lancashire do it, and they're keen to try and get. And I know sometimes it's out of necessity because Emirates Old Trafford. I mean, the Killers, Kaiser Chiefs, were there. The Arctic Monkeys, sorry, were there the other week.
Oh, we got them this week.
Oh, right. I've been doing
Are they good? Did you go?
I did.
Crane leaves alone outside the off stump, and
they're excellent. Yeah, proper good show. So I think that's put Emirates Old Trafford out of use for a little bit. So, and obviously there's international games, 100 matches. So by a bit, you know, because they have to move games away from Manchester. But it's still good that they're keen to do it, you know, and get out and about and play 4-day cricket here and at Blackpool. Looking forward to going up to Sebra again later in the season. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. I remember going to Old Trafford one year, quite a few years back, after there was a big concert there. Was it something like Oasis or something?
Yeah.
God, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Left it in a right state. As Crane pushes it out to mid-on. It was. Oof.
Yeah, it was a bit of a. It wasn't a great, wasn't a great look, that really, was it? No. I think they've solved that problem now with the way that they go about protecting the outfield. It's a bit tidier once these these bands are finished.
I remember once going up there when you'd had Ariana Grande. Oh no, it was the Manchester.
It was the hotel in the wake, or sorry, the concert in the wake of the Manchester bombings, I think. Wasn't
That's
it?
right.
The One Love concert, which was held at at Old Trafford. That was a hastily arranged concert. Obviously, that was something they put together really quickly. It was such a lovely event. Yeah, it's probably 5 years ago that now. Maybe. There's Blatherwick to continue. 1:15 for 7.
I remember walking into the commentary box and the list of bands
right,
that were appearing were on the wall.
That the running order was.
Yeah,
there,
it was.
wasn't
Yeah.
Because they take over the media centre, the player media centre, when the bands set up. So the Arctic Monkeys the other week had the big stage, and they just kind of take over the whole thing. So yeah, we had all the running order, didn't we? And kind of behind the scenes stuff. Blatherwick to Barker. Looks to cut the ball, playing a miss. Through to Salt, no run. So 1:15 for 7. Barker on 31.
I love this email. Andrew John, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, years ago when I was an active pilot, we used to fly up to Southport for a day out.
What?
And land on the beach in our Cessna 182. Other light aircraft available, of course. The area, I think I'll come back to that.
Here's Blatherwick. Into to Barker.
Shot.
Full of ball, and Barker drives, square of the wicket. And there's two trains cross. They get through for a quick single. Score moves on to 116 for 7.
First time we've seen that one.
Yeah.
And Andrew goes on, there was an area set aside for the purpose, which was known as Southport International. Wow. That's stretching it.
I'm not sure how much of this is believable.
Southport International Airport.
116 for 7. I think one or two people had a few drinks in the garden this afternoon. Oh, we see a bit of Tom Hartley loosening up. What we're talking about. We'll talk about spin. We've not seen any of it so far today. But Hartley at third slip is twirling his arms around as Blatherwick comes in to Crane. And Crane defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. 116 for 7. Hampshire going, well, presumably they must be playing away from the Ageas ball, especially when the kind of 100 gets going and stuff.
Yes, we're here, and then obviously Canterbury Friday night to help everything get set up. Drinks have just arrived. Thank you very much.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are Friday night at Hove, T20.
But in terms of outgrounds?
Oh, sorry. We've got the Isle of Wight.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Nice. Blatherwick to Crane. It's defended. It's off the front foot. A little tentative, but just pushing the ball up towards mid-on, no run.
Which I think you guys one year were due to come
That's right,
to at one stage,
might
weren't you? 50 over game.
Yeah, it might have been the COVID year, I think.
Yeah.
Might have been 2020. I think it was scheduled for that season, and obviously everything got changed. But it's a little trip across on the ferry. Nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely little day. We were there last year for a 50 over against Northamptonshire, and it was
Okay.
the hottest day of the year.
Right.
It was absolutely boiling, but lovely.
Blatherwick to Crane, that's left. Crane gets his hands and bat up above the shoulder and watches it go through to Salt. There's no run. Remains on 7 from 38 balls faced. Mason Crane.
Have you ever been to the Isle of Wight?
I've never been to
Have
the
you
island, no. And I remember that being in the fixtures. I was quite looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Kind of got. Oh, in the end, I don't think we played each other, did we? In that season, we didn't.
No.
It was kind of regional groups, wasn't it? Left again by Crane, and through to Salt. Rob Jones is back on the field, by the way, which is good to see. Looked like he was struggling a little bit earlier on with a finger problem. Speaking of our drinks arriving, the players are going to take drinks here, aren't they? So a little break for a few moments with Hampshire 116 for 7, but a nice partnership that these two have put together. 40 they've added so far between Barker and Crane. Barker on 32 and Crane on 7.
Yeah, both playing very, very well out there, but it is looking increasingly as though once the ball gets a little softer, then batting does become a little easier. I have to say there's been a lot of playing and missing here.
Yeah, there has.
Mainly because of the very, very good bowling, but because the wicket has helped the bowlers a bit. And not quite seeing that as often, which suggests that the softer ball is not getting quite as much out of this surface. Peter Morlane, thank you for your tweet at Sun of Sports. Says great commentary from yourself and the nice Scott Reed. It's always a pleasure listening during the cricket season. I can't say that. Why can't inimitable? Is that the word?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's something like that, isn't it? Yeah. Whether he spelt it wrong or I'm saying it wrong, I don't know. Anyway, you know what I mean. But thank you very much, Peter. It's very kind of you. So drinks break.
Let's have a little look elsewhere, shall we, where the players are having a drink. The test match has finished with Australia beating India. A victory by 209 runs in the game at the Oval. I mentioned earlier on that the Vipers are winners of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, beating the Blaze by 7 wickets in the match at New Road in Worcestershire. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 196 for 3. They're up against Somerset this week. Who's got runs there for Essex? Sir Alistair Cook, 85 not out. And Kent are 169 for 7 in their match against Surrey, but a bit of late order resistance, mainly from Jordan Cox and Joey Everson. Everson making 58, Cox unbeaten on 66. Kent 173 for 7 now against Surrey. And the other Division 1 game is Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. Alex Davies making 93.
Just talking about him.
LBW for 93, with Warwickshire 169 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. And there are 4 games in Division 2. Derbyshire all out for 111. Yorkshire 112 for 2 in reply. Glamorgan 212 for 3 against Durham. Gloucestershire 45 without loss against Leicestershire, but they've been off for rain for most of the day.
Whoa.
In that game. They're at tea, early tea in that game, and Sussex 164 for 6 in their match against Worcestershire.
Talking of Sussex, I don't know if you've seen on a video clip of Paul Farbrace, their head of cricket, something like that, director of head coach. Yeah. His reaction interview after their T20 game against Essex.
No, what's in that?
Well worth a look and a listen.
Right.
And anybody listening and watching this, search for that. There's a reverse sweep from Barker, who misses that one. And we've got Tom Hartley with his slow left arm into the attack. I probably won't say any more about it. Just put it into Google, into a search engine. Other search engines available, of course. As that's a length ball. Barker just pushes down on that one. Search Paul Farbrace reaction, Sussex against Essex T20.
Right. And
have a listen to his interview after that game. You will not be disappointed. Here's Hartley again. Barker's on the back foot, works that up to mid-wicket.
With Adrian?
No, I don't think it was Adrian Harms, the BBC Sussex guy interviewing him. In fact, I don't want to give too much away, really. Right. I don't know who it was. If I'm honest, trying to summarise very quickly, the guy, the second question is not a very good one, actually. He's trying to reverse sweep and gets wrapped on the pad. His second question is not a very good one, but anyway, it didn't need to be any good anyway. I mean, to be fair to the interviewer, in the end, he's trying to help Farbrace drag it back. So there you are. I'll leave you teasing that one, but look it up. Well worth it. That's quietly played by Barker back up the pitch. He's quite tall, isn't he, Tom Hartley?
He is, yep.
Gets very high in his action as well. Like it, like the action. We're going to have the field change because deep point, backward point is coming up by the umpire. Barker works that away, and there is a deep mid on. And Barker moves on to 33, 117 for 7 at the end of that over. Glenn Walworth has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of the sea and how far it's out, and what have you at Southport. Glenn says, just to clear up any confusion, that the sea and the tide, or sea/tide, comes up to the road by the pier twice a day, so it does actually come back all that way. Now, I don't know, all that grass, it seems to suggest it might not, but anyway. Local shrimpers use the tides to their advantage and supply some of the country's best restaurants with their catches. Local shrimper Chris Shirty Pete often appears on TV cookery shows. Obviously, other shrimpers available.
Double change with Mitchell replacing Bladder. It's excellent shrimp knowledge, is that, isn't it?
That is terrific.
Yeah, top.
If you're into your shrimps,
yeah,
that would have helped.
Yeah, that's definitely useful. 117 for 7. Mitchell balls, and Barker leaves it through to the keeper. No run. It's 117 for 7 with Keith Barker unbeaten on 33 and Mason Crane on 7, and these two so far have added 41 runs between them off 91 deliveries. It's been a good day in the main for Lancashire, with 3 wickets for Bailey, 3 for Williams, 1 for Blatherwick, and Mitchell into the attack for his 4th over of the afternoon, with Hampshire now 121 for 7.
That's a boundary for Keith Barker, who moves on to 37, comfortably Hampshire's top scorer. Peter Moore Lane's back on the tweets at Solent Sport with the definition of inimitable. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? I think that's how you say it. He says, I'm just struggling to say it, but he says it's so good or unusual, has to be impossible to copy and unique. Thank you.
Here's Mitchell to Barker. Well, that deflects away down to fine leg. Barker trying to work it away to the leg side, but I think it came off the thigh pad. Oh, I didn't see the... Oh, no, the umpire did signal a leg bye, so yeah, deflection of the thigh pad. So a leg bye pushes the total on to 122 for 7. Barker remains on 37. Mason Crane, who's hung around here in this partnership that's edging towards 50. He's played his part. 7 not out, but faced 39 deliveries. He batted for over an hour, Mason Crane. A wee bit of good fortune along the way, but that's going to be needed from time to time. He's getting in behind this next delivery from Daryl Mitchell and defends into the offside for no run. 122 for 7. So we're deep into the afternoon session. We've still got, I think, 10 overs until tea. Yeah, we've got 43 overs remaining in the day after this one's completed by Daryl Mitchell. He's into Crane. Drives. Oh, that's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Punched through mid-off by Mason Crane. And it was a rather hard landing on a pretty hard outfield by Dame Villas, it would seem. Trying to stop the ball at mid-off. Raced up to the rope. Takes him into double figures, that. Moves on to 11. It's 126 for 7.
Beautiful, like that shot.
Yeah. Yeah, well, mentioned playing missing a few times, but that was an excellent shot. And that's eased away through the offside for more runs here. Fuller ball by Mitchell, just pushed away through cover for a single. Moves on to 12, and that completes the over as well. 127 for 7.
Email from Peter Robinson here, solentcricket@gmail.com. You mentioned you were here last night when there was a function in the hospitality suite next to us. Well, Peter Robinson says, I was at the function at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club last night, and the sudden rainstorm was quite something. Fortunately, just as the downpour came, I was about to get absolutely drenched. Who should arrive but Luke Wells with the biggest golf umbrella. Oh, yeah, come on, here we go. Thank you. I should have read that first before I read it.
Here comes the Luke Wells ones.
Yeah, I've managed to avoid 1 or 2 of them. That one, unfortunately, got through my...
That slipped through.
It did slip through, yeah. Is Tom Hartley. So if I haven't read your email, that's because you've mentioned Luke Wells in it. That's pushed out by Crane out in the covers. That was sort of hidden further down.
It was. That was sneaky, that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was sneaky.
I'll have to look out for that in future. Farouk Engineer, another Lancashire keeper. How could we forget him? Thank you, Philip Bennett. Hartley bowls. Forward is Crane. I'll come back to that because I've got to disappear for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, he'd be right up there on a list of I guess, most people favourite wicket-keeper batters for Lancashire. Farouk is Hartley bowling forward. Goes Crane. And there is no run. 127 for 7. Hartley left arm round the wicket. Crane leaning into it. Steers the ball away to the leg side. Rob Jones fields. No run. There's a slip and a forward short leg. Backward point. Cover. Extra cover. As Crane defends. No run. Mid off and a mid on. And a deep backward square leg. Tom Hartley bowling for Lancashire from the Grosvenor Road end of the grounds, the tennis courts away to our left-hand side. Slowly creeping in past umpire Bailey and bowls and forward. Again goes Crane. That's worked again to the leg side. Jones completes the fielding. It's the end of the over. Confirmation of that 50 partnership as well. 51 runs that these two now have put on from 102 deliveries. It's just the type of partnership that Lancashire didn't want. It proved to be, I'm sure, quite irritating, but it's absolutely crucial for Hampshire to have just got something together. Try and get something on the board in their first innings. Mitchell to Barker. He drives. Oh, Villas does really well. It's a good stop by Dane Villas. It's a handsome looking drive by Barker, and Villas is at mid-on. Like a goalkeeper. And low down to his right-hand side. Gets a hand on that, almost tipping it around the post. It's a proper good stop, that, by Dane Villas. Be a few bumps and grazes and bruises, I would think, from the players at the end of these 4 days. On this dry, abrasive, hard surface. Probably one there for Dane Villas. Says Mitchell to Barker. Played off the back foot to Tom Bailey at mid-off. And there is no run. 127 for 7. Breeze may have picked up a little bit. Trees just started to flutter a little bit more firmly. Shuffle for Mitchell as he sets off again. Balls to Barker. It's dropped to mid-wicket. And Villas scoops up the ball. Barker moves on to 38. The partnership moves on to 128 for 7. Brings Mason Crane back on strike.
Yeah, these two have been batting for about an hour and 15 minutes or so.
That's good stuff, isn't it? 52 runs they've put on now. Half-century partnership. Crane's played his part. Dominated mainly by Barker, but in terms of runs, but Crane's played an equally important part. Faced pretty much half the deliveries, Mason Crane. As he defends his next delivery from Mitchell to mid-off for no run.
Drew has just tweeted to say he's struggling to find that Paul Farbrace interview. I think it's on YouTube. I can't remember. Sure, that's where it was. I'll try and find it. I'll tell you. I won't post it. I'll just sort of see if I can find it. Oh, of course, it's. Okay.
Mitchell to Crane.
Oh,
well, that loops up into the offside. Dropping short a little bit there, Mitchell, and come off the face of the bat. It's pushing Crane back into his crease. Didn't quite know where that went, Crane. He was looking a little anxiously away to his left-hand side, and then to his relief, he saw the ball landing safely into the offside. Just pushed him back a little, that. 128 for 7.
yeah, there it is. If you just put in Farbrace interview reaction Essex YouTube.
It's dropped away into the offside for no run.
Sorry, I was.
It's okay.
Action.
End of the over, 128 for 7. That.
Yeah, so I typed in YouTube, Far Brace interview, reaction Essex, and it comes up. So have a listen, have a watch. Scotty will do that at tea time. Just keep with it. After about the first or second answer, he sort of gets slowly into it, and then he's away.
Okay. It's a brutally honest interview, is it?
Well, it's just, you know, how many interviews have we done between us after games? Hundreds. And yeah, it's just one of those where you would think, oh, this is one of the better ones. Tom Hartley. He's going to bowl the next over to Keith Barker, who's on 38, doing a fantastic job for his side here. They need him to do a lot more, though, at 128 for 7, and Barker works that on the ground, fielded at short leg. We are into the 56th over of day 1. There's Hartley over the wicket to the left-hander once more, and Barker drives. Good bit of fielding at mid-wicket by Josh Bohannon. Lovely striped blazer there to our right in the hospitality area. I love those sort of blazers. You know, that's a typical cricket ground blazer, that, isn't it? Hartley, Barker forward quietly. I presume, I don't know if it's a club blazer or something like that. I don't know what the club colours are here, but a lovely tie to go with it.
It's like a pink and blue, I think, the colours of Southport.
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, that might be the local club blazer there. And it goes burial, lovely shot, Keith Barker, that's 6, into the sight screen. Lovely shot, got there and it was right out of the middle of the bat.
A little into out, wasn't it? It was a gorgeous shot, lovely lofted drive.
Beautiful. And the BBC Sport guys has just sent me the link to Far Brace's interview. Thank you, Jed. I built it up so much.
You
now,
have?
I'm worried that it was sent to me.
Right.
Saying, oh, have a listen to this. So clearly, oh, Barker's, has he been bowled? He has. Oh, and Hartley's got his man. Barker was playing across the line there, trying to whip that away through mid-wicket, and he's gone for 44. And that's the first wicket to spin. And Hampshire are 134 now for 8.
Yeah, playing across the line to Hartley. And played just a gorgeous lofted drive, into out shot for 6, the previous delivery. Trying to whip this one away through mid-wicket. The ball clatters into the stumps. Barker's gone. Top score of the innings by a mile for Hampshire. Falling just shy of a half-century, 44. First victim for Tom Hartley, and as Kevin said, first victim to spin in the match. 8 down now, Hampshire, 134 for 8. And that ends a very profitable partnership. They have added 58 runs between them, Barker and Crane, which might not seem a great deal, but in the context of the innings, certainly, that's an absolutely crucial partnership for Hampshire.
It certainly is, yeah. The next highest, Gubbins with 16 and then James Vince with 15. So a huge disparity there between the scores. And I think really it's down to the fact that the ball's getting a little softer. So it's very much a new ball wicket here. And while the ball stays hard, I think batting will, I think we'd expect batting to be hard for Lancashire as well, or I'd expect that.
Yeah, well, you look at the attack that Hampshire have got. I mentioned it before, didn't we? The big three all playing this week. Barker, Abbott and Abbas, and then you blend in the additional spin options as well. It's driven down the ground by Abbott to mid-on for no run to complete the over from Tom Hartley. So there's 4 dot balls, a 6 and a wicket in that over. 134 for 8. Hampshire in their first innings. You are watching Lancs TV and listening to the BBC Sport website and the app. And it's Lancashire against Hampshire in the LV County Championship, the opening day of this fixture at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Hampshire have managed to find a partnership. Can they find another one? With Crane and Abbott together now. Crane's on strike. Here comes Daryl Mitchell. in and bowls and Crane up onto his toes. Just guide the ball off the open face of the bat down to gully where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Peter Chapman says Southport seems like a very convivial ground. Peter's in Penzance. It's a lovely ground. Lovely atmosphere. Lovely weather. Yeah, can be better.
Mitchell to Crane in behind it and defends away into the offside. No run. Gathered by Blatherwick.
How many overs are we till tea? Still 8, are we?
Yes. Yep. Crane on 12. Mitchell in and balls to Crane. Goes back and just trying to uppercut it almost there, I think, Crane. And just deflects down to third slip where Bell stops the ball, no run.
Sorry, that was me just finishing off that cold Coke. Sorry. Apologies if you could hear that. Proper effects.
Forgiven if it's a G&T, but you know, you can't get away with it if it's just a Coca-Cola. 34 for 8. Mitchell over the wicket to Crane, and that's defended once more. Just gets up onto his toes and shows the full face of the bat to the bowler. Pushes safely back along the pitch. Williams comes across to scoop up the ball and hands it back to Mitchell, and he'll go back to the top of his mark. As we welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra back to Southport and Birkdale. As Mitchell bowls to Crane, and that's clipped away off the toes down to fine leg for 1 run. He moves on to 13. 135 for 8. Since you were last with us, we've seen the end of partnership with 58 runs between Keith Barker and Mason Crane. Barker having hit Tom Hartley for 6 with a gorgeous shot. A little into out, up and over the bowler's head for 6 runs. The very next delivery went to try and work one through the leg side and was bowled for 44, the top scorer in the innings by a mile for Hampshire. As Abbott tries to work this one to the leg side, ball thuds out into the onside. Half an appeal, stifled appeal by Darryl Mitchell. It's the end of the over, and Hampshire have got themselves up to 135 thanks to that partnership between Barker and Crane, and thanks in particular to Barker's 44, where they are 8 wickets down. We're edging towards tea on this first day with 7 overs, I think, until the tea interval. Got Mason Crane and Kyle Abbott batting for Hampshire. 135 for 8.
Tom Hartley then with his left arm spin to continue. Crane has got a short leg and a slip to contend with close by. This comes round the wicket, Hartley, and bowls, and Crane is forward. Now we've had several emails in over several subjects, and we've had a lot of fun today, so thank you for all those. One of those was about planes flying in and out of Southport, which seemed a little far-fetched as that's pushed into the ground. Somebody even earlier saying that, even suggesting there might have been a Southport International Airport.
On the beach.
On the beach. Because the sea goes out a long way there, as we've been talking about. Crane, does he get wrapped on the pad first and then it's bat as he comes forward? No, says umpire Rob Bailey. Well, Glenn Walworth, I've got an email here about Southport beach flights. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, there was a plane that did pleasure flights from Southport Beach by the pier right up to the 1980s, as that's turned away down to fine leg by Mason Crane, who's on to 14, doing a really good job here in just his 2nd championship game of the season, his 2nd consecutive one. He then sends me a link to a website called Lancashire Past, which says early transatlantic flights via Southport. What is going on here? Here comes Hartley. Oh, Barker is Abbott is forward and not out the middle of the bat at all. This article, I'll very quickly surmise it. When I drove in last night, there is by a roundabout near my hotel a picture of this plane on the roundabout. You might have passed it.
Yeah,
I passed it last night driving up from Worcester, so I recognise that straight away. Here's Hartley. Abbott goes for a drive through extra cover, and that's 4 runs, is it? No, not quite. Not quite. Didn't quite get hold of that, Kyle Abbott. Back in the side after missing the last game against Northamptonshire with injury. Had a minor knee operation in the winter and has just had a few niggles with that recently, but he's back in the side for this one, having had a bit of a break with the T20s, and he moves on to 2, 138 for 8. Many people, this article says, must have driven around the Shore Road roundabout near Ainsdale, which is where it was, and wondered why there's a sculpture of an airplane flying away from the New York skyline. Perhaps they dismiss it as some random innocuous piece of public art. However, it is far more important than that. It actually commemorates 2 double transatlantic flights in the early days of aviation, undertaken by the pilot Dick Merrill via Southport. There you go. So it's got a very fantastic aviation history, Southport.
Well,
yeah. 1936, apparently.
Every day's a school day.
Who would have thought it?
No, exactly. Yeah. It's been an absolute education, isn't it, so far today?
Yeah.
I've learned so much about the Southport beach and the tide and the runway on the beach. Here comes Mitchell. In the balls to Crane. Hops back into the crease and defends again. And there is no run, 138 for 8. And the train on its way to Liverpool, hurtling along the far side of the ground. Forward short leg in position. It's like George Bell, I think. It's cracked away through the offside by Crane.
Shot.
Yeah, Velas is scampering after it, but that's going to reach the boundary. Into the rope it goes, and into the first row of spectators. That was a nice shot by Crane. Just got onto that front foot and freed up the arms, and deliberately forcing the ball away through the covers for Bell, I think.
It's played some lovely drives.
Cracked away through the offside by Crane. Hasn't there? There's been a bit of uncertainty. Velas is scampering after it, but that's going to reach the boundary. Into the rope it goes, and then when he's been committed to it, he's played some good-looking shots. He's turned this ball back down the pitch for no run. Moves on to 18 with that 4. Crane. He's faced 64 deliveries now for his 18 runs.
Well, he only averages 11 in first-class cricket, so he's doing a really good job in the context of that, playing in his 53rd match. High score of 29. That's in danger.
Yeah, that is very much in his sights. Mitchell to Crane down the leg side, through to Salt, no run. How much first-class cricket has he played this summer?
Only his 2nd game.
Okay.
Yeah, he played against Northamptonshire in the last one.
Okay.
Kept his place because Hampshire are playing 3 spinners in this game. Lancashire won.
Presume he's played every Blast game, has it?
Yeah, he missed the one at Radlett because the boundaries square there are not great.
Okay.
So he missed that one. He's bowled all right, actually, but the teams have just targeted him.
Mitchell to Crane. It's defended. Ball bounces to the right of Mitchell on his follow-through and finds its way up to Bailey at mid-on, and there's no run. It's
been uncanny that when him and Liam Dawson have bowled together, they've treated Dawson with a lot more respect, and they've obviously decided, right, we're going for Crane, and then the slog sweeps come out every other ball. He's actually bowled all right. His figures don't give him justice, really.
And with the bat here, beaten on 18, Mitchell to Crane, it's short, and he leans back. Shows no interest, just allows that one to travel through into the gloves of Phil Salt. Completes the over, number 59 of the Hampshire first innings. 142 for 8. Abbott on 2 at the other end, Crane on 18. Daryl Mitchell is just completed the fourth over of this spell of that he's into. 4 overs for 15.
And 5 overs till tea. We're discarding all the Luke Wells emails, by the way, everybody, just in case you're not sure. I've got a few more here, and they say, no, this is really genuine about Luke Wells. Well, I'm sorry, but we've made a conscious effort because apparently there's a Lancashire thing going on at the moment.
He's gone more than all season. It's been quite amusing.
Yeah. So we're not doing those. I fear that this one is about Tom Hartley might be the same as he's bowling now, and that's off the back foot. Abbott steers it into the covers. Crane was looking for a single. This is just one that Oliver Lloyd mentions about coming across Tom Hartley in a well-known supermarket, sniffing the milk, but obviously that's rubbish. Well, it might not be, but I'm not going to treat that seriously just in case. Abbott goes big over mid-off, or not quite as big because he's caught. Will Williams running back at deepish mid-off, and Abbott just getting underneath that one a little bit, skying it as well. Well-judged catch from Will Williams, and Kyle Abbott goes for 2, and that is Hampshire's 9th wicket down with the score on 142.
Second wicket, yeah, for Hartley. Been quite positive, hasn't he, in his brief spell there, Abbott. Trying to get on the front foot. After that partnership, which was 58 between Barker and Crane, that was offered a bit of stubborn resistance for Hampshire. Things might well be wrapped up relatively quickly. I don't think Mohammed Abbas is one for hanging around for too long. Likes to play shots. And he's heading out to join Mason Crane.
Well, yeah, Mo averages 6 in first-class cricket, so this might be time to start the roller up, I think. Peter Robinson, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, hello and thank you for the excellent, insightful commentary from Southport. There must be another team around here somewhere. I'm a southerner by birth, but something of an adopted northerner, and have therefore been lucky enough to play a bit of cricket in the northwest and throughout Lancashire. Southport has always been a favourite ground of mine, as I've managed to scramble a few runs together there as an opener, and even been able to turn my arm over to bowl some of my leg spin as well. He says it's a great ground, says Lou Kells. Thank you very much. Oh, that's from Lou Kells under the... So it's a Peter Robinson email, but anyway, it could be one of those two guys. Take your pick. So, Mohammed Abbas, what is he going to do here? Sometimes he blocks it a little bit, and sometimes he has a little... Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks very close. He's gone for the Yorker there, Hartley. He's probably just going down the leg side, but only fractionally. Fired that one in full. And Abbas, who's had a couple of weeks or so off with the T20s. Comes forward to Hartley this time, and it's a lot better as he pushes that out towards extra cover. 142 for 9 then. Lancashire looking to finish off this Hampshire first innings. We're into the 60th over here, as confident forward defensive this time from Mohammed Abbas. Still just the short leg in and the slip. In fact, the short leg in now is coming around on the offside. That's silly mid-off. Hartley just taking his time over this next delivery. Comes in again and bowls. And Abbas forward. And that's the end of the over. 60 overs completed. 5 wickets since lunch. Brown, Organ, Dawson, Barker and Abbott. 6, 2, 9, 44 and 2. Keith Barker's total by far the highest in the Hampshire innings. The next being Nick Gubbins, who we've talked about it a lot earlier, was adjudged LBW to Jack Blatherwick for 16, and well, it's not just us on the ground, not just us who were watching the live picture feed, that were saying that it's, apart from pitching outside leg stump, apart from missing the stumps, it was out.
Yeah, Gubbins only one of 5 batters to reach double figures. It's 16, Vince 15, Weatherly 15, Barker the pick of the lot, top score by a mile, 44, and now Crane's unbeaten 18. Darryl Mitchell's spell this afternoon has come to an end, 4 overs for 15, and the return of Jack Blatherwick. He was bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. back into the attack. He's in and bowling to Crane. Again, just takes a step back into the crease and defends to mid-off, and there's no run. Lancashire earlier today winning the toss and electing to bowl first. And the coin was flipped at 10:30. Dane Villas, Lancashire's captain, called right. And fancied a bowl, and so far it's worked. 142 for 9. Blatherwick to Crane. Slightly loose-looking shot playing away from his body, trying to carve the ball away, but a little extra pace with Blatherwick into the attack.
I think he's the quickest of the Lancashire bowlers, isn't he?
I think he probably is, yeah. I don't think we've got the speed gun for this. Certainly not for today, we haven't. I suspect he probably is, yeah. First slip, he's dropping back. So Mitchell was at first slip, and he's going all the way back towards, not quite that to the third man boundary. He's kind of 10 yards in.
The drink started to talk in the
what's going on?
Tent next to us.
Okay, Blatherwick in bowls. That's worked out to the leg side by Crane. No run.
Just got a guy next to us just shouting to Josh Bohannon, who's fielding just in front of us, shouting, "I love you, Josh." Dear.
Maybe.
And it's not even 4 o'clock yet.
He might genuinely love him.
Well, he might do.
Yeah, you can't rule that out.
No,
could be,
but he is standing there with a pint in his hand.
It could be serious love, you know. 142 for 9. So you wait till it gets after tea.
I know, that's what worries me.
No. Blatherwick bowls. Crane swats the ball, but he should be caught, and is. Caught at mid-on. He's going to rock back, trying to pull the ball, but didn't time it out the middle of the bat. The ball balloons towards mid-off. Sorry, no, it was mid-on, where Bailey just shuffled away to his right to take the catch, and Hampshire have been bowled out. They're out for 142. Hampshire all out for 142. And it would have been double figures, not for that partnership between Barker and Crane. They're grateful that those two were able to at least try and put something together. But Crane departs for 18. Another wicket for Blatherwick. He's picked up 2 for 25. Hampshire all out for 142. And I presume that will be tea as well. Oh no, I think I'm just going to say there's one more. They're going to have one over before tea, I think.
Really?
I think I just saw that signal from the umpire, but we'll confirm that. Might be one over before tea. But the players are heading off with Hampshire 142 all out.
Well, terrific performance from the home side. Absolutely no doubt about that. They've kept Hampshire under the cosh all day. When you think Hampshire at 76 for 7, then it's a bit of a recovery, it has to be said, but 142 feels light anyway. It'll be interesting with the new ball in the hands of Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, and also Keith Barker, but you feel if you get through the new ball, then if you can have wickets intact, which Hampshire didn't, then 142 could be easily passed. So the first part of this game definitely belongs to Lancashire.
It does. We'll see how the second half of the first day unfolds. Two spectators starting to drift onto the outfield. So, yes, just to confirm, tea has been taken. So we are at tea on this opening day. So Hampshire all out for 142, tea being taken, and we'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
no food or drink on the playing area at all, and please keep well clear of the square.
You're not even over there. camera bags big enough with the viewfinder thing on? Yeah, I'm struggling to get this one on.
Kira, have you got a bag on you, a camera bag for your camera?
Not on, I ain't got one on it.
Move on to Chloe. Is this camera still okay? Or has it dropped a bit?
The camera's still okay.
Thank you. Chloe, which wicket are you using? Okie doke.
Way the top order this morning. They were 72 for 6 at one stage just after lunch. I guess 142 feels a bit of a recovery, but it does also feel as though once that ball gets a little softer, batting does become a little easier, which is quite often the case, but certainly today. As Barker, so Hampshire are going to have to get a few wickets up top to keep them in the game, and that's driven through mid-on. That's a beautiful shot. Full delivery there from Barker, though. The ball races quickly over this parched outfield, and straight away Phil Salt has imposed himself on Barker.
Yeah, first red ball game of the season for Phil Salt.
I get the feeling he's not going to hang around too much. I suppose I got so used to seeing him play white ball that might just carry some of that on outside the off stump. Good carry from Barker through to Brown.
In fact, he's not far off being his first championship match for a year.
Wow.
The last time he played a first-class match was June the 26th.
Almost a year.
Yeah, in Bristol. He didn't open the batting, I'm certain of that. I'm going to bring up the scorecard. I think he probably came in somewhere like 5 or 6.
Opening the batting here, though, as Barker's in again round the wicket, and Salt edges, and he's dropped. He's put down, and Barker can't believe it. Well, that was not difficult at all, and that's Fletcher Middleton. Straight in, stomach. I mean, it was harder to drop it than it was to hold on to it, and it bobbled out. That might be a big moment.
Yeah, lifeline for Salt.
Well, as slip catches go,
Yeah.
and not difficult at all as Barker comes in again, and Salt off the back foot just rubs Salt into the wound with that boundary through the covers, and that's 8. 2 boundaries off this over plus a drop catch.
Yeah, he batted at 6 in that last match. That's his first game for almost a year. He made 38 8 in the first innings. Lancashire didn't bat in the second innings. The match was drawn against Gloucestershire. So yeah, Phil Salt's first 4-day game for almost a year.
Wow. 8 without loss in the first over then, replying to that Hampshire all-out total of 142. Here comes Barker again, length ball. Salt quietly pushes it out on the offside. So, oh dear.
A bit of all sorts there, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it, really? Well, nobody means to drop them. Fletcher Middleton will be feeling particularly bad about that, but it's happened. You move on, and Salt survives.
I think you're spot on with regards to how he'll go about it, though, Phil Salt. Regardless of being dropped, I think he will come out and play quite positively. Almost kind of the Luke Wells role, really. Wells has been a really positive kind of opening batter for Lancashire this season, trying to really play with a real sense of purpose. Perhaps of the two, when Phil Salt and Keaton Jennings are batting, maybe Salt perhaps scores a little bit quicker than Keaton, but they complement each other beautifully as an opening pair. I think Balderson and Salt will probably do something similar here. I think Salt will probably go at this quite hard, be quite positive. Balderson may be a little bit more cautious with his approach.
That's fair enough. It's not a bad way, is it, really?
Yep.
Barry Miltonberg, it was a bit of a tongue-in-cheek comment to somebody who asked us to predict the future. When he says, your earlier prediction of Hampshire getting 300 plus is looking a bit wrong. Well, of course it is. I was only joking. Don't take everything we say seriously.
Oh, blimey, no. It's Abbas to Balderson, who's driving, and the ball disappears down towards third man for 4 runs. Driving maybe with a slightly risky shot from Balderson. Flies down to third man for 4 runs.
That looked as though it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Wait till see the replay, but watching it live from a kind of backward square leg here, not like it could have, as you say, could have gone anywhere. Yeah, it was a bit of a streaky shot, but he'll take the runs, will Balderson. So 12 without loss. Abbas to Balderson, that's off the back foot. Worked away off a slightly angled bat, away to backward point for no run.
Well, Abbas is having his usual fairly productive season, 29 wickets so far.
Yeah, so just looking.
15 apiece. Was you sorry? Have I just
No, it's okay. I was just looking at that. Yeah, but pretty decent stuff again, isn't it? Blimey.
Pretty average, isn't it? Really?
Goodness. Yeah. Well, I was saying to you before, and I was reading that article that the cricket paper. Has Balderson edged? Well, the ball's gone through to the keeper. They were up. There wasn't much from Abbas, in truth. Keeper and the slips went up. Well, that says the umpire. But I was reading a really nice article that Abbas had done. I think it was with the cricket paper, about how Hampshire's very much home for him, how much he really enjoys it.
Yeah.
It's just a really warm article to read about a player that clearly had found a natural home at Hampshire, and it's given him kind of this extra lease of life at the back end of his career, and it was a really nice article. And yeah, he's having another pretty stellar season, isn't he, so far? Into Balderson. That's defended to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and I've interviewed him several times. His English is okay. He can sort of understand you if you sort of speak a bit slower and be very clear, and he's all right. And I did an interview with him just after he'd taken a few wickets earlier in the season, and you know, he's prolific here and hasn't played international cricket for a while. And England were over there, you know, and I sort of said to him, I said, you know, the form you've been in over the last couple of years, you know, are you surprised you haven't been back in the Pakistan side in some shape or form?
As he comes into Balderson, he plays off the front foot and defends into the offside, no run.
And he was really genuine with his answer, and you know, sometimes somebody gives you an answer and you actually can feel it a little bit. And he said, I was really sad when England came over in the winter and I wasn't involved, you know, to sort of watch them playing against England, and I wasn't anywhere near it. He said I was really, really sad. And he said it in a way that I thought, God, I can feel that. I can feel that sadness in your answer. You know.
Well, it's Hampshire's gain, isn't it? Into Balderson, that's left. And through to the keeper. That's the end of the Abbas over. It was that 4, which was a little streaky for Balderson. And then there was that an appeal for a caught behind, 4 off the first ball, and then 5 dots to complete the over. Lancashire 12 without loss.
Email here from Robert Acton, silentcricket@gmail.com. Now, Robert earlier was emailing from Cromer in Norfolk, and another one that's picking me up.
Oh dear.
I know. Still enjoying the sunshine and your commentary. Thank you, Robert. He says, re your earlier reply to my email. Your observation about houses sliding into the sea in Cromer is incorrect. Apologies for not knowing my Norfolk geological history, or whatever it is that it is. Coastal erosion, that would be better. Here comes Barker around the wicket. Forward is Salt. Place that up towards mid-on. The coastal erosion is further down the coast at Hemsby near Great Yarmouth. I shall make a note of that. On the subject of Lancashire wicketkeepers, one of the all-time greats, showing my age once again, he says, is Farouk Engineer. Yes, he got mentioned earlier and we forgot to mention him. Can't believe you didn't mention him. That's right, well, who I had the pleasure of meeting once at a party night at Woodford Cricket Club. Great cricketer and a lovely human being. I've been to a couple of days, corporate days, where he's been in the same box. That's pushed back. And he's clearly a lover of company and, you know, loves a chat, you know, in a group and that sort of thing. So, yeah. But you're right, yeah, apologies for forgetting Farouk Engineer. It's quite easy to forget a lot of names, actually, as you get older, like me. Scott's lucky I can remember his name from year to year.
Well, only occasionally.
12 without loss here at Lancashire. 8 of them to Phil Salt, facing the next delivery from Barker, who's already been dropped. That's pushed out square on the offside. And there is no run. Poor Fletcher Middleton at third slip, putting Phil Salt down. 142 Hampshire bowled out for in the 61st over. There's Barker back to his mark. It's bowling left to right as we look, because we're at deep mid-wicket. Not a great area to commentate from, but it's still lovely anyway. It's pushed out square on the offside. In amongst the chat of the corporate tent next to us, which seems to have thinned out a little bit, actually. Yeah, it's thinned out a bit.
Maybe they're still having kind of a late tea.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, of course, yeah, it'd be about tea now, wouldn't it? The cakes and the
a few sandwiches.
Cake stands, yeah. 12 without loss. And we still have 33 overs to do in the day's play. As Barker comes in again and bowls, Salt's on the back foot, very watchful, pushes that up to Abbott. So there are 3 slips for Keith Barker, Vince, Dawson and Middleton. We know Joe Weatherly in there because of his fractured hand. He normally is in there. It's probably why Fletcher Middleton's in there, actually. It would normally be Weatherly, but he really can't risk being in there with his fractured hand as well as batting, and he did get a painful blow there. It's a lovely shot through the covers from Phil Salt. And that will be a couple of runs. Takes the total on to 14. And that's the end of Barker's over. 10 to Phil Salt. And 4 to George Balderson. And that is replying to the Hampshire total of 142 all out. Ian Payne has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Ian in Lymington here. It's a nice spot, Lymington. Don't know if you've ever been down that way.
No.
Yeah, I'd love to sort of retire to around there somewhere.
Is it Hampshire?
Yeah, okay. But it's a very expensive area. Really enjoying the coverage. That's not an advert, actually, for anybody that's selling a house and wants to sell it cheap. But it might be. Really enjoying the coverage, but feel we could have got a bigger score if our players took less risks. Barker often gets a score and then goes too far and gets himself out. And that's a Bass bowl. Sorry, it's gone out square on the offside. I get carried away with some of these emails. Barker often gets a score and then goes too far and gets himself out, and Abbott just can't help himself. Still, we have our bowlers coming up, so hopefully we can make some inroads. Well, they would have made 1.
Yes.
But not so far.
Yeah, I suspect it's probably still floating around in the mind of Fletcher Middleton,
definitely.
Isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
A Bass from around the wicket to Balderson. That's off the back foot and cut for 4 runs. Mason Crane just backward of point, went to his left-hand side. Flashed out towards the boundary for 4 runs. Lancashire move on to 18 without loss. And George Balderson moves up to 10 with that. No, to 8. Sorry, Balderson on to 8. Got 4 slips in place. Abbas for Hampshire to Balderson, that's pushing forward. The ball goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, Balderson's not had much cricket in terms of kind of first-team cricket now for a few weeks. Didn't feature in any of the T20 Blast games. So he'll be getting back into the rhythms of 4-day cricket before another break for the Blast. And then he'll be back again for the game against Surrey. Edged. Dawson there at second slip. I'm not sure if that carried.
Didn't look at it at first glance, did it?
Wait until the stream catches up with on my laptop here. Not sure if that did carry.
We saw a few of those early on in the Hampshire innings, didn't we, really, where with the hard ball, really, it sort of accentuates the two-pace nature of the pitch at times.
No, it bounced in front. 2 or 3 yards perhaps in front. Abbas to Balderson. Dabbed away into the onside. And there's no run. 18 without loss.
I've just seen Colin come round. I've just seen this email.
Okay.
Where we can add to the list.
Oh no. Poor Colin.
Little things that Lancashire TV are. They're doing a lot right, an awful lot right, but there's just those little things.
Little 1%ers.
Yeah. Got another one to add to the list.
No, he's going to give you a clout.
He's not going to want me coming back.
No, you're going to be banned. Abbas to Balderson. Again, that's defender into the offside. No run. 18 without loss.
Chris Gore, silentcricket@gmail.com, says if you really want to add to your list to annoy Lancashire TV with, you could add that Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club is in Birkdale, not Southport.
Well, that's very true.
As Scott quite rightly pointed out. That's right, you did. As you pointed out earlier this morning. But the Lancashire TV graphics for the scorecard, partnerships, etc. between overs says Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, Southport. There we are.
You're going to be in serious trouble. You do know that, don't you?
Be another ground I won't be invited back to.
Another ground you're banned from.
Yeah. That's right, by the time I retire, it won't matter.
Yeah.
Here comes Barker, start of a new over, round the wicket to Salt. Salt pushes that out to mid-wicket where Felix Organ fields. This is an interesting one. Albie Somerset, afternoon to you, Albie. silentcricket@gmail.com. This is enjoying watching the game via the app. That's the Hampshire app, which is free to download. How can you mention Old Portsmouth and outgrounds without referring to Old Portsmouth resident Dave Allen, who's Hampshire's historian, and Burnaby Road? Well, we were talking about Lancashire outgrounds, actually. Here's Barker again. Salt drives thick outside edge, and that's gone past Mason Crane in front of point, and he's having to just stop running after that one as it goes into the crowd at the top end, not where full Salt was aiming. But he gets 4 runs nevertheless. 22 without loss. Just saw a flash of electricity there with the train going past. I think that's the first time. Shame that they are demolishing the old Officers Club at that ground, which overlooked the ground. Spent many happy summers in the 60s there at Portsmouth Cricket Week. Times move on. 22 without loss. Phil Salt moves on to 14 now. Balderson at the non-striker's end on 8. Here's Barker again. And bowls, and Salt gets a length ball, just works that again to mid-wicket, and again it's Felix Organ doing the fielding. Another one saying that Farouk Engineer was his favourite wicketkeeper batter. That's John Wilson, opener for India and Lancashire in the 1970s. He was a legend. You'd have to go some way trying to beat his brilliance. He tops Warren Hegg, according to John, as Salt works that way high and square on the offside. There is a fielder actually that's out deep. And 2 runs it'll be. Obviously worried a little bit about Phil Salt just opening up a little bit. That was just quietly played on the offside there. 24 without loss, 16 he moves on to. And John goes on to say, poor Blatherwick not having the K in his name on Lancashire TV. God, they're getting some stick, aren't they, Lancashire TV? Probably due to having his name too long to fit on the screen. That's what it is. That's John of Preston. Yeah. There's your answer.
It's too long.
Yeah. Blathers might have been easier, wouldn't it? Let's work through mid-wicket. Chase for Kyle Abbott. We'll pick that up before it gets to the rope. 2 more runs to Phil Salt. Can I just say in their defence that I think the word around the circuit really is that probably Lancashire TV is probably the best production. Just before I get completely annihilated by the
because you've seen Colin just stood behind you. That's the reason why, isn't it?
It is, yeah, he's there. But no, they are. They have a very good reputation. They are very, very good indeed, and we are having a bit of fun, of course. But they are human, like everybody else, and they do make mistakes, and they are doing.
You are a bad one. Don't know how I can put up with this.
4 days of this. Mind you, look at the scores, it won't be 4 days. That's worked on the onside by Phil Salt. Come back for 2 as it goes down to fine leg. Mo Abbas fielding, throwing it into keeper Ben Brown. End of Keith Barker's over. And Lancashire have moved on to 28 without loss. Phil Salt has 20 of them.
Looking forward to watching Salt play 4-day cricket again. Feels like it's a bit of a luxury, really, when he's available. I suppose he's not a contracted England player, so Lancashire can use him as they want. Livingston has kind of contracts of some description with England, Butler likewise, etc. But he's been away playing in different formats around the world. But nice to see. Nice to see Salt. Back in the team as Abbas comes in and bowls to Balderson, and that's defended into the back down the pitch, and there's no run. Kevin has gone to go and move the brolly. It almost came crashing down. 28 without loss. 2 brollies covering our commentary position, but they're not massively stable. They're a bit wobbly. Abbas to Balderson, just plays inside the line. Through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. 28 for no wicket. Salt and Balderson for Lancashire. Barker and Abbas with a new ball for Hampshire. And Abbas is in again and bowls left and through to Brown. And again, there's no run. A little look at the scores elsewhere in the division. Essex 257 for 3. Plenty of runs there for Essex in the match at Chelmsford. Sir Alistair Cook is 94 not out. Essex 258 for 3. Kenter 231 for 8. Abbas to Balderson, who drives back down the pitch, and there's no run. Kent 231 for 8 against Surrey. That's taken place at Canterbury. Warwickshire are 239 for 3 in their first innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. In Division 2, Derbyshire 111 all out. Yorkshire 192 for 2 in reply. Glamorgan 257 for 4 in their match against Durham. Not having much luck in the game in Bristol. There's Abbas bowls to Bolson, who's forward in defence, and there is no run. They've only had 14.4 overs of that fixture. They've had some rotten luck in Gloucestershire this season with the rain and wet outfields, and just 14.4 overs so far in that match. Gloucestershire 45 without loss, and Sussex are 237 for 7 in their first innings against Worcestershire. Abbas around the wicket to Balderson, left and taken again by Brown, and that completes the over. A maiden from Mohammed Abbas, and Lancashire 28 without loss.
Yeah, they clearly had a bit of rain down in the West Country, because one of my fellow commentators and TMS commentator, Melissa Story, playing for Gloucestershire Women, I think she tweeted a little earlier, I'll just try and find it, that said they bowled very few overs and it took them about 6 hours to do it or something in between the rain. So they've had a horrendous rain down that way. Still sunshine here though, it's been glorious today.
Lovely. You were battling with the brolly then, right?
Yeah, well, the sun's moved a bit, isn't it?
Okay.
Which obviously does happen during the day, apparently. And it's now a bit more to our right.
Okay.
Because obviously, I guess, it sets in the west, doesn't it? So west is to our right. Barker bowls, Salt works that square on the leg side. Just a no run there, as it's fielded by Nick Gubbins. Yeah, so it started off sort of pretty much to the left of us, hasn't it? And has slowly over the day moved to the right. And we got two umbrellas up, one to the left, one to the right. But the one on the right was not far enough to the right, so I've just moved it about as far as it will go. Actually, I've used. I know they said here that they value their plants here. They take a lot of care, and you can see they've taken a lot of care with pots dotted around everywhere. Salt plays and misses outside the off stump. He's trying to work that away on the up, and I feel a little bit guilty, but there's a lovely pot with some lovely, gorgeous flowers in, and I've just sort of taken it and put it on top of the base of the umbrella, because it's quite heavy, so it's holding the umbrella base down.
Well, you can still see them.
Actually, you can. Actually, yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah. Luckily for me, it's about the right height still. But somebody's bound to notice.
Oh, without doubt.
Because they obviously seem to take a lot of care with it, which is nice. Barker, Salt in the air, but there's nobody at cover. There was a deep cover. It looks like it's Mason Crane coming in off the boundary at the far end. And Salt moves on to 22. Or is it 21? 29 without loss it's showing, so he's on 21 actually. Balderson has 8. Left-hander George Balderson. So yes, I think the sun's going to start shining actually through our, just between the tent and the umbrella soon. We've been in the shade all day actually. We've done well, haven't we? Done very well.
Yeah, the last couple of years we've been here, we've had no shade. It's been absolutely baked.
You've not even had these umbrellas?
No, this is the first time.
Wow. Barker's over the wicket to the left-hander Balderson, who drives down the ground, and that will be 4 runs. Over pitch there from Barker. Balderson well forward on that one. Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, tweeted a little earlier at Solent Sport. He says just catching up with things because he's been on a family day. He says exactly 12 months ago there was a break in the T20 and Hampshire went to Chelmsford for a championship game and lost in 3 days. Yes, we were hammered. There we were. And he says now today, well, haven't quite been hammered, but we struggled a bit, let's be honest, early on. But some very good Lancashire seam bowling. Made it very difficult indeed. Here comes Barker again then and bowls to Balderson. Balderson drives, and that's a good diving stop there from Kyle Abbott. That saved 4 runs. He's at mid-on. Oh, he's looking at his hand. Oh, what's he done? Is he all right? I think he's right, yes. That'll be quite rough turf that those guys are fielding at, because behind the bowler it's quite green, as Scott's pointed out, but everywhere else it's a very straw-coloured outfield, and will be quite harsh on anybody diving. The old elbows always take a hammering.
A few scrapes and bumps and bruises this week.
Joe's just tweeted at Solent Sport his Balderson pushing Barker up towards mid-wicket. She said, I had a terrible vision of you planting the umbrella into the middle of the pot and destroying the flowers. I haven't quite got to that stage yet.
Not ruled it out.
Happy to hear that you're actually just using it as a weight, yes.
They don't quite fit the base, do they? These brollies. I mean, they're a bit wobbly.
Yes, they are a bit wobbly actually, aren't they? They're not that. I don't want to criticise everything here because there isn't, because it's a lovely place, but they're not the best bases, are they? They're not the most heavy bases.
I just think they might blow over at any moment.
Yeah. It's a good job it's not windy today.
No, exactly.
You wouldn't be able to put them up actually if it was windy, would you?
Well, we struggled to put this one up, didn't we, this morning?
But they're very good umbrellas. They're very
Yes,
big.
Ideal.
And they are ideal for us.
Salt's on strike for Abbas. Abbas has bowled predominantly to Blatherwick, to Bolson so far. It's off the front foot by Phil Salt, just pushed away into the offside, no run. 33 without loss. (21) to Salt, 21 from 22 balls faced. George Bolson 12.
It's Colin.
Oh dear.
Should we hand him that list now? Of to-do. Should we hand him that to-do list now?
Abbas in balls to Salt, worked away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Have you changed that logo yet on the screen? No, he hasn't got around to that yet. When did we first mention that?
It's 8 hours ago.
It was, wasn't it? About 11 o'clock this morning. He still hasn't done it.
Where's the rest of the gear? Is it on the motorway still? On the motorway. It's coming up.
It's not that old chestnut. Stuck on the motorway,
Stuck on the motorway. That van's a bit dodgy, you know, as well. It's broken down in the past, that
Has
van.
he got a limiter on it, about 20 miles an hour?
It broke down last year, that van. It's Abbas in balls. Driven away by Salt. There's runs here through the offside. All on the ground through cover for 4 runs. Salt moves on to 25. Score moves on to 37 without loss.
What was the other thing we were going to mention? Blatherwick on the screen with no K. Was that because there was too many letters? Paper letter.
Abbas falls to Salt. Drops the ball away into the onside, no run.
Willie's here. What was the other one? Oh, you had Southport and Birkdale in Southport. Apparently it's in Birkdale. It's not in Southport, apparently. So you got the wrong destination, or you got the wrong venue. I mean, you're lucky we're on the court, because all we've been saying is how good Lancashire TV is, isn't it? He's lucky we're on.
Well, I'm not sure about you. There's Abbas. Balls again to Salt. It's flashed away down to third man. 4 runs for Salt, successive boundaries. Yeah, I think he's going to come out and play with a lot of purpose, Phil Salt. Moves on to 29. Score moves on to 41 without loss. Blimey.
He's gone now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Might have stick you're giving him.
No, he's all right. He was all right with that. He's very good. They are very good. I have to keep convincing myself. Oh dear.
Abbas again. Salt just pushes. And then slightly nervously looks over his shoulder. Falls into the gloves of the keeper, Ben Brown. It's the end of the over. 41 without loss. Salt 29 and Balderson on 12.
Bill Seeger has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. Afternoon to you, Bill. He says, as you rightly say, nobody tries to drop a catch, but can you tell me what, if anything, gets said in the dressing room of a first-class county, please? At village cricket level, I can confirm that stony silence, which follows an easy or perhaps expensive drop. I would myself prefer some stick from my teammates. Thank you both for the commentary. Well, yeah, it varies, if I'm honest. I think it's more disappointment because probably like Lancashire and like many of the teams around the country, they all practice their fielding, their slip fielding religiously, and you know, to the point of almost being ridiculous. And I know Hampshire over the last few years have really gone to town doing that because it's so important. You catch your slip catches, it makes life so much easier. Abbott's into the attack, round the wicket to Balderson, plays that quietly behind square, fielded by Mason Crane. So when catches do go down now, it's like, oh gosh, we practiced so much for that, and it's gone down. You know, I don't think there's ever any mickey taken, that's for sure, because it's too important for that. But, I think the worst thing is when you've practiced so hard and catches are still going down. That's what sort of really gets you as a player. Here's Abbott. Some people standing in front of me at the moment. There's a lovely shot through the covers, Balderson. That's a lovely, exquisite cover drive, which just hits the boundary balls just in front of us. 4 runs takes Lancashire to 45 without loss. That was nice, isn't it? That guy.
That's the groundsman, Southport.
Yeah, that was nice. Dave Taylor, who's emailed, luckily this game is in Southport. Thunder and lightning accompanied by downpour in the last half an hour and still going on here in Manchester.
Oh,
Talking about Bristol, it's not far away in Manchester as well. Balderson leaves alone outside the off stump.
should we check the radar?
Yeah,
are we going to be,
sounds like we're going to need to.
Let's have a quick... I've had a message from... Yeah, I've had a message say thunder and lightning, yeah, from in Manchester.
How far's Manchester from here?
Oh, far enough. Yeah, I think we'll be all right. It's not going to reach us.
No.
Let's have a look at the radar. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, it's fine. We're kind of in between a little heavy shower that's passing through Manchester and north of the city.
But in again, round the wicket to Balderson. Balderson plays and misses outside the off stump.
And then there's a band of rain that's just past north, kind of top of North Wales, and we're kind of sandwiched in between the two. So we've missed 2 really heavy, thundery showers, which are making their way up through the northwest. But we're kind of in between the both of them. One through Manchester, and one over North Wales.
Okay.
So looks like we're all right.
Got a bit lucky.
Right. Yep.
45 without loss. Abbott back into the side after missing the last game against Northamptonshire. Comes in and bowls, and Balderson again. He's playing and missing outside the off stump, pushing forward. Balderson remains on 16. Again, the ball's just doing a little bit for the Hampshire bowlers as it did for Lancashire early on today. The ball's still new. We're into the 9th over. Batting is a little tricky at the top of the innings. Well, this ball just nips around a little bit. Phil Salt, just a reminder, already been dropped on 4.
It's the first over, that wasn't it?
It was. Hit a boundary straight after it as well. Oh, he's playing a missing. Oh, driving at that one. It's gone through to Ben Brown. Committed to the drive there and completely missed it. It's a bit of movement here for Abbott. End of the over, 45 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tricky, isn't it? I mean, Lancashire have made a pretty solid start here. They'd be really pleased with this, 45 without loss. But you know, that trio that Hampshire have got, Barker, Abbott and Abbas, as good as anything in the division. This might well turn out to be a pitch where the new ball is going to be key. This will be tricky. How much can Lancashire get through this kind of opening spell, get in towards perhaps the change bowlers, get into the spinners a little bit later on the back end of the evening session. Abbas to continue. He's in and bowling to Salt. It's off the back foot. It's a good shot, punched away through the covers. Really nicely timed by Phil Salt. Up off his toes and punching it along the ground through the covers for 4 runs. Pushes Lancashire on to 49 without loss. Salt moves on to 33. It's about what I thought might happen with this partnership. Kind of different approach by Balderson and Salt. Both really effective, both doing it their way. Salt has been more of the kind of taking more the attacking option. Check drive up towards mid-on for no run.
And it's not a bad thing in this situation to actually be slightly more positive, because actually, as we've seen with the new ball, lots of them go past the outside edge.
Yep.
And if you're pushing the scoring rate along the way Salt is, all right, if he gets out, he gets out. But I mean, they've nearly got 50 here in the first 10 overs. And what were we this morning? 57 for 4 at lunch.
Abbas pumping his way in, bowls again to Salt, who cautiously, calmly defends this time, full face of the bat. Ball trickles back down the pitch, no run. There might be an element of Lancashire looking at the approach that Hampshire took, albeit I just think Lancashire bowled really well. There's so little there for them to hit. Certainly inside that kind of first 45 minutes or so, it was pretty relentless from Bailey and from Williams.
It was.
Lancashire, when the option's been there to try and score, certainly Salt has done that. Can't find a way past cover on this occasion, just off the back foot. Played into the offside, and there's no run. 49 without loss. Nick Gubbins, who got I think a bit of a tough decision earlier on in the match. He's there at cover to field for Hampshire, scoops the ball up and hands it to Barker, who loops it back towards Abbas. 3 slips waiting. Vince, Dawson and Middleton. Abbas balls to Salt. That's driven out to Mason Crane on the deep point boundary for a single, and that does bring up the Lancashire 50. 50 on the board inside the 10th over. And Salt moves on to 34.
He's been very quick off anything, just slightly short of a length as he was there. It almost puts a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers here, because with the new ball, they kind of have it their own way. But he's just reminding them that, yeah, unless you get it in exactly the right areas, I'm going to be scoring some runs.
Well, all sorts of people walking in front of the sight screen here, so I'm just going to wait a little while. About 3 or 4 people at one point who were just having a bit of a stroll across the sight screen. So
Mind you, they're in white.
yes, very true. Yeah, colour coordinated. Just unfortunately, it's moving. It's a little off-putting for the batter. But yes, nicely dressed in white. Here's Abbas to Balderson. And he defends back to the bowler, and there is no runs. That completes the over. 10 gone of the Lancashire first innings, so we've still got, I think, quite a decent chunk to go tonight, haven't we? Let's have a little look.
25?
25, yeah. 25 to go tonight. 50 without loss. Balderson on 16, Salt on 34.
Yeah, good start from the home side. Tim Parker's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, always a pleasure to listen to Scott, but especially so when Kevin is alongside him. That's very kind of you. Great blend of cricket and humour. Can I ask Kevin to be a tad controversial?
Oh God, don't encourage him even more.
No, I think that must be tongue-in-cheek. He says, can I put Scott on the spot and ask him why Scott doesn't usually do emails? Do you usually do emails, or is it just when we're together that you pass it all on me? I don't know.
I don't really.
Do you not?
Maybe I should look into it.
Yeah, probably. But I think a lot of people find it a bit easier.
Yeah, true.
So anyway, that's one for Scott to work with.
Okay.
I find they often, like today, add a little variety and are often humorous or informative. As Abbott comes in, bowls to Salt, who's a forward, plays it out to extra cover.
Probably the reason why I don't is that most others do have an email address, don't they? So there's no point in giving 2 out.
No, I agree. I agree with you
I think
there.
everybody else pretty much has an email address. So
Yeah.
that, and I'm lazy.
Yeah, well, I don't think you are, but that's. No, I know what you mean, and I find myself sometimes actually at grounds where somebody's really pushing their email. I think, well, there's no point in me doing it as well. Get everything to that one. So I know I get that. We're just using silentcricket@gmail.com for this game. As Abbott comes in and bowls, Salt again gets a length ball, which he's quite happy to just quietly push out on the offside. So anyway, this email goes on. Tim goes on, a bit belated, but with reference to the earlier email about allowing umpires a 1 second lapse in concentration in 7,200 second morning session. We were talking earlier about the Nick Gubbins controversial LBW dismissal, which seems to be that even fans on both sides have admitted that it's probably not the best decision that there's been. Here comes Abbott, bowls to Salt again, and Salt works that towards mid-wicket. Bit of a chase going on towards the boundary here in front of us by Nick Gubbins. Just slides into that one. Sorry, it's Felix Organ. And that'll be 2 more to Salt. Takes him on to 36. He says, well, yes, but in reality, each delivery only lasts about 1 second. So that means in a 30-over session, he or she needs a total concentration for just 180 seconds. Gosh, this is getting too technical. They can do what they want in the other 7,000. That said, Gubbins was clearly as plum can be. Yes, of course he was. Here comes Abbott. Bowls and Salt drives out to extra cover. That is Gubbins there. Lancashire bowl well, says Tim, but I'm always fearful of the Hampshire attack. An absorbing game potentially in store. Keep up the great work. As I say, I'm ignoring anything with the words Luke Wells or anything that even looks like Luke Wells in some shape or form. So if I'm not reading it out, you'll know why. 52 without loss in the 11th over. Here's Abbott turning. And comes in again to Phil Salt, and Salt quietly pushes that out on the offside. Nice blend of defence and attack here from Phil Salt. Playing probably exactly the right way he needs to on the wicket here.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to watching him bat this week, because you're used to him just coming out, giving it plenty in T20 cricket and free rein. Nice for Lancashire to have him available for the county championship again.
Why is he playing this one, do you think, then? Because he's playing 100, isn't he? He's playing T20, isn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Abbott. Salt again finds Gubbins at extra cover.
Well, I mean, he missed the first set of games because he was at the IPL. If he's not picked up by an IPL franchise, he'd have played in the first 5 rounds of championship cricket for Lancashire. But obviously, sought after T20 player, isn't he now, Phil Salt? So, as soon as the IPL was finished, there's no other international cricket, one-day international cricket anytime soon. So he's now available for Lancashire for the next few months, up until presumably the 100 starts, and then whatever one-day international cricket is in and around that area as well. So they've got quite a bit of salt over the next couple of months, Lancashire, or at least the next month or so.
Bonus.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Here's a Bass to Balderson. He defends off the front foot. Easy the ball away into the offside, no run.
I suppose, Luke Wells is injured.
Yeah, well, if Wells is fit, it's quite a tough team to pick. If Wells is fit and Jennings is fit, then obviously one or two others are missing out this week, because those two would play, clearly. But both are currently injured. Luke Wells, it's a groin problem. Left alone by Balderson through to the keeper, no run, which actually forced him to miss a blast match the other week, and he must have had a bit of a recurrence of it. So he has a little bit of a groin injury, and we mentioned this morning that Keaton's still recovering from a hamstring tear.
I saw a clip of Luke Wells in a T20 game, just absolutely smash a good length ball over mid-wicket. It went miles. I don't know what game it was in. He's probably done it a few times, but I just happened to see this clip and I thought, God, what a shot that was.
Yeah, he's had a good start to the year, he really has. He's a terrific player to watch. He's in full flow, he's some sight. Swing and a miss by Balderson.
Done that once or twice.
Yeah. Through to Ben Brown.
It's a bit of a charmed life, isn't he, Balderson, so far?
Yeah, a little bit. Salt comes down the pitch, doesn't he? Has a brief conversation, both batters, halfway down.
A little bit of seam movement for Mohamed Abbas.
He's back to the top of his mark, looping round and coming back in again. Those knees pumping back and forth as he's up to the stumps now. Balls driven. Straight to cover. Again, there's no run. 52 without loss.
Need to make 1 or 2 inroads with this new ball. We saw it in the Lancashire innings. Sorry, we saw it in the Hampshire innings, where Barker 44 and Mason Crane, top partnership of 58 for the 8th, just suddenly made batting look a little easier, and I'm sure this will be the same here. Hampshire do need to pick up 1 or 2 before the ball starts losing its hardness.
Abbas around the wicket to the left-hander. Defended by Balderson, and there is no run. One ball left of the over. 5 dot balls so far sent down by Abbas. He's into his 6th over. Barker bowled 4 overs for 25. Abbas has bowled 5.5 overs for 21. Abbott's bowled 2 overs so far. And again to Balderson, that's left. And taken by Ben Brown. Completes Abbas's 6th over. 52 without loss. Lancashire. Balderson on 16 and Salt on 36 not out.
Dominic Taylor has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Says really enjoying the live coverage today, gents. I've watched every ball from the YouTube stream today from my Guildford living room, and I've just been joined by my Hampshire supporting housemate Dan, and that's Dom, who's a Lancashire fan living in Guildford.
Nice.
So it's going to be Kyle Abbott again from the Grosvenor Road end. The left-hand side as we look. Definitely got a bit breezy. Look at the two tall trees at the far end of the ground. They're definitely swaying a little bit more than they have been during the day as Salt gets a length ball, which he pushes out to Gubbins at extra cover. Paul Griffiths, silentcricket@gmail.com, was emailed. The good thing about Lancashire TV is that the sound is truly excellent. We're having glimpses of you both sitting at the table, which makes the whole experience rather friendly and more personal for the viewers. Nice. There is a camera just to our left. Big one. That's a big one, isn't it? A big old camera, that one.
Sizable camera, is that?
Here's Abbott. Comes in again to Salt. Salt again happy to just quietly play forward. Abbott's bowling a nice tight line here because the ball is finding Nick Gubbins at extra cover on a few occasions, with that the ball really being hit at pace. Needs to keep that tight. Abbott took over from Keith Barker, who bowled 4 overs from that end, none for 25. But remember, he did have Phil Salt dropped that third slip, and it was not difficult at all. Salt had 4 at the time. Abbott comes in again and bowls, and again gets a good ball to Salt, and again pushes that out on the offside. This time it makes its way up to mid-off. Predominantly yellow trains that go past here, aren't they? It's obviously a colour that's unique to something, some company or some franchise that has the contract on that particular line.
There's little kind of sketching on the trains, aren't there, too, as well? I wonder if they're kind of landmarks in and around the Merseyside area, perhaps.
Okay. Very quiet, aren't they?
They are.
Abbott. Salt again gets a length ball. Good stuff here from Kyle Abbott. Unlike the trains at Radlett last week for the T20, which is the fast line between either Euston and King's Cross and somewhere else, and they just come firing past. It's a really quaint little ground in Hertfordshire,
right,
surrounded by trees and fields, and you've got these trains booming past every couple of minutes. It's like really weird. It just does not fit the surroundings. But these ones are quiet here. Abbott again. Salt. Oh, he plays a misses there. That cut him in half. Saw Will Williams bowl a few from that end this morning, and James Vince fell to one of those. That's cut back. Ben Brown taking it smartly to his left.
Yeah, the dismissal of Vince earlier on this morning was an absolute beauty, wasn't it, from Williams? It came back in pretty sharply, beat him past the inside edge, hit the stumps. That was something similar. Okay, got that one to come back.
It did, didn't it? Good delivery. Carl Murray has got the answer to how far Manchester is. He says from Old Trafford to Trafalgar Road, where we are, is approximately 40 miles. Thank you. Salt on the back foot steers that out to Gubbins once more. Good over that from Kyle Abbott, but ultimately it didn't produce a wicket, with Lancashire 52 without loss replied to Hampshire's all-out total of 142. Thanks for that, Carl.
Yeah, I've had a few messages to say that it's weather's pretty horrific in Manchester at the minute. Quite heavy thunderstorm. So yeah, not particularly pleasant at headquarters, but lovely on the west coast.
You get the feeling that a storm isn't far away. Just looking at the clouds. But we're okay.
Yeah, radar says we're going to be clear. But I'm with you. The wind has picked up a bit, hasn't it? A bit breezier now. .52 without loss. Just sense that there's a little bit of control again here for Hampshire. Runs have eased up a little bit over the course of the last 2 or 3 overs. Successive maidens, I think 3 successive maidens? No, 2. There's 2 runs off the previous over before that, so sense of just a little bit of control with the ball. Barker reintroduced, replacing Abbas, Ball's left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Left by Balderson and through to the keeper. No run, 52 without loss. So a spell from Abbas, but from the Harrod drive. End of the ground. It's just a wee bit expensive, wasn't he, Barker? Bowled 4 overs from the Grosvenor Row, 4 overs for 25, but replaces Abbas. Here comes Barker again. Playing a miss from Balderson. Taken by Ben Brown, no run. Again, both batters come down for a conversation.
It's a nice hat, that lady.
It was very fancy.
What do you call those type of hats? Panama hats? It's a bit bigger than a Panama hat, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a bit floppy, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit floppy on the sides. It does the job, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Keeps you covered from the sun. Barker to Balderson. To the front foot. Pushed into the offside, no run. Lots of conversations. All of a sudden from this marquee, so this fancy marquee, right, everyone's all dressed up, enjoying a very, very special day, all in their finest gear. You know, big conversations being had, potential, you know, multi-million-pound deals being secured, and then who comes shuffling through? Colin comes shuffling through. I mean, talk about taking the standard down. Barker to Balderson. That's worked away to the leg side. There's no run. I mean, what did you see that side then?
Well, there was a lady in a very, very smart outfit that walked out, and a couple of guys that looked very smart, and then it was Colin.
Exactly. 52 without loss. What's wrong, Colin? All right. Yes. Yeah. In Birkdale. Barker to Balderson, through to the keeper, no run. We're at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, which is in Birkdale. Taking a picture now. Colin is in charge of Badger and Coombs that are behind Lancs TV.
Is your contract up at the end of the season?
Barker bowls, and it's forward in defence by Balderson. And there's no run, and that's the end of the over. So Keith Barker, coming back into the attack, starts with a maiden from the Harrod drive, end of the ground. That's 3 successive maidens on the spin for Hampshire. Lancashire at 52 without loss.
Yeah, just happened to rein it in a little bit, the Lancashire openers, but credit to them, they are playing the situation. They are in a good position at 52 without loss, replying to Hampshire's 142. Paul has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello again from Akula, Thailand. Thanks for your commentary. I am a Gloucestershire supporter, but hardly watched them this season because of terrible weather.
Yeah.
It has been, hasn't it? I think there was a game.
Yorkshire game, wasn't it? Yorkshire match.
They didn't play all 4 days, did they?
No.
And not good weather down there today either, by the sounds of it. Abbott to start his 4th over, none for 6. Comes in and bowls to Salt. Salt pushes forward, and there is a gap out in the offside because Crane is deep at cover point. And 37, Salt moves on to 53 without loss. Hampshire and Lancashire games have been by far the best to watch so far this season, so this was an easy choice today. The start time here in Thailand was 5 o'clock, so a great evening's cricket viewing. All the coverage from all the grounds slightly improves every year. I think that's fair to say. I think the counties are investing a little bit more in their live picture feeds. Lancashire have been superb on that for a number of years now. As edges, oh, and it's through the gap. 3 slips there, and it's wide of them. Again, Balderson's gone for a drive several times. He's played a miss there. He's got an edge, but he's got away with it. He moves on to 20, 57 without loss. Carl Murray, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, do Hampshire have any plans to take the game around the county? Yeah, they play at the Isle of Wight. Do they play all of their first and second 11 games at either the Aegeus Bowl or the neighbouring second 11 ground, which of course is the nursery ground on the Aegeus? Abbott bowls to Balderson. Pushes it out square on the offside. Would love to go to Basingstoke or Bournemouth. I don't think there are any plans to go to Basingstoke or Bournemouth. Certainly haven't been to Bournemouth for an awful long time. Basingstoke, I think, was quite a few years ago. But no, I think you'll find Carl. And I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the club, but they've invested heavily in the Aegeus. All the facilities are there. The Isle of Wight, logistically, is quite hard work to get to, obviously, but by playing another game there this year, they've got a 50-over game there this year. The Vipers are there at some point as well, left alone outside of the off stump. You've also got to think about, what grounds there are. Portsmouth used to be okay, but the ground's gone really. Bournemouth is now owned by a school, or it was, so they're not available really.
Yeah, it's all right saying it's good to try and take the game around the counties, which it is, but you've got to be able to take it to places that can properly host it. Yeah. And fundamental to it is having a good pitch, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that's a big consideration now. And of course, the weather. All these county grounds now, they've had an awful lot of money spent on drainage. As Abbott's round the wicket, Balderson drives and plays and misses again. So, you've got that. In a way, you're lucky at county grounds now, or main grounds, because they will play now sooner after rain than ever they have done. It might feel like a long time at times, but generally, if you think back 20, 30, 40 years, they would have waited an awful lot longer. So drainage is a big issue, and of course, a lot of the grounds that you could go to, shower of rain, that's it. Yeah. And you don't need that. No. What Joe Weatherly? Oh, he's going back to get the ball. As the ball was thrown back to Abbott, the ball obviously missed him somehow, and the ball went out towards deep mid-on. I wonder why Joe Weatherly was walking off or jogging to the boundary over there. But the ball is back in Kyle Abbott's hands now, and he comes in. Bowls to Balderson once more. He's round the wicket. Balderson just tucks that away behind square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 21, and Lancashire are 58 without loss here.
Yeah, Blackpool put a lot of money into their drainage. They certainly had problems at Stanley Park in Blackpool for a while, and managed to solve that, which was certainly an issue and a concern for Lancashire when they were about taking games to Blackpool. There was quite a big gap between Lancashire playing at Blackpool, but the investment was put in, and drainage is good now at Blackpool. That this ground drains really well, with it being close to the coast. It's quite a sandy, dry underneath, and so you've got to have the venues. It's not, of course, it's not just the pitches and the infrastructure around it. Space, isn't it, to get people in? There's a lot involved rather than just saying, "Oh, can you just go and play at a club ground?"
That's right.
It's quite. In fact, we might even try and get the chairman of Southport on, actually, because it's a really interesting insight. As Barker comes in and bowls to Balderson, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Kind of the logistical operation, playing host to first-class cricket. I've spoken to Andrew Carney in the past about it. Like, it's a big deal. There's a lot to take on board. Not every club can do it.
No, and if you get it right, you make a few bob out of it, which of course is what it's all about, as much as anything. But it's a lot of hard work to get to that point, isn't it? You don't realise behind the scenes just how much hard work there is that goes into these games. I remember coming up here the day before the game 10 years ago, and they were working so hard here. Well, you were here last night.
There's Barker to Balderson. Plays forward, but may just play inside the line of that. Through to the keeper, no run.
Tim Singleton, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, loving the coverage so far from a very soggy Saddleworth.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it's over on the Pennines.
Okay. Absolutely hosing it down, says Tim there.
It will be soggy now, thunderstorms. There's a pretty nasty band of rain heading up through Manchester and up through Lancashire at the minute. It's turned away by Balderson into the onside, no run. 58 without loss. Hampshire looking for their first breakthrough. Barker having a spell from the Harrod drive end. Sun back out again. Barker sets off. Balls to Balderson. Goes back. Doesn't offer a shot. Allows that to go through to the keeper, Ben Brown. No run. The ball loops its way back round towards Barker. few more stretches, so it might be a change of end for Abbas. Back into the attack. He's pushing Balderson onto the back foot, that from Barker. He just nudges the ball away off the hip, not towards the leg side, but there is no run. 58 without loss.
Sun's back out. It's been hidden a little bit, hasn't it, for a while?
Yeah, a bit hazy.
There's one guy in the tent, he does look as though he's had a few just near us. I'm keeping my eye on him.
Barker to Balderson.
Shut.
He's driven it straight.
Oh,
misfield by Abbas. It's gone for 4. So Balderson's 4 runs in truth. Should have been stopped by Abbas. Got underneath his fingertips. Went low down to his right to stop the ball. And a boundary for George Balderson. Looks like we might have a drinks break with Lancashire now 62 without loss. Balderson on to 25 and Salt 37 not out.
In Lancashire's day so far, plenty of time for Hampshire to turn this around. 19 overs left in the day, but it's been very much the home side that have and are working themselves into quite a decent position. Well, the players take drinks. I've just noticed Ian Holland is on, so he's on for somebody at the moment. This is from David Monks, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says, greetings, both. Rain here on the south coast, but easing now. Good to see Mason Crane getting a few runs, product of Worthing Cricket Club, where my grandson Joseph opens the batting for the under-12s. I get to the Aegeus occasionally, but always enjoy the commentary from the hotel balcony. Interesting to get views from both Kevin and Scott on what commentary points you prefer. Whether it's the boundary edge or higher up in the stand or in the hotel or whatever. In any event, enjoying commentary. Keep up the good work. I mean, I have to say, in a way, it's not ideal where we are at deep mid-wicket, and on some grounds it would feel probably more of a problem. I'm not quite sure where it doesn't feel so much of a problem here. There's no logic, if I'm honest. I mean, yes, it isn't ideal, but I've been, and probably Scott has, commentated in this position on a few occasions at a few grounds, and it's felt more hard work than this. This doesn't, you know, for deep mid-wicket, this doesn't feel as hard work as some grounds have been in this position.
No, it's been
maybe because we're slightly elevated, which helps, slightly, ever so slightly. And we're not that far from the action.
No. No, it's been fine, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to this view now from this ground.
Yeah. Looks like Mohamed Abbas is going to switch ends. He's going to take over from Kyle Abbott. 4 overs, 1 maiden and none for 12. Keith Barker just looked a little frustrated in that last over. He had that catch dropped in his first over, and then Mohamed Abbas, who probably should have stopped that boundary. A little bit of frustration. Hampshire will be getting frustrated with the situation here a little bit because they've been slightly outplayed so far.
Yeah, with the way that got underneath the fingertips of Abbas and goes for 4 just adds to the frustration, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
There'll be a growing sense, in fact, probably already a sense of Hampshire are going to be potentially well short on their first innings, and I guess it's hard when you're out there to try and put that to the back of your mind. 62 without loss, so yeah, Abbas comes back into the attack. So they've rotated the three big uns, the 3 big hitters. Barker, Abbas and Abbott. Be another spell from Mohamed Abbas. 6 overs for 21 from the Harrod drive end, but here he comes running in from the Grosvenor Road end. And Salt mistimes a cut shot. Bottom edge sees the ball deflect down to Fletcher Middleton. He comes up from 3rd slip and there is no run. .62 without loss.
Yeah, Hampshire need to find a way. Yeah, the ball is beating the you know, going past the outside edge, so it's not like there's not a lot happening for them, but you just get the feeling it's not really happening for them in terms of a bit of luck.
Salt off the back foot defends this time. Ball runs straight to mid-off where Abbott fields. Hampshire could just do a little spark, couldn't they? Just a little, little something to kick-start this final kind of hour or so of the evening session.
Well, Bass looks like he's had a haircut since his last championship game, actually. He looks a little shorter. From this distance, anyway.
We need something to pass the time when you're not playing. Bass to Salt. It's off the back foot and worked out towards deep point for a single.
I thought he was going back to Pakistan, actually, because I think there's been about 10, 12, 14 days off or so, or something like that. But actually, he popped up to the commentary at the hotel, actually, the other day for a T20 game. I was quite surprised to see him, really, and he said he wasn't going back. So he's hung around.
There was I think it was in this article about I was reading about it. He has the kind of a proper fancy suite in the hotel.
He does, yeah.
He's in and balls. That's defended to mid-on. There's no run. I think it was suggesting that maybe the City team had turned up and before a game and were staying at the Hilton at the Ageas, and I think Pep wanted the room or something, but they couldn't have it because Abbas was in it.
And Pep said, whatever it costs, I'll pay to get him to move out. Yeah. That's the story going around, yeah.
Terrific. Can't have it. It's Mo Abbas's room. I don't care whether you're Pep Guardiola, you're not having it. 63 without loss. Abbas to Balderson, just on the back foot, tries to run it off the face of the bat to backward point, no run.
Yeah, that's quite funny, actually. I mean, I think virtually all the Premier League sides stay there. Obviously, before, well, they won't be next year because there's no Premier League in Southampton.
Oh dear. Yeah.
So whether the Championship clubs stay there or not, I don't know. But anyway, over the last few years, virtually all the Premier League teams, not sure every single one, but virtually every single one stays there. And Man City have always been there, and I've seen them training on the nursery ground when there's the overlap between the cricket and the football season. And when they've stayed there, yeah, they've gone over to the nursery ground and had trained before the evening game. Yeah.
Abbas to Balderson, took that inside the line and through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 63 with that loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much Pep knows about cricket, but one or two of the Man City players have always stopped when they've walked back towards the hotel, just stopped and watched a little bit of action. Yeah. But yeah, whether that incident means they're not going to be there anymore. Well, they won't be there anymore unless they play a cup game. But yeah, I guess it's an ideal facility. Just slightly out of Southampton. Hotel on the ground.
Golf course there.
Golf course, yes.
Yeah,
well, it was ideal. Well, your place was used during COVID as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of ideal where you had the hotel on the ground, we had the hotel on the ground, of course, with the golf course as well. It sort of helped teams stay in a bubble, but with something to do. That's what that was all about.
It was just laps of the car park at Emirates Old Trafford. There's no there's no golf course.
Oh, you haven't got the room there.
No.
You've got the site
somewhere, couldn't they?
Eh?
Could do a pitch and putt.
Pitch and putt.
One of the car parks.
What are those? Not rollout golf things. There's oh gosh, some friend I knew did something in London. It was called something. I can't remember what it was. I'll think of it in a minute. Not flat pack golf, but something like that. Something stupid.
Okay.
Anyway, here's Barker. You could have done that on the outfield, couldn't you, at Old Trafford? Barker bowls to Salt. Salt off the back foot steers that to Mason Crane, who again is fielding at a deep cover point for Salt. And Salt moves on to 39, 64 without loss now. Lancashire slowly but surely manoeuvring themselves into a very, very good position indeed. Field changes because we've still got the left and right-handed combination out there. 25 to Balderson, who's still, he's playing the line sometimes, but he's playing a missing as well. Probably another day he probably wouldn't have been out there as long as he has. That's left alone this time outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's a fair point, isn't it? But as you keep saying, you need a bit of good fortune along the way as well.
Of course you do. I mean, Salt has looked very good out there. Very good indeed, even though he's been dropped.
Yes, but that's been the chance, hasn't it, really? The only chance.
It has.
I mean, Bolson has played and missed, but in terms of genuine chances that have been created, that's been it.
I agree. We're in the 18th over here. Balderson drives down the ground. Now that's a lovely shot, that one. I don't think Felix Organ's going to get that one. He isn't. That's a lovely drive. Lovely straight drive off the bat of George Balderson. And takes Lancashire on to 68 without loss.
Yeah, a couple of 50s to his name this season. I think he's had a really good season. He's not played every game. This is the 4th match of the 6 that Lancashire played this season.
Well, he comes in averaging 50,
yep.
And that's another cut shot behind square on the offside this time, and that's 4 more. A couple of boundaries here in consecutive deliveries. Well, it's a decent average. No doubt about that.
Yeah, I think he said 2 50s. He's had a 90 as well to his name this season.
So 72 without loss it is now, and Balderson's not too far behind Salt, catching him up a little bit. He's moved on to 33. Salt 6 runs ahead of that as Barker comes in over the wicket. Balderson gets a length ball, which he plays up to mid-off. Just a couple of emails have dropped, actually. As I say, the internet's a little bit patchy. Oh, I've just got to disappear for a couple of minutes. I'll come back.
Okay, no worries. Take a little look at some of the other scores as well while Kevin reports back to listeners on the south coast. 72 without loss. And that's nicely played off the front foot by Balderson. Driven to mid-off, no run. End of the over, 72 without loss. I'm just looking at the game in Bristol because I think they have got underway now. Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, yeah, they've had a lot of rain around and quite a wet outfield, but the play is underway. 55 for 1, Gloucestershire, that's in Division 2. Elsewhere in Division 2, Sussex are 283 for 8. Sussex 283 for 8 against Worcestershire. Glamorgan are 339 for 4 at Durham. And Yorkshire are 248 for 4 after 51 overs in their match against Derbyshire, who were bowled out for 111. And the other games in Division 1, there's a Bass bowls to Salt. Salt defends to the offside, no run. Essex 322 for 3 against Somerset. And Sir Alistair Cook is 120 not out. And Matt Critchley 93 not out. So Essex 322 for 3. Kent to 299 for 9 against Surrey. And Warwickshire are 293 for 3 at Nottingham this week. A Bass to Salt just turns that away behind square on the leg side. Oh, he wants to come back for 2. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end. That's good running by Salt and by Balderson. Come back for a couple. So Salt moves on to 41. And Lancashire are 74 without loss. Into the 19th over. If you have just joined us, either via Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and app, Hampshire 142 all out. Barker top scoring with 44 for Hampshire. Salt defends into the offside for no run. 3 wickets for Bailey, 3 for Williams, 2 for Blatherwick and 2 for Hartley. Hampshire with 49 for 3 and 60 for 4 and 70 for 7. But managed to find a partnership between Barker and Crane with 58 runs. Got up to 142 before being bowled out. The Lancashire put them into bat this morning. And Lancashire in reply have been a really solid start here. 74 without loss in the 19th. That comes off the inner half of the bat, I suspect. Ball just deflects away to square leg. Salt again wants 2. And again, that's very good running. Got through the first ever so quickly, Salt. Running back forcefully for 2. He moves on to 43 not out. Score moves on to 76 6 without loss. That's good positive running by Salt and Balderson. 76 for no wicket. Abbas into his 8th over. The second of this spell back into the attack. Run down to the gully region by Salt. And there is no run.
Well, you get little feelings, don't you, at times in little periods of sessions and that sort of thing. I'm sure Hampshire are feeling that at the moment, that it's not really happening for them at the moment. That's not taking anything away from the Lancashire batters. I think they've done a really good job. I mean, if you told Lancashire this would be the situation at this point of the day, they would have said, "Oh yes, please, we'll have some of that." But I don't know. It might change. I'm sure it will change.
Abbas to Salt. Flirts with the idea of playing at a shot there, I think, Salt. I think he pulled the bat away. I don't think he pulled the bat away after the ball had gone past him. But it was a little bit of a dabble, or at least a shaping to play a shot. Through to Ben Brown, it completes the over. 4 runs off it. Those 4 runs to Salt, who's moved on to 43. Balderson on 33. And it's 76 without loss.
Still 16 overs to bowl in the day's play. I don't think there's any danger of not getting all those in. Richard Shelley, who I just mentioned just before I had to disappear for a couple of minutes, email southerncricket@gmail.com. We were talking about outgrounds earlier. He says, the last first-class game at Dean Park in Bournemouth, apparently I opened the innings. This was in August 1993 against Middlesex. And he says, I wonder why you opened. Well, around that time, if I remember rightly, as Barker comes in, Balderson pushes forward behind square, fielded by Mason Crane. Around that time, I was actually batting number 3. I had a couple of seasons batting at 3, and it was around about that time. And I think every now and then I opened if there might have been an injury or somebody wasn't playing, like a Paul Terry or a Tony Middleton or a Chris Smith. So every now and then I did open, only because I was batting 3 around that time. So that's probably why. He says also the last game at Portsmouth was in 2000. Yeah, they had problems with the wicket there. So that was that. Here's Barker, and that's turned away down the leg side by Balderson. Runs the first one quickly, but Mohamed Abbas will get there at fine leg. 77 for loss that'll be. They had problems at Bournemouth actually as well. So there was both those wickets really were just slowly but surely sort of deteriorating in their quality, and there comes a point where you can't let it happen for too long before you start getting points deductions and what have you. So they really had to sort of move away. It was a shame. They're both nice grounds. Both had a unique character. I don't know if you ever went to either of those, Scotty. Probably before you.
No, I didn't.
Portsmouth's wicket was at Burnaby Road was quite a quick one. Malcolm Marshall loved that. Yeah,
but the batters didn't.
Yeah, they didn't. No, he got the ball through at a fair rate of knots there. He did anywhere, but especially there. Salt faces Barker. Again, he's worked that ball down to deep point, where Abbas is doing the fielding this time. 78 without loss. Bournemouth became a bit of a sort of a tennis ball bounce, really. But it used to last about a day. It used to last about a day and a half and then sort of deteriorate, and then it became a day, and then almost not quite a day. So that's when, in the end, you've got to say, look, you can't do this anymore. But a lovely tree-lined ground, actually. Yeah, it was a beautiful ground. Not quite in the middle of Bournemouth, but in the suburbs. 78 without loss as Barker bowls to Balderson. Balderson off the back foot, hits in the air, but safe over point, 4 runs. Knew exactly what he was doing, George Balderson. There's nobody out there at point. And he moves on to 38, and it's 82 without loss. Lancashire closing in on that Hampshire first innings of 142. I just wonder if there might be level tonight with 16 overs left. Might not be far away.
It's possible, isn't it?
Yeah. Which would amount to a very good day, as long as, of course, they get there with either all 10 wickets intact or pretty much most of them. Barker comes in. Keeps a little low on Balderson, but he's playing straight as that ball goes out on the offside. So, yeah, a good day for the home side so far, barring a nightmare last 16 overs for them. Hampshire have to find a way here of just trying to get a couple of wickets. 3 spinners in the side, none of them used as yet. I'm sure we will see them before the close of play if these two are still there. As Barker comes in, Balderson drives out into the covers. Gubbins fields. End of the over. 82 without loss. 44 Salt, 38 Balderson. Barker completes that over. 6 overs, none for 21 Abbas. 4 overs, none for 12 for Abbott. I think I'm a little bit behind Barker, actually. We've had 20 overs. 10, oh yeah, I'm a few overs behind, actually. My internet's obviously slowed up, so forget all that.
I've got Barker 8 overs for 44.
Oh, there you are. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, mine's just updated, yes.
Volume level picks up in the corporate tent.
As you knew it always would.
Yeah. Kind of 5:30 Sunday afternoon.
Seems to have got a bit busier, doesn't it?
Happy days. Abbas to Salt. Pulled down towards fine leg, and it's 4 runs for Salt. Just pivots onto the back foot. Drags the ball away down towards fine leg boundary. Moves on to 48. 86 now between Salt and Balderson for that first wicket. Salt eyeing up a 50 here. He's dropping short, pivots back, drags the ball down to fine leg.
It's quick on anything loose, isn't it?
I mean, there is a fine leg field down there. Felix Organ, but maybe 10 yards to his right, but it quickly raced over the boundary rope. Abbas to Salt. Oh, it's flashed away over second slip. Down towards the third man region this time. It's going to be 4 more successive boundaries. That brings up a 50 for Salt. Back into the Lancashire four-day team. And he's back into the side with a half century to his name. 52 not out and 90 on the board now.
Yeah, well, again, it's another edge, but they had their chance, Hampshire. Fairly simple, straightforward catch when he had 4. Can't be too annoyed the fact that 1 is just out of reach.
Yeah, that was out of reach, wasn't it? It was up high to the right of Dawson at second slip. That's a nice shot, run away down to third man. Only for a single. There's a fielder in front of the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. Salt goes through for a single, moves on to 53. 91 without loss represents a... Well, it's gone from a solid start to a pretty outstanding start this for Lancashire.
Yeah, a little worrying from a Hampshire point of view. 13th time Phil Salt has passed 50 in first-class cricket in his 46th match.
Brings Balderson on strike. Abbas has gone for 35 now. From 8.3 overs. So the back foot and driven into the offside, but straight to point. And there's no run. Not seen any spin yet, have we?
No. A bit of Hartley, that's about all.
Yeah,
there wasn't much of that, although he did pick up a couple of wickets, didn't he? 1 wicket? Yeah, 2 wickets. Two Barker and Abbott.
Who would be the first that they go to?
Dawson, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would expect that, yes.
3 slips in place for Balderson. Abbas bowls again. It's off the back foot. Nice shot. Back foot drive away through the offside, just in front of square. Did guide that away beautifully. George Balderson moves on to 42 not out. Score moves on to 95 without loss.
Yeah, they're seeing off this new ball.
Yep.
It's a bit of a problem for Hampshire here.
Anything that's just a little short, they're onto it in the flash.
They are, yeah.
Can't really afford just to get your length wrong, which Lancashire pretty consistently didn't through the Hampshire first innings. Just occasionally just drop a fraction short and put away. Defends this time, there's Balderson. Ricochets away into the offside. And there's no run, that's the end of the over. Another pretty profitable one for Lancashire. 3 boundaries in it, plus the single. 95 without loss. 42 to Balderson and 53 to Salt. And it will be another bowling change. A 4-over burst from Barker comes to an end. 4 overs for 19, and he's going to be replaced with Kyle Abbott coming back into the attack.
Yeah, this is pretty much a sort of a Hampshire tactic, really, where things are not really happening for them. The bowlers rotate ends as much as anything, just to see if one end becomes a little luckier for them than the other, even if it's not necessarily their preferred end. But they do this quite a bit, just rotate them around, and Abbott might even have a couple of overs the end that he's been bowling later on or early tomorrow morning. It's just completely to see what works and what doesn't. Nothing's worked so far. Maybe Abbott from the Harrod Drive end. I don't think we mentioned the Harrod Drive end.
Harrod Drive end, yeah.
Well, I've mentioned that much, haven't we?
No.
Oh, I haven't.
I think I've had that end more, mainly, haven't I?
You have in terms of commentary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've mentioned it a couple of times.
I'd be more Grosvenor Road end.
You have.
Yeah. I'm a Grosvenor Road type of guy.
You are.
Really.
I look at you and I think Grosvenor Road.
Grosvenor Road,
yeah,
yeah, it's written all over me. Yeah. 95 without loss. Here's Abbott, then switching ends. Bowls to Salt, down the leg side, flicked away, and that'll be 4.
Did you play here?
No.
Okay.
No. In fact, I'm trying to think what other grounds I might have played against Lancashire. I was due once to play. I was told I was playing once at Blackpool, and then they changed their minds at the last minute. I can't remember. Or maybe I thought I was going to be playing, and then I got told I wasn't. That's probably more likely. I thought, well, there's no way they're not going to pick me for this one, and then they didn't. I think that might have been Blackpool. I never played at Blackpool either. As Abbott bowls, that's cut away by Phil Salt. Well, this is what Phil Salt does. Get it slightly in the wrong areas, and he'll punish you. And he moves on to 61 now, and it's 103 without loss, closing on that Hampshire. All that total of 142. So, didn't play at Liverpool.
Okay.
I did play a game at Liverpool, but not a first-class game.
Right.
Didn't play Blackpool, didn't play here. So basically only Old Trafford, I think.
Okay.
There's no other grounds that you guys would have played at. No grounds that you used to play at and stopped. That might just jog my memory as Salt just gets turned around there a little bit, but the ball still makes its way up to middle off.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I couldn't recall anything that made that. I mean, you have to go back, I think, quite a long way to when Lancashire were playing at slightly more kind of random grounds.
Yeah, well, I go back a long way, unfortunately.
Well, I think I'm even further back than that. Yeah, I think so. I suspect that they'd have been their main kind of outgrounds when you were playing.
Yeah, here comes Abbott bowls. Salt gets a length ball, and it's pushed out towards extra cover where Gubbins fields. Just looking up some outgrounds. I hope this goes back long enough. Let's have a look, see if it does. Wavertree Road Ground, Liverpool. That's the that's the other one, isn't it? Rochdale. Oh, they only played one match in 1876. No, certainly.
Rule that one out.
Lancaster played one match in 1914.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think.
These are very obscure now, aren't they? Yeah. Getting ridiculous, some of these. Outside the off stump, that's left alone by Phil Salt.
I mean, they've played at loads of grounds, but I think you have to go back to the kind of quite some time.
Yeah, no, if I'm honest, off the top of my head, I only ever played at Old Trafford, which I suppose in a way I was lucky. Get to play on the main ground. 1 or 2 good performances, a few average, which I suppose most people would say. 103 without loss as Abbott comes into Phil Salt, who's on 61 now, and Salt cuts that away along the ground. And it's Mason Crane again doing the fielding in front of us. They'll come back for the through. Good throw, good running.
Yeah, it is. It's a good throw. Really nice sharp pick up from Crane, right over the stumps for Brown, but they've run well. Salt and Balderson. Quite a few twos in there where perhaps if they just dawdled a bit, they might struggle to come back for it. But they've really forced hard the first. If you're watching on the live stream, as soon as he hits that shot, he's absolutely head down, charging through for the first run. Gives the option to be able to come back and try and get a second. 63 off 65, Phil Salt. We are going to see some spin for the first time. Liam Dawson will come into the attack. Lancashire 105 without loss. Salt on 63. Balderson is 42 not out. So Dawson from the Grosvenor Road end coming into the attack.
Yeah, this is Hampshire mixing it up again, trying their luck with a bit of spin. If it doesn't work for Dawson, might see a bit of Mason Crane for a couple of overs. If that doesn't work, maybe a bit of Felix Organ. They've got to try something, but that's what James Vince is very good at. Will literally just move it around, and then something will work somewhere.
Something will click and get a bit of a
Yeah,
roll.
yeah, and then it sort of lifts everybody, and then you, even if you don't feel like you're back in the game, you sort of feel a bit better. So at the moment, this is getting hard work, and Salt and Balderson are doing a great job. But of course, always in the back of their minds will be that drop of Salt. An easy catch in the slips when he was on 4.
Yeah, it was in the first over of the Lancashire innings.
Dawson bowls. It's pushed out on the offside by Balderson. So I've done that once or twice as well.
105 without loss.
That's weird. So we help each other out.
Yeah, that's it. Very kind of you. It's short leg and a slip in place. Dawson again. It's off the back foot by Balderson and work towards mid-wicket. No run. It's a backward square leg. The long on, deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-off. And backward point, deep extra cover. Balderson goes back and defends. One just deflects away into the offside. Hampshire skipper James Vince, who's been chopping and changing and rotating and trying to work, see if something will click and will work. He's the man that's slipped to field the ball. Loops it back to Dawson. Balderson goes back, fends it off a little, drops it into the onside to the right of short leg. Fletcher Middleton under the helmet at short leg. He goes leaping away to his right to stop the ball. Dawson again, forward with Balderson, and defends. Ben Brown, the keeper, comes from behind the stumps to complete the fielding. Dawson quickly back to his mark, sunglasses on. Squad number 8. Prepares at the top of his little mark and then dances his way in, bowls to Balderson. That's driven through the offside. Barker comes up from the boundary to field. And George Balderson nicks the strike. That was the final ball of Liam Dawson's first over into the attack. Balderson moves on to 43 not out. And Lancashire are 106 without loss.
Paul Spencer has emailed sunlandcricket@gmail.com. We're talking about Lytham St Anne's ground. Lytham St Anne's is not far from here.
No,
is
it's
it?
not at all. No, Blackpool.
Lancs played here in the 80s near Blackpool, apparently.
Okay.
10 matches played between 85 and 98, but no Hampshire fixtures.
That's a nice place to go and watch a bit of cricket as well.
That and the golf.
That and the golf, yes. There's some good golf courses on the west coast of Lancashire.
Birkdale, not far away. There's a couple of very good golf courses then around here, isn't there? Yeah. A good spot. There's Abbott. From the Harrod Drive in. Right to left as we look. Bowls to Balderson. Balderson drives. And that's through the diving fielder, Nick Gubbins. And that's going for 4 runs. Balderson moves on to 47. And it's 110 without loss. And we've got just under 12 overs to do in the day. I think these two together, and maybe even if they're parted, it looks very likely now that Lancashire are just going to edge ahead of Hampshire. And could very well go in tonight, in terms of the match situation, in a very, very good position indeed. As Abbott comes in again. Round the wicket to Balderson, leaves that alone. I think that's just clipped the bat and it's gone through the slips. And that is 4. Yes, it is 4. Went to play it, took the bat away, and then waves to the crowd because that's his half century. 51 for the left-hander. 75 balls. 12 fours, you probably just heard that.
Nicely done. It was a bit streaky, wasn't he, at first? There's a few kind of play and misses in all that, but he's settled now.
Yeah. Which is a worry. Plays and misses there, though.
I should have.
Well, the good thing about it is in this innings that he's, rather than it catching the edge, he's actually playing and missing. So when he does play forward, it's either somewhere out of the bat, not always out the middle, but it's somewhere around there, or it's playing and missing, and that's what you want as a batter. If the ball isn't moving around a fraction, you either want it to come out of the middle of the bat, or if you're going to play, you don't want to be edging it, you just want it to play and miss. Sometimes you'll go through phases where literally the ball catches the outside edge all the time, and you think, what on earth is going on here? Left alone outside the off stump, and then other times you'll play and miss a few times, and you think, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes.
Just on Birkdale Golf Club, I was listening to who was the England-Ireland Test match. Michael Vaughan was saying that he played a round of golf with the Aussie team at Birkdale. So it must have been kind of a week before last.
Okay.
He came up, he obviously wanted to play the course. Yeah, I heard Vaughan saying that he was playing with some of the Aussie boys.
Nice. Abbott again. Balderson leaving that one alone. Very nice.
Quite sure why they were up here, whether it's just to try and just to play Birkdale, or whether there was other reasons. I don't know. But.
So 114 without loss, with 11 overs to go after this from Kyle Abbott.
28 behind. Yeah, we're talking about being level.
Yeah,
could be
a bit ahead, aren't they?
Decent way in front. Yeah, potentially.
It should be the way things are going. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, Balderson gets a length ball, quietly plays that out square on the offside, and that's the end of the over. 51 then to Balderson and 63 to Phil Salt.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex have lost a fourth wicket, and it's Alistair Cook who's out. Gone for 128 off the bowling of Josh Davey. Matt Critchley's just brought up his century. He's 104 not out. Essex are 341 for 4. Surrey have bowled Kent out for 301, but that's some recovery because Kent were in all sorts of bother. They were 41 for 5. They eventually get up to 301. Surrey have just started their reply. 10 without loss. Game at Canterbury, and the other Division 1 game is Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. There's Dawson bowls. That's off the back foot by Salt. Punched into the offside, but there's no run. Nick Gubbins at Coverfields. Warwickshire 331 for 3. Sam Hain is 95 not out. Warwickshire 332 for 3 now against Notts at Trent Bridge. Dawson to Salt. That's worked out to the right of Abbott, who's at mid-on. Salt moves on to 64 not out, and Lancashire to 115 without loss. Yorkshire still piling on the runs against Derbyshire. 266 for 4 Yorkshire in reply to Derbyshire's 111 all out. Game at Chesterfield this week. Dawson to Balderson. Plays forward and defends, no run. Glamorgan are 363 for 6 at Chesterley Street against Durham. Gloucestershire 67 for 1 against Leicestershire. And Sussex 327 for 8 against Worcestershire. Delson over the wicket, Balderson off the back foot defence, and there's no run.
Paul Farbrace will be happy with that Sussex performance then. Talking earlier about his reaction after a T20 game against Essex. I think he's director of cricket there, isn't he?
Delson to Balderson, who plays forward and defends, no run.
I could put this other umbrella down now because it looks like the sun's disappeared, doesn't it?
Gone.
This is a small umbrella that I've got.
I think I'm quite impressed with that umbrella because, unless I've misread that says, is it John Crawley benefit?
Yes.
As
Oh, of course, yes.
Dawson into Balderson. I think he may have bowled him. He has. I think he's bowled him. And Dawson breaks this opening partnership, and George Balderson goes for 51. So, third half century of the season for Balderson. Century partnership with Salt. But he departs for 51, and Lancashire lose their first wicket. 115 for 1.
Yeah, apologies, we were looking at the John Crawley benefit umbrella. But yeah, useful innings, and has certainly put his side in a very, very good position here on day one. But yeah, how apt I've got this umbrella.
And it's 2008, that's it.
Yeah, well, he went to, as you know, he went to Hampshire.
Yes.
From here.
Yes.
In a very popular move.
Yes, yes. Well remembered.
I think there was a bit of controversy around it, but anyway, that's all by the by. And I think, I don't know if he was promised a benefit, but of course he'd been around a long time here, didn't get one, did he?
No.
So he got one at Hampshire in 2008, and I've still got this brolly.
Well, that is some brolly, isn't it? To last that long, since 2008.
It is, isn't it? I just missed the replay on that, actually. But yeah, a useful wicket, because it'll give us an indication of, because as we said much earlier today, Hampshire going into this game with 3 spinners, Lancashire 1. Now, that's obviously the seamers have got all the wickets so far, but are we already seeing maybe...
Oh, yeah, that turned.
Did it?
Yeah, that turned.
Was it out the rough or off the wicket, would you say?
No, probably out the rough.
Yeah, maybe a little bit early for the actual wicket, but it's a wicket for the spinner, nevertheless.
It's out the rough.
Yeah.
But let's turn back in. It's left bowlers are kind of looking back down the pitch trying to work out how much that's spun back in. But in between bat and pad through the gate. Well, they might feel a bit happier about things now. At least in the end of one of these 2 opening batters. Yeah.
Coming up to 6 o'clock. In fact, we are at 6 o'clock now. Still have 10 overs to bowl. First of those by Kyle Abbott. He's bowling to... Is that Phil Salt, isn't it? He pushes that. No, it's not. It's...
Yes.
Yes, it's Phil Salt, yeah, of course. Pushes that out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Abbott still looking for his first wicket here. He's got past the ball past the bat a few times. Not quite worked out for him as yet. He's at the top of his mark. Comes in once more and bowls. To Salt. Salt presents a nice straight bat as it's played back to Abbott. There's a lot of people around us, isn't there, today? It was nice and quiet initially, but slowly but surely, with drinks in hand, people have been starting to crowd us a little bit. That's another train goes past. Different colour this time. That's grey. That's a grey one. Mostly been yellow that have gone past. The odd grey one. As Abbott comes in again and bowls to Salt. Salt gets an inside edge onto the pad there. Looks as though it just nipped back a fraction, just kept a little low. As I just watched that again actually. Did he get? He didn't get an inside edge on that, did he?
I don't think so.
Because it seemed quite wide.
Take another look.
I know it came back. I don't know if it, it obviously turned quite a bit out of the rough. That.
No, I don't think he did.
No. Yeah. It turned quite big out of the rough. Abbott to Salt, who's on 64. Comes in, bowls, and Salt presents a very straight bat, doesn't he, Phil Salt? So it goes out towards straightish mid-wicket. So well done to the Vipers earlier today. I know we've mentioned it a few times, but I'd just like to congratulate them on their Charlotte Edwards Cup victory. Joe at Silent Sports says, at last hoping that Dawson's wicket can bring a few more before the close. Sometimes happens, doesn't it? Just break it up a little bit. But actually, there's two right-handers out there as opposed to Dawson bowling to the left-hander, so he won't have the rough to bowl at as that's pushed back to Abbott by Phil Salt. Graham Snow at Solent Sport says, I would like to see John Turner play red ball cricket after being successful in the Vitality Blast. He also loves watching the live stream, says Graham, who's on the Isle of Wight. Well, John Turner did actually play the last championship game against Northamptonshire, his championship debut. Got a wicket in each innings. Bowled some pacey deliveries. He's bowled some pacey deliveries in the T20 competition as well. He's only 22 years of age, and I think you'll be seeing him play a bit of cricket over the next couple of seasons, that's for sure, as Salt again gets a good length ball, which he pushes out to Gubbins at extra cover. End of the over. So that should be 9 to do in the day's play.
He played against Lancashire last season, didn't he? And was it in the one
in the 50 over?
Cup, I think.
Yes, he would. He plays all the 50 overs, yeah. And
Sure, I
he's
saw him last season.
made a bit of a name for himself, actually. Right arm, he probably hits the deck a bit.
Yeah.
He the T20 game against Somerset, who were unbeaten in our group. In fact, the only unbeaten side going into last week. Colin Cadmore, what a player that guy is. Well, you have seen him playing for Yorkshire. Got a serious player, serious shots that bloke plays. And he came on in the later stages. Colin Cadmore was winning it for him, and he done it for pace. Just went to pull him, and he got tucked up here and pulled it, went straight in the air. Completely did him for pace. And Colin Cadmore had looked in no problem whatsoever up until then.
Dawson brings Bohannon, the new batter, onto the front foot. That's defended into the offside, no run. So presumably, when one of the Holy Trinity kind of come to the end of their time with Hampshire, they've got potential players just underneath.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it?
Forward again goes Bohannon to defend Dawson, no run.
There's Brad Wheel that's played a bit, but unfortunately he gets injured a lot. He gets in a role and he goes well, and then he gets injured. Hasn't played a game this season. He's got a real problem with his back.
Dawson around the wicket to Bohannon. It's driven. It beats cover. Might go all the way. I think it will. It's going to bounce and bobble its way over the rope for 4 runs. The first for Josh Bohannon. And Lancashire move on to 119 for 1.
You know, I was saying earlier about what grounds I'd played on at Lancashire.
Yeah.
And I thought it was only Old Trafford. Richard Shelley, who's very good at this sort of thing.
You've forgotten one, have you?
No, he's come up with a definitive answer.
Okay. Here's Dawson to Bohannon. Forward in defence, no run.
Solidcricket@gmail.com. So Richard says, you only played at Old Trafford, so that's right.
Oh, good.
A high score of 98.
Nice.
I got 24 on 3 occasions. And most of the others, he said, you don't need 2 hands to count your runs.
Dawson to Bohannon, that's defended, no run.
Only 12 wickets in total. So, yeah, I mean, pretty average. But, yeah, I remember the 98, actually.
You'd forgotten about the 98, haven't you? You'd forgotten about.
No, I knew I'd got
right,
one.
okay.
I knew I played 1 innings of note there, but that was the only one. Yeah, I knew. I didn't score that many runs, so I remember
that one
98.
sticks out.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Dawson to Bohannon, who's off the back foot trying to force the ball away, but a ring of fielders on the offside. There's a backward point, short cover. Can't find the gap between those 3, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Bohannon has 4. Salt has 64, and Lancashire are 119 for 1.
It was the year that New Zealand pace bowler Danny Morrison was the overseas player for Lancashire.
Okay.
That would have been before you. Quite a skiddy pace bowler.
Right.
He was all right. I mean, it wasn't. He was good, but that was about it. Decent. But of course now he's commentator, isn't he? And a bit over the top commentator, isn't he now? These days, from what I hear. I don't listen to him much. He does all these gigs where, a push to mid-off is like the next best thing that's ever happened, sort of thing, Makes everything sound like, the best thing that's ever happened. Okay. But I don't listen to his commentary, that's what people tell me. Abbott bowls, Salt pushes that out. It's a crane, backwards go. Yeah, I think he's still doing it. I think he's still doing IPL stuff and what have you, and obscure TV, this and that. But I think a few years ago he did quite a few gigs, I think, as a commentator. But he's one of these over-the-top guys.
Not like you and me.
No.
Very
sensible, understated, unassuming.
Yeah.
Calls it like it is rather than Wow, look at that. That's great. 115 for 1. I never was good at New Zealand accent, even though I spent a bit of time over there. I've got a great long-winded email here. I'm going to have to go through that before I read it out. Here's Abbott in the sunshine here in Birkdale, I should say, outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Bohannon. He's a good player as well, Josh Bohannon, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
He's done well for you guys over the last few seasons. He's been close to playing for England, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had a couple of Lions call-ups, hasn't he? He's had maybe 2 or 3 England Lions tours. Yeah, he's got one of the names that's mentioned. He's had a very good season again, averaging just under 60. 350s and a century. Yeah, he's been a pretty upward curve since he made his debut for Lancashire quite a few years ago. He's had runs here in the past as well.
Yep. Facing Abbott at the moment as drives, that goes up to mid-on. Yeah, he's a good player, Josh Bohannon. Yeah, I think there was a time when he was very, very close.
Yeah.
He might have been the next batter to be called up, and then if you're not, and then something else happens in the meantime,
Yeah.
and then somebody else comes along and what have you. So yeah, it has been on the verge.
He's a good player, yeah. Seems to have nailed down number 3 in Lancashire's team now. He kind of fluttered between 3 and 4 for a little bit, but
Yep.
kind of got this spot as his own now.
Abbott in again. And bowls to Bohannon, forward. That's pushed up to mid-off. Thought about a single initially, but he was on Barker's left-hand side at mid-off, so wisely decides not to. Yeah, it's a good batting lineup, even without Wells and Keaton Jennings. And I'm trying to think, who else is missing in your side at the moment?
What, through injury? I think just,
sort of
well,
batting-wise. Maybe that's all the batters, isn't it?
just those 2.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to forget anybody. Just those 2. I mean, if they're both fit, they both play. Both up in the batting.
Yeah. Who would make way then in this side? As it's outside the off stump, Bohannon leaves that alone. If they were both fit, Jennings and Wells have been fit for this game, who would have made way?
That's a difficult call. Probably Balderson and Jones, but I don't think that's an easy selection. I really don't. It's a tough call. Actually, or maybe Dane Villas. You know, he's not.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Jennings will captain. Jennings is captain now. Dane's not quite had the season that he would have, you know, that you'd come to expect from a player who's been outstanding for so long. He's averaging 12 this season. Top score of 24.
Wow. Abbott. Bohannon leaves that one alone. End of the over. 115 for 1 with, I think, 9 overs to do now. Yeah, that's incredible. I think I remember him scoring a double 100 against us a few years back.
He has been, and still is, of course he is. He's an absolutely outstanding player and captain for Lancashire, Dane Villas. He's skipper of the team for 4 years, and Lancashire fans are probably bored of me waxing lyrical about Dane Villas. I just think the way he did it for 4 years and consistently was Lancashire's best player in that period with the bat was magnificent. He was just a brilliant captain. But he has struggled this season. So, in answer to your question, probably I think there's every chance that probably Dane would have dropped out, and perhaps Rob Jones had Jennings and Salt been fit. But tough call, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And Croft misses out this week. He's featured in 4 of the first 5 matches. Stephen Croft. Here's Dawson to Salt. It's pushed away towards backward point, and there's no run. Scoreboard seems to have stopped working. It's 120 for 1. The scoreboard just says on a bit of a go slow on the far side. Salt has 65, Bohannon has 4. Here comes Dawson again. And it's cut away towards deep point for a single. 121 for 1.
Yeah, it's more the number of overs that are left that are worrying me, because it's been stuck on 10, I think, for a little while, isn't it?
We've got 6 after this one.
Right. 25 past, half past? Probably half past.
Bohannon on strike. Here's Dawson to Bohannon. It's defended. And there's no run.
Grounds people are getting all their tools out, aren't they? Wheelbarrow.
Dawson to Bohannon, who gets forward again and defends. No run.
What we got there? Light roller, wheelbarrow, brush.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, that's the thing when they
Oh,
pound
yeah.
the mud into the bowler's foot marks.
Big pounder.
Mixture of soil and cement, I should think.
Runs here for Bohannon off the front foot. Just eased up towards Abbott for a single. Takes Josh Bohannon on to 5. Score moves on to 122 for 1. Salt off the back foot cuts towards deep point for a single. 123 for 1.
He's played so well. Sorry, Scotty.
It's okay.
He's played so well, Phil Salt, hasn't he, really? Actually, now he's gone into a sort of fairly quiet phase, but actually I think from a Hampshire point of view, that's a bit of a problem because he's just working it around, just playing some good balls, just play them, don't do anything silly. And even though he's probably slowed up a little bit, I think the fact that he's still there and playing the way he is a bit of a problem. He's a very, very good player. I know he's all sort of white ball these days and crash bang wallet, but his technique is very tight. You can see it there today. And now there's something to announce the score of the Tannoy because the scoreboard is. Oh, there we are. Somebody's pushed it along. Maybe the day shift has gone and the late afternoon, early evening shift has taken over. It's just been a bit of a wait for the others to come. Although they've only put the scoreboard up there, put Phil Salt's score up to 67. He's still on 60. Oh, there we are. There they go. They're working their way through the board. Abbott's having another over here. They still haven't. Overs left. They still haven't worked their way down to that one yet. As Abbott comes in, Salt again solidly in behind that one.
Playing for tomorrow a bit here, isn't he?
Well, he is very much so. Yeah, I guess that's what I was sort of trying to say, really, in a way, without actually saying it. I think, yeah, he's playing for tomorrow. He doesn't look in any trouble whatsoever. The ball is into its 30th over, so it's starting to get soft. Batting theoretically getting easier against the seamers, and Salt is playing there and looking solid. Very impressed. Very expensive drop as Abbott comes in, and Salt again gets a length ball. He happy to show the full face again. Yeah, I can't really remember him playing much red ball. I know he doesn't play much red ball, but in terms of me seeing him, you know, live like this,
yeah, well,
it's always like he walks to the crease and you think, oh, he's going to have a go at this, have a go at that, and within a ball or two. And you know, this is the other side of, you know, this is where people say, oh, no, can these players adapt? Of course they can adapt. He's adapted, isn't he? You know,
yeah,
you wouldn't think there's another side to Phil Salt from what you're seeing here today.
No.
And there is another side to Phil Salt. It's pushed up to mid-on.
Yeah, it's a proper knotless, isn't it?
This is a proper 4-day red ball knock.
Yeah.
Playing the situation.
You had 5 months of T20 cricket and the IPL and the Blast. But
Yeah. Oh, they can't. You know, they can't change once they're a white ball player. They're this, and if you're red ball, Phil Salt's proving that if you can play, you can adapt. And he looks very, very good out there, it has to be said. As Abbott comes in again. Bowls. Salt pushes that out to extra cover. It's very good stuff as well from Abbott here. Keeping Salt very quiet. It's very accurate stuff, but he's not quite getting the help, Abbott, here. As perhaps even a few overs ago.
Salt's first-class record, 45 games, 2,316 runs, average of 32 and 4 centuries, 12 50s.
See, on today's evidence, he is a much better player than 32 average. You know, that's pretty average in itself for an out-and-out batter. But of course, it's predominantly been white ball for him.
Yeah.
As Abbott comes in and bowls, Salt drives, goes out into the covers where Mason Crane is at deep point. They've kept a deep point virtually the whole time for Salt.
It's coming up to almost 200 T20 matches.
Well,
195, just under 4,500 runs in T20 cricket.
What does he strike at?
149.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Late 140s is very good. 124 for 1 here. There's Abbott. Bowls to Bohannon, who's on 5. Just that one wicket, George Balderson out for 51. As Bohannon pushes forward. It's gone up to Barker at mid-off. Bowled by Liam Dawson. 115 for 1 the score was. And that is the end of Kyle Abbott's over.
Close of play in a couple of the other games elsewhere, including the match between Essex and Somerset. Essex get to the close on 360 for 4, with Matt Critchley 119 not out, Salister Cup making 128. So Essex 360 for 4 at the close of play, and they're also done for the day at Chesterfield, where Yorkshire made a really good reply, a really good start. They've raced up to 272 for 5 in reply to Derbyshire's 111 all out, so Yorkshire lead by 161.
They picked up a bit. They picked up in the T20s, haven't they, recently?
Yeah. There's Dawson to Salt, who's off the back foot and runs it away through the offside for a single.
Yeah, I was up there the other week, actually, last weekend, actually, when there was a double header. The Vipers were playing the Northern Diamonds, so I got up there and watched them play Derby. Milan played superbly there.
Yeah, he got runs against Lancashire too in the Blast at Headingley.
Shadab Khan looks a good bowler for Derby. The seamer. Very skiddy, low arm. Not quite Malinga, but getting that way.
There's Dawson to Bohannon and right forward. Back in front of the pad, deflects it back down the pitch, gathered by Dawson off his own bowling. And there is no run coming right towards the back end of the day here. There will be 4 overs left after this one from Dawson. And 25 for 1, Dawson to Bohannon. It's worked out towards the offside. There's no run. I wonder how long the after party will go on in the corporate corporate tent. Last year they had a live band every night.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're doing the same thing again or not. Bohannon cuts the ball away through the offside, just bounces over Crane, down towards the boundary actually for 4 runs. Mason Crane just backward a point. Bohannon slicing the ball off the back foot, bounces beyond Crane, rattles its way towards the rope for 4 runs.
Good shot quickly onto that, wasn't he?
It was.
Fast bat speed.
Score moves to 129 for 1. Bohannon up to 9. Dawson balls again. Forward goes Bohannon. There is no run. 2 balls left of the over. And 4 remaining of the opening day. Comes Dawson, and Bohannon rolls it down towards 3rd. And he comes hurtling back for a couple, and he drops his bat as he comes back to complete his 2nd run. It's the end of the over, 131 for 1. In reply to that 142 all out. So Lancashire are 11 behind with 4 overs remaining in the day.
I've got a fairly long email here, which I will read out as we're getting towards the end of today's play, from Ross Pilling. It's a very famous surname in Lancashire circles. That's before you, Scott. Who am I talking about then?
Harry.
Yeah. This is from Ross, though. silentcricket@gmail.com. Great to hear Kevin Scott with superb commentary. Thank you, it's very kind. He says, dear both, I'm a Lancashire Life member, and like many members, fear for the future of 4-day cricket. I would return to the 3 conferences, but regionalise them. So north with Lancashire, Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Durham. South with Surrey, Middlesex, Sussex, Hants, Essex and Kent. And central region with the remaining 6. You forget, though, down south we get bored playing Surrey, Middlesex. Sussex. Well, actually, no, we don't play half of them because they're not in the same division as us. So. Retains local rivalry as well, which is very true. Who have we got at the... Oh, Kyle Abbott's gone... No, it's not, is it? It's a Bass. Sebastian back into the attack. Retains local rivalry and better for travel. That's certainly true. Here comes a Bass then, right arm over. Bowling to Phil Salt. Salt drives out to Gubbins at extra cover. And better for travel. I'll just break off for a moment because we have some new listeners to join the current crop of watchers and listeners here in Southport. 131 for 1 here then Lancashire. They're having a very, very good day, and with less than 4 overs to go in the remaining day, barring a wicket or two, it will remain that way, and they may just go ahead of Hampshire, who were bowled out earlier for 142. Here's a Bass bowling to Phil Salt, who's driving, half start by a Bass on his follow through. And we were talking earlier about Phil Salt, of course well known for his white ball exploits. Well, apart from being dropped in the first over, which was a very, very simple catch in the slips when he was on 4, the rest of his innings, Scott Reed, he looks a superb red ball player as well.
Yeah, it's a proper knock, isn't it? This is a really, really stylish innings so far by Salt. He defended really well. He's judged the attacking shots. It's been a really well put together 69.
Yeah, he's been a bit quiet really, so he's just playing for tomorrow. That's another defensive shot to a Bass. Mason Crane is warming up in front of us. One of 3 spinners included in the Hampshire 11. And we've been discussing certainly earlier on in the day and throughout the day that which side may have misread this wicket. Hampshire playing 3 spinners in this game and Lancashire 1. But so far, the only wicket that has fallen is to Liam Dawson. That was George Balderson, bowled. Dawson pitching one in the rough to the left-hander, and it came back quite a long way. Bowled for 51, Balderson. As a Bass comes into Salt, and he pushes that out to Gubbins once more in the covers. Whether one side's read the wicket right or wrong, the way this game has moved through today, might need to worry too much about the spinners. It's all been about the seamers, and the Lancashire seamers bowled particularly well, made it very, very hard work for Hampshire early on today.
Yeah, they did. It was set up by Bailey and by Williams first thing this morning, then backed up by Blatherwick, those 3 in particular, bowled beautifully. And Lancashire with Salt and Balderson got off to a great start with the bat.
They certainly are. As the Bass comes in, Salt off the back foot steers that to Gubbins once more. Yes, and all the top order batters struggled, or the ones that sort of got in or batted for any length of time. 16 of 59 balls for Gubbins, 15 or 50 balls for James Vince. It just shows you how well Lancashire bowled, and they had a bit of help from this pitch that was a little bit too paced, but nevertheless they bowled very accurately indeed. But it was only sort of down the order really where you sort of got an idea where maybe when the soft ball starts to come into play, where batting got a lot easier. Keith Barker, 44 down the order, shared a stand of 58 with Mason Crane for the 8th. And batting at that stage looked a bit easier. Now, a quick single out in the covers. Gubbins throws, Bohannon may just have been home anyway. The ball misses the stumps. That looked fairly risky. Bohannon had to run hard there. 132 for 1 at the end of that over, with 3 overs left. And Lancashire are behind in the game on the first innings now by just 10.
Yeah, so far it's all gone Lancashire's way, from winning the toss and putting Hampshire into bat, backing that up with, as Kevin's described, a really outstanding bowling display. Took a good partnership between Barker and Crane just to try and stop the rot, really. 58 those 2 put on. And then Salt and Balderson, 115 runs put on for the first wicket, which has been carried on by Bohannon and Salt now. So yeah, a good day for the home side. I see some Mason Crane for a couple of overs, replacing Liam Dawson.
Just heard the Hampshire contingent. There's about half a dozen or so that have travelled up here. They travelled to a lot of the away games, and just heard the applause when they knew that Mason Crane was coming on to have a bowl. Now this could be quite interesting. We might get some inkling as to whether Hampshire have read this wicket right. It may still be too early in the game really for him to get much purchase, but even so, it'll just be interesting to see if he can find something. And it's good he's bowling in the 4-day game, because he's bowled okay in the T20s, but sides have targeted him. quite noticeable how when him and Dawson are bowling that they go for him.
Well, here he is, twirling in, bowling to Salt. Drives away into the offside. Good stop at extra cover by Gubbins. And there's no run. 132 for 1. I forget just how kind of quick his approach is. He does skip his way in, doesn't he, with a bit of momentum. It's off the back foot by Salt. Cut away, beats backward point. Down towards the boundary. Fletcher Middleton there, just backward point for Hampshire. Trying to stop the ball, and probably knew that Salt had timed it so well that if he didn't stop it, it's 4, and that was the outcome. 136 for 1 now, Lancashire.
He was quick on that, wasn't he? Wasn't that short? Back-to-back championship matches for Mason Crane here. Second of the season.
Salt moves to 74. Crane in the sunshine with his sunglasses. Balls to Salt, right back and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. I love the contrast to Lancashire's leg spinner, Matt Parkinson, who slowly kind of creeps his way in. This is a much more hurried, almost frantic approach to the crease, isn't it, from Crane? The back foot by Salt, defends into the offside, no run. Does get a bit of momentum into his action, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's battled a little bit over the last 2 or 3 years with approaches to the wicket, you know, angles and paces, and, you know, 1 or 2 people have put inputs into him because...
And again to Salt, that's just dabbed away back down the pitch for no run.
You know, I mean, it's not the easiest discipline to bowl, and I'm sure Matt Parkinson's told you many times, and, you know, he's a very good leg spinner as well, but to be consistent, you know, you still have to be consistent. Doesn't matter if you're bowling a bit of mystery spin, you're still got to be in the right areas.
Into Salt, he plays forward, thinks about taking 1, but Gubbins scoops the ball up at cover, and that's the end of Crane's first over. So 4 off it, which was that struck a little short, and Salt was onto it in a flash to carve the ball away down to third man for 4. It's 136 for 1.
You know, and Mason will be the first to admit that, you know, he's been a little inconsistent over the years. Seems to be regarded more as a white ball bowler. Doesn't only play 1 championship game last year, but it's getting in the side, of course, because you've got other bowlers, the seamers, that are taking big wickets, so it's difficult anyway. But, you know, if I'm honest, he hasn't been as consistent as he would like, and of course, what they bowl is very hard to be consistent. I mean, you know, the obvious one off the top of your head, Shane Warne, is probably about, you know, probably the most consistent, and everybody else hasn't been that bowls leg spin. So Mason Crane is not in territory that most other leg spinners haven't been in. But I think a lot of Hampshire people would have hoped that perhaps he might have made a little bit more progress by now. But it's fine margins, you know. He's for me, he's bowling all right this year. He's bowling okay. Here's Abbas bowls. Bohannon pushes forward, and it goes out to Crane at point. I think there's been games when he could have played, but, you know, with Fuller bowling well, although he's not playing in this game, you know, and there's your big 3 as well with Barker, Abbas and Abbott. I mean, when they're fit and playing, they're always going to play. So there's your 4 seamers straight away. You've already got Dawson anyway as a spinner. So there's your 5 bowling slots taken up. So even a Mason Crane bowling really well, he's still going to be subject to pitch conditions. So he's only really going to get a half a look in if the wickets are going to turn. Well, I mean, how many are you going to do that? Here's Abbas. Oh, that's nipped back on Bohannon. That's wrapped him on the bottom hand. That's a nasty delivery. Straight away, as soon as it hit him on the hand, he took it off the bat handle, and he's walking around now. That's painful.
Yeah, that's it, Bohannon, hasn't it? Taking off his gloves, just having a minute.
Yeah. Going to be a few minutes here. Shall I just try and finish off that email that I was halfway in? And apologies to Ross Pilling. I was halfway through this email where he was talking about the future of county cricket and the makeup of it and what have you. I'll just try and find where I was, because it was a fairly long one, talking about 3 sort of divisions, conferences of regionals, North, South and Midlands. So we had the makeup of the teams. That's right, Central with the remaining 6, the obvious ones in the North and the South. Retains local rivalry if you do that, better for travel. In addition to the 10 conference matches, which I think a lot of people want, don't they? They want 10 first-class games. A lot of people don't, but a lot of people do. 4 other games to be played against 2 sides from the other conferences on an annual rota basis. So eventually all counties will still play each other over the years. This would mean 3 conference county champions. The outright county champion for the Bob Willis Trophy to be decided as follows. Best record conference champion plays winner of 2 versus 3 game. Right. This would mean most fixtures already set season on season and gives all counties a chance to win the championship. I would consider T20 back to the above groupings with possibility of 15 games. I don't necessarily disagree with 3 divisions of the T20. No, I think there's still a lot of travelling.
Yeah.
You know, to us to go to Cardiff is a nightmare. For us to go to Essex on a Friday is a nightmare.
Yeah, no, I'm not against
you
that.
probably have a few nightmare trips as well. Fridays, unfortunately, travelling around is not easy. The 100 would go. No, I don't like this email. The 50-over competition to be played early season rather than championship starting at the beginning of April. I don't think the 100 going is an option at the moment. Bohannon is still getting some treatment. That is clearly a problem.
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he? He's in quite a bit of pain there. Sam Byrne is a Lancashire physio who's crouched down alongside him.
I love this email. Conor Gillen, as I say, the hospitality centre is virtually right next to us, and obviously people talk louder as a couple of drinks go. And Conor Gillen has emailed southerncricket@gmail.com, says, really enjoying the commentary, but could you ask the ladies chatting near you to retell the finish of their story? I followed it up to the day of their daughter's wedding, but couldn't hear the climax.
Oh, blimey, it's that clear, is it?
I couldn't hear the main point of the story. I think it was something to do with the taxi driver. I could ask. I could shout, saying, anybody talking about weddings and the taxi driver, could you just come over and finish the story off for us? But might be better not to. Brilliant.
Quite sure what you're going to pick up, do you, really?
I guess it's a classic sort of story in hospitality tents, isn't it? When you talk about your daughter and weddings and that sort of stuff, really pretty standard fare. The taxi driver bit sounds interesting. Don't know where he fits in or she fits in.
Maybe it was best that we didn't pick up that.
Well, it was obviously clearly
part,
important enough, and for Conor to email in that could have got interesting, that one.
Yeah. Maybe it's a good one to swerve.
Josh Bohannon is just practicing holding the bat with his hand. He's going to be okay. He's going to put his helmet on and going to carry on, but that was a very, very painful blow on the hand. It'll be interesting to see what situation he is in tomorrow morning, because those things have a habit of just sort of getting worse during the evenings, don't they? And overnight, you know, swell up even more.
Yeah, he's put the bat down again, hasn't he? That's another drink.
Just delaying the end of the game. We're already 35 minutes over.
Right. To take a little bit of time, Josh Bohannon. It's 1:36 for 1. It's a 6 behind Lancashire. There's we've had 1 ball of this over, haven't we, from Abbas? So 5 more to come from him, and then the final over of the day.
Who are you talking to tonight, then?
I don't know, actually. Oh, don't know. Bowlers bowled well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Bowlerson batted nicely. Don't know.
Blatherwick?
Yeah, he bowled well, didn't he?
Without the K? Because it couldn't fit across the screen?
No, surname's too long. Bohannon's now getting these kind of forearms strapped up. So there's some tape being wrapped around the right forearm of Josh Bohannon by Sam Byrne. So we're just waiting for that to take place. But he picked the bat up and tried to hold it, didn't he? And clearly didn't feel comfortable, and has gone for the tape strapping around the forearm. A few more slugs of the drink, and she always had a painkiller or two as well. 136 4-1. Just back to Crane. We're just talking about Crane, and we mentioned Parkinson, and Parkinson was named in the squad for this game, didn't feature. Right back to where we started the day, really, isn't it? In terms of chatting about Moeen coming back into the England team, because there wasn't really any, well, for me, any kind of obvious candidate within county cricket to replace Jack Leach.
Well, clearly the England management felt there wasn't an obvious replacement to get somebody out of retirement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, we mentioned Dawson. I mean, he's the name that came, I thought of actually, when when Leach got injured, but you feel for some of the spinners, Crane and Parkinson. I mean, Parkinson's played one match this season. You know. It's
would have been their chance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? He's just not playing enough red ball cricket, really.
Has he played less this year at this stage?
Yeah, I would say so. I think he played quite a bit last season. In fact, he had a really good start to last season. He got wickets through the first couple of months of last season in Championship cricket. Yeah, not easy to get into teams, as you highlight, to get in, for Crane to get into this Hampshire team, for Parkinson to get into Lancashire's team.
Here's Abbas to Bohannon, who's okay again as he pushes that up back past the bowler. Score remains on 136 for 1, and we are into the penultimate over of day one. Abbas wicketless at the moment, only Liam Dawson with a wicket to his name for Hampshire. Bohannon out for 51, bowled as Abbas comes in. Bohannon forward. Gubbins, as he has done for most of the Lancashire innings, fielding in the covers. 74 to Phil Salton, 11 to Bohannon. Lancashire just 6 runs behind Hampshire on the first innings.
Close of play at Canterbury too. Surrey have lost 2 quick wickets actually, 18 for 2 at the close of play. Burns out for 15, Atkinson for 0. So Surrey 18 for 2, replying to Kent's 301 all out.
Atkinson would have been a night watchman, I guess, Gus Atkinson. That's bounced a bit on Bohannon, keeps it down well though. Not to be just a spot there, just developing, just short of a length. The ball earlier jumped up at him and wrapped him on the glove. That looked as though it just bounced a fraction more.
Close of play at Sussex as well, where Sussex are 338 for 9 against Worcestershire. Essex 360 for 4 at the close of play. Mentioned that before. And Yorkshire 272 for 5 at the close. Lead Derbyshire by 161.
So a few games still going. Yeah. Abbas comes in again and bowls, and Bohannon forward. Goes up to straightish mid-on, and that is the penultimate over completed. And we will have the final 6 balls bowled by Mason Crane.
We will, yeah. And then back again tomorrow, hopefully for, I think the weather forecast is good.
Good.
Sure there'll be another good crowd in. I don't know what the crowd was today. It's certainly in its thousands, a couple of thousand perhaps. The game here last year against Somerset, the first 2 days was sold out. People were turned away. There's been good numbers inside the ground again. So, and good weather. I'm sure there'll be another corporate day for some local companies and businesses around the area. Have a day out at the cricket. That'll keep us entertained. In the marquee to our right hand side.
Actually, they've been quite well behaved, actually.
Yeah, they have, to be fair, yeah.
You never know.
It's Crane to start the final over. And that's Salt. Drives a fullish ball up towards Abbott. He's deepish mid-on. Gets through for a single. So Salt to 75. And Lancashire now 137 for 1.
Yeah, my app suggests it's going up to 24 tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
That must be very similar to today. Might be a degree more. So.
Got the brollies up, haven't we? That's the main thing. Forward goes Bohannon. Pushed into the offside, no run. Yeah, last season it was really warm here and didn't have the cover. We were absolutely baking for 4 days.
In the sun for that length of time. That's no. I think I saw a picture in years gone by of you being out here with about 6 coats on as well.
Probably, yeah. Sounds about right. This is off the back foot by Bohannon into the offside, no run. There's a game here a few years ago where Kevin Howells got here a little bit before the play was due to start. So that Lancashire were playing Leicestershire, I think in a T20 match, the night before the first day of a game here. Crane bowls forward with Bohannon, there's no run. So the game, I think, was pushed back until either 12 or 1 p.m. start time on the first day. Kevin got here for like 9 o'clock. Oh dear. I have a lovely picture on my phone of Kevin when he realises that the start time had been pushed back a couple of hours. Crane in and balls. Bohannon Works the ball out through the offside for a single. He's not been back since. Moves on to 13. It's 138 for 1.
Oh, there's worse grounds to be hanging around on.
Yeah. Mason Crane. He's into Salt. It's flicked away through the leg side. Just gets underneath Barker's fingertips, going low down to his left. Salt gets a single, and that's the end of the over, and that's the close of play. With Salt unbeaten on 76, Josh Bohannon on 12, and Lancashire at the close of play on day 1 are 139 for 1 in reply to Hampshire's total of 142. And Lancashire almost level with 9 wickets remaining when play resumes tomorrow morning, just 3 behind the Red Rose. And that concludes a pretty good day for Lancashire, and Hampshire will be hoping that tomorrow is a better day for them.
Yeah, they've been outplayed, absolutely no doubt about that. Interesting that Hampshire would have batted first, even though they were put in this morning. The Lancashire seamers exploiting what movement there was out there, made it very difficult for the batters. It probably shouldn't have been 76 for 7 at one stage, but a bit of a recovery to 142. But the way things are at the moment, not a lot of spin out there. They look as though they're way behind.
They do. We will be back with you tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock for coverage from Trafalgar Road. We'll see what day 2 has in store. Hopefully the weather will be the same. I'm sure it will. And fingers crossed the cricket just as enjoyable. Thank you for your company tonight from the whole team here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We'll leave you with the news that Lancashire trail Hampshire by 3 runs at 139 for 1.